Hello, everyone. Welcome to a special day today. It is going to be the INGAGE Asia Cup qualifiers round two. Now, 2 weeks ago, I got lucky to cast some amazing action where we saw Angry Dogs and SAUL qualify there. We have more chances today. We're looking for 3 qualifiers to determine the 8 teams that's going to be advancing to the Asia Cup playoffs. Now, I got some wonderful people with me casting today's action. Up top, we have Cowrie, and then on my right, we have Scared Yet. How are we doing today, Cowrie? What's going on? You're looking very cool with your glasses. What's going on? Are you excited to cast today's action?
Yeah, for sure. I'm so excited to cast once again, for Engage because this is like the proving grounds, if I must say, for other teams that might be going unrecognized or might be overshadowed by other teams. Because as of the moment, we're currently having like ACL, right? Like Asia Champions League. I think this one Engage's Asia Cup is where these teams could actually show their potential and possibly be picked up by other esports orgs. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Asia is a region where this Unite game is, so there's so much love for this game, and all the orgs, right, are also very enthusiastic about the teams as well. So who knows, if you do well in one of these Asia Cups, like you said, you might get picked up by an org. Yet, how are you doing? I don't think we've casted before, but welcome into the caster's desk. How are you feeling?
Thank you so very much for that, Fu, because yes, we have not casted previously, but I'm really excited to be here, specifically with both of you, Kaori, Fu. Again, I have been off the scene for a while, but with all the orgs now making their scene, and as you mentioned, in the entirety of the Asian region, this game is loved by almost everyone, because who has not seen Pokemon, right? And now seeing how the scene is competitively growing, it was eventually a case where I had to be back. So yes, pretty excited about specifically this one matchup, because these are the two teams. One of them I have been following for almost 3 to 4 years now.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. It's good to have you back, mate. Now, importantly, ladies and gentlemen, the way that these qualification works, the format of this is going to be another double bracket elimination, right? And importantly, no more fearless. This is going to be adhering to the ACL rules because in a little bit, ACL is going to be beginning. So what better time for these teams to practice a little bit of tournament pressure, right? We had a recent patch coming out, I think last week, Freezing Rush Part 3. There are a lot of Pokemon that got changed. Notably, some of the speedsters got a little bit of a buff. Those speedsters, such as Zeraora, that wasn't loved as much. The developers obviously want to see some of these Pokemons come back in, maybe add a bit of win rate back on it. Speaking of the Freezing Rush patch in general, there are a lot of Pokemons, ladies and gentlemen, that have come back into the meta. We talk about how Blissey is now back up, one of the top supporters once again. Umbreon is another one that's really, really favored right now in the meta as well. Lapras is coming back. You got teams picking up Glaceon sometimes. And, if you asked me a couple weeks ago, some of these Pokemons would not be prioritized at all. Meanwhile, we have the new additions to the game as well. Some new Pokemons joining the fray. Darkrai has entered, right? Psyduck has recently entered as well. And there's a couple of grassroots tournaments, including this one, that are allowing these Pokemons to come in. And, the way that the trend of this game goes, when you have a new Pokemon, is generally a little bit strong.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams, are picking them out. Carrie, have you seen much of the gameplay between Psyduck and Darkrai? Yeah, what do you think about these two Pokemon?
I think Psyduck is strong. Not gonna lie, like the hyper aggressiveness that Pokemon can offer. I think it's wild. The same goes to Darkrai. The insane amount of damage. Well, I think we all already saw that coming, because new Pokemons equals busted equals OP. So I don't know. Are they ready to be played today, or are they like too new? Because there's rules, right?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's all open, right? Because by the time it gets to the competition, Psyduck will be out of the moratorium. So I've casted a couple of tournaments recently, and everything is let free, and it's really interesting because you have, obviously, like you said, the new and maybe a little bit stronger Pokemon such as Psyduck and Darkrai. But then teams are also very comfortable with, some of the other strong Pokemon, such as the old EX Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
A lot of contests for the Miraidon is important. Zacian is also another Pokemon that, a lot of these teams want. And then you've got, all these old, still very strong meta competitive Pokemon. And now you have to think about, you only can choose 5 Pokemons in the game, right, for your team.
Yep.
How Are you going to be choosing between the strong new Pokemons or the strong old Pokemons? What is the reconciliation there? And I think that's something we're going to keep our eye on. We're going to jump straight into our first matchup, though. I believe is Carrie and I going to be taking the first one. It is between Revenant X-Spark and Fly.
Yeah, we're going to be taking this one, right? But yeah, further on extending what you've just said, I think that the beauty in Pokemon Unite is that you can just use any Pokemon that is, currently available, and it would do wonders for you. It depends just on the lineup that you're going to be sharing. It's going to be depending on how you guys play the game, essentially. So the question between using the new non-EX Pokemons or the old meta Pokemons, I think it's still a question mark, and it's up for the teams to pick whichever one they like. And speaking of picking whichever one they like, it's going to be the Leafeon for the first pick here.
Yeah, Ruben taking the Leafeon. That's actually very, very interesting. That means the whole team is looking for that early game pressure, right? Blissey and Umbreon, what I talked about before, how it's so prioritized from these teams are going to be banned out from Revenant X-Spark here. Meanwhile, the two new Pokemons we won't get to see as well, Carrie, both Darkrai and Psyduck are going to be choosing to be banned for Fly here. And just a note about this matchup, it seems like Fly is a new Indonesian team coming into the competition here, whereas they're kind of versing veterans of the sport, right? We have a invited team currently in the first position is a Revenant X-Spark. So this is really like student meets the master here.
Yeah. I think that could be the storyline for this matchup as of the moment. But yeah, strong picks once again for purple team. I haven't got the script as to the names of the teams. Oh, it's Revenant X-Spark. Oh yeah, I remember. And Team Fly. So it's going to be the battle of India versus Indo. So we're going to see a lot of action here. And speaking of action, the picks here for the side of Team Revenant, I think it's kind of interesting because Mamoswine being played into their lineup. How do you feel about that?
I mean, Mamoswine is just a great defender at the moment, just to stop any person from coming out into the backline here. Ice Fang proving to be very, very, very effective in isolating individuals, right? And it's all about protecting this Miraidon at the back. I think Miraidon, in the recent times, it is just one of those Pokemons with ridiculous range and ridiculous damage. And I think having a Dark Urshifu or Single Strike Urshifu coming out from Mike Tam and 67 picking up that Mimikyu, they have one target, and I think one target only. It is to subdue Extol on this Miraidon, and then they can deal with the rest of the team. Because if they don't, if no one runs at this Miraidon, this is going to have, it's kind of like a Venusaur with even more range and more damage with consistent, with how the charge beam works, right? You charge up 2 arrows, and then suddenly you have this absolute
laser
dominating beam laser, exactly, that just shreds to enemy defenses. So I'm keen to see how Fly actually plays through this.
Yeah, because that's like the thing here. It's either it's going to be the Urshifu that's like going to catch this Miraidon on the back, or it would be this Mimikyu, possibly with the Shadow Sneak. Who knows? But I think that's their main priority as of the moment, because if they don't get Cecil out in this Miraidon, they're just going to get wiped out. I mean, there's also the Sylveon for the side of Team Fly, and one thing that I've been very curious about is that isn't the rework on Sylveon too strong? Because like the hyper voice is like the size of a protractor, so it just hits everything.
Point, but I don't know whether Mystical Fire, or Hyper Voice can be picked up by this person. I feel like it's probably better to play the Mystical Fire set just because you give that a little bit of sustain and mobility to run at the backline of Revenant X-Spark. So regardless, we'll find out in a second. But what I do know now is Mike Tam's going to go into the central area as the Cubfu there. No invades coming out from Revenant, but there is going to be XS just checking whether, getting vision for the team just in case. They need to protect this Cubfu, don't they? It needs to grow up to an Urshifu ASAP.
Yeah, because problems will start arising if their Cubfu wouldn't be able to evolve right away. And speaking of right away, I think there's going to be a problem here down bottom lane, and there's going to be some action at the top lane as well. There's going to be the first trade, and it's going to be Team Fly for the first KO of this match. That Mimikyu takes down the Sword Dog. That is onto the top lane. It was a nice interaction there, but I think Team Revenant X-Spark could have won that exchange if they were to wait to hit their level 4s, because that's their power spike, right?
And here comes the Urshifu though online. Now, not actually aiming to ambush the top path here. They're actually looking at the bottom path, and I think maybe it's because they know Ruben is also there. So a 3-on-3 action as the 850 birds will be spawning at the moment, and here comes the wicked blow, soaking up all that experience. But then I think Phantom might be caught out here, Carry, as teams are just heading back. No charge being at the moment from Maridon, and I think that's great play for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean that's a great play for both of the teams, but you can see already that the problem that this Maridon is going to like bring into the table. But speaking here, I think Ruben just overextended, but here comes the Maridon to try and clean up for the team. He's going to get one. He's going to get Mike Tam, but he's going to get chased down by the two members here. It's going to be a trade, but one scary Maridon. You just know the damage that Pokemon can just deal.
Yeah, it looks like XS is also going to go down to Hooper there, so that's going to be a double, I think, for Team Revenant X-Bots. Now, importantly, you know, Maridon obviously doing so much damage, but it doesn't have a lot of mobility, so having Sylveon run after it with Mystical Fire is going to be crucial for them indeed. So, all the farm in the middle is just going to go to Revenant X-Bots. I think the Elder Gods are the only person trying to contest it, but, you know, it might be in a bit of a tough situation now as Zacian and both the Piloswine going to be rushing this little supporter on the side of Fly, unable to get out perhaps. Raz is trying the best of trying to get maybe a stack in or make it back to pad, some sort of value on the map there. But looking at the level, so it is going to be Revenant X-Spark to hit their first Pokemon with a Unite move. Leafeon Ruben has that level 8 already. I think it's going to be very effective in this fight coming up at 720.
Yeah, and it's very scary as well because taking it into consideration, like the central laner for the side of Team Fly is already level 7, but it gets shut down, and now there's going to be a 2KO down bot, and this Leafeon is just, you know, getting whatever he wants together with this Maridon that's just going to get so much value there as well, getting KOs and dumping down the 40 points down bottom lane. 105 to 4 is now the current score. This Leafeon is just getting the free stacks, but you know, that's not kind of worth it. I think that's kind of greedy for the side of Ruben there, but still, a 3KO is a 3KO at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Ruben definitely got greedy there for the stack, but going down to Trevenant is not as bad than going down to some of the carry mons coming out from Fly here. So I guess decisions, right? Whether that one stack is going to be worth it, we'll find out. Smoy is going to be hitting that level 8 very, very soon, so does have that Fairy Frolic ready to go, and definitely can tank some of that charge being coming out with that Unite move. I think Sylveon is a great sustain, kind of like a pseudo tank if you think about it with this Unite move. But it seems like, you know, most of Fly is going to actually pivot down to the bottom path. There's Zacian using the Sovereign Sword to take down the Mimikyu, and it seems like they're going to be able to get that top objective uncontested. You know, I can say the same about Fly, as they were going to be able to do a Registeel. So really one apiece for the objectives at the moment, but we do have that top pad about to be broken, I think, by the Leafeon soon. They do break it indeed, and that Regieleki is looking to walk into that top pad.
I think like Fly won that kind of exchange because if you're going to like consider the early stages of the match, they were like kind of trailing. They were trailing by a lot, mind you, and you know they're just going to get the free trade for like the Regis because like their top path is just, you know, it's just broken at that point. But speaking of broken, I think their second goal zone onto the top lane will be broken as well, as there's going to be a two-man push here with the Zacian and the Leafeon. But the response coming in from Fly, they were just there in time, but yeah, I think Revenant X-Spark, though Fly might have gotten a little value, Revenant X-Spark just flipped the script around.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good defense coming out from Fly, but it does take up the time of two members, though. Both the defenders and the supporter is going to be just locked into jail for a little bit of time. Now, importantly, I want to see Fly actually try to break a pad early on, because, you know, this Hooper is just going to be able to pull people up and down, and if that's the case, Fly's going to be severely out-rotated there. A bit of action in the top path, as the bottom path there, as this Urshifu is trying to get away. Zacian now running after this Dark Bear there, uses the Unite move once again to just slice and dice that Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center as they look to push this bottom pad there. Meanwhile, on the top, it seems like another scrimmer is going on. A lot of split fighting here, I think, in this team. You know, it seems like there's pads broken on top, action coming in the bottom. I think either Fly has an idea to split push, or whether it's just a little bit of a scramble from both of these teams. Who knows? What I do know that is we still have Remnant X-Sparks in the level lead there. There goes another one to Zacian. I mean, Crowley is getting some levels indeed here, Kari.
Yep. And that's the thing for like Fly. If they made the fight so scrappy and messy, like taking all parts of the map, but as you can see, the score is kind of, you know, closing in a little bit. It's 179 to 120. Also, the levels. There's not much of a level lead for the side of Revenant X-Spark, and I think Fly has, you know, made quite a great move. And speaking of a great move, they're going to pick off that Mama Swine there down bottom, and they're going to have this Earthship which just take down this Reggie Eleki, and I think it will be too late before response comes for the side of Revenant X Spark. And once again, they're just getting these fights left and right, down and bottom path, but they're getting value bit by bit. And I think that if they're going to keep this up, I think sometime soon they would need to fight like, as a full team.
Yeah, I mean, the Phantom Forest comes out, nearly taking out Lethio. Yes, it does, but meanwhile, all that is happening. The top Reggie actually walks into the pad. So this is a fantastic, I guess, prioritization of the path here for Fly. They take another one down of the Zacian. They're actually going to go ahead, breaking that top tier 2 pad. I mean, Mimikyu might not be able to get out there, but they've done their job, haven't they? They've now exposed this top pad here for a possible third Reggie Eleki if it will spawn in time. Meanwhile, there is also pressure coming out of Fly in this bottom pad there. I guess Trevin has to go out, seeing that Hooper is now bringing people back in. But, I mean, this really nullifies some of Hooper's ability to pull people up and down, because there's no more pad up top here, Carry, as they're going to be fighting for this Regirock.
Yeah, as they fight for this Regirock right now, we're going to see the Charge Beam here. There's going to be one pick off here for the side of Cecil, and now there's going to be 4 members left for the side of Team Fly. Can you secure this one? Here comes the punch coming in from the Dark Shifu, but it's a bit too early. But still, they get the Regirock, and now the advancements coming in from the Revenant X Spark. The Revenant, the Sparks coming in from Cecil. It's just too much for them to handle. Mike Sam now trying to get down to the back lane, but he will miss his target, but he will get shut down instead. And now there's going to be the Mimikyu left, but they're going to call it quits, and I think Revenant X Spark got a little bit of something there, but at the end of the day, Fly won the middle stages of the match.
Yeah, even though Fly has been winning some of these engagements, it's actually going to be Revenant X Sparks with that level lead. Zacian, already level 14, might get caught out here, has to quickly back away as the Missile Fire will come out from Shmoy. I guess, this is going to be a little bit tense, right? First requires a fight of tonight to match up there. Round 2 of the Asia Cup qualifiers. Let's see what happens there, as it seems like maybe an early engagement, early poke coming out from Revenant Sparks. We want to see some sort of Urshifu Unite onto this Miraidon.
Yeah, we want to see that happen indeed, but I think things are kind of looking bad for the side of Fly. They're kind of pinched here, and there's no eject button left for their Trevenant, but Phantom Force is going to be committed here. But the Mamoswine as well going to force that Unite to just, buy space for his teammates. And now this Mimikyu just trying to access the back lane, but there's going to be too much damage for the side of Team Revenant X Spark. But there's no trades still happening for the side of Fly, and I think that they would need to do something, and they would need to do something quick, because this Miraidon is getting every damage and every space that he wants. Rings and Bound now being forced. There's going to be stuns onto 4 members, and the sword is going to slash them and slice them through. And there now is going to be the chase for the side of Revenant X Spark. What can Team Fly do? Yes, they can wait for their teammates, but Team Revenant X Spark, I think they need to start this Rayquaza.
Yes, they do indeed. Now, we do have Mimikyu with their Unite move back, though. They can actually lock down one of the Pokemon, though. They are lacking members, as it is going to be a 4v2 action. Mimikyu, Relentless, pops out the Mammoth Mash to stay sustained. Play With Me has to play in response to that to actually stay in the fight. We have a huge link from the Shadow Seed to go through the Rayquaza. It's so low. Oh! Ice Bank to stop the Mimikyu from going to the center there. Huge move by the Mamo there, and that's going to allow Revenant X Spark to actually get that Rayquaza with only seconds to go on the clock. Here comes some Hundo Burgers up the top and bottom. 84 by the Zacian as well. That's going to send them in the lead, and I mean, for a first match of the night, what a fiery, tense exchange, Carry. And I mean, I know Fly is a new Indonesian team, but damn, do they play well. And I think they put up a great fight in this first game against Revenant.
Yeah, it's wow. I literally couldn't say anything, but that fight was pretty intense, if I must say so, because at first it kind of looked good for the side of Team Fly once they got the Unite moves here of Team Revenant X Spark, but then again that Miraidon just lived a little bit too long, and it caused problems for them, and it cost them the game. Yeah, I think that's just the story. That's just how the story goes, as you said. If you don't get the Miraidon, it will do so much damage coming in from the back lane, and indeed it does.
I think the damage profile really just paints the picture, right? 35% of the damage coming out from EXO here on that Miraidon. And it's really, really interesting because we have both Urshifu and Mimikyu having those single target Unite moves, and none of them actually landed on Miraidon. And that has to give credit to the rest of Revenant Xbox because they were able to protect this Pokemon. And given how strong it is, it really did rip through the rest of Team Fly here. So I'm keen to see whether Miraidon actually gets banned out for the second game here, Kari. Is it that going to be a good move to kind of counter, I guess, the pressure that Miraidon does give, and I guess give a little bit of reprieve to the rest of the teammates so they don't have to dive that hard?
Yeah, I think, maybe they can, ban out this Miraidon, or maybe they could just, get the Leafeon instead to just access it. You're just going to push a single button with the Unite move, because with the Urshifu, I think it kind of, it's kind of slow. But with the Leafeon option, it could be kind of a swift take onto the Miraidon. But yeah, a respect ban should be given, I think, because it just really proved so much problems. And mind you, that Miraidon wasn't fed early game. It just, became active or online onto the latter stages of the match. So I think they need to ban it.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because if you're thinking of banning Miraidon here on the side of Fly, you are going to give up one of the new Pokemons. Because from the last game, both Darkrai and Psyduck were banned for Fly there. So I don't know, is it give a Psyduck to something like Revenant Xbox? I'm sure if Psyduck was available, these teams would be picking up them in a heartbeat. That Pokemon is one of the most, I guess, overtuned, versatile Pokemon at the moment. It can act as your tank, it can act as your supporter, it can act as your crowd control Pokemon, it can act as your supporter in terms of running around, getting vision as well. Surf is just incredibly fun to play as well. So I do anticipate them having to decide, like you said, whether it is needed to respect ban here, EXO, and given the caliber of talent that Revenant Xbox has, I'm sure if you ban one Pokemon, they have something in return that has the same amount of range, maybe not as much as damage. So regardless, if the principle is still there, can we access the attack from the back? And what type of draft does Fly need to bring in to literally fly across the defenders and the all-rounders of Revenant Xbox and actually access the backline? Maybe it's Talonflame time, Kari. Have you ever thought about that? And maybe it goes akin to the name, and maybe it's a secret strategy that I'm going to bring in the second game.
Yeah, I think Talonflame is actually a good, good consideration, because with the Fly, who's going to stop you? You're just in the air, There's like no defender that's just going to disrupt your momentum, or just going to reach you, or just going to poke you out. And I think that possibly they would just ban it, or just give it, it's a pick your poison type of scenario right now, because remind you, Team Fly has the first pick advantage, so I think they can just leave open the Psyduck probably and just ban out the Miraidon. But I think Team Revenant will just ban the yeah. See, there's just many options currently available for the side of Team Fly right now, because they having the first pick option. I think they're going to utilize it to its maximum potential.
Yeah, so Psyduck and Darkrai are going to be banned from Revenant Xbox, though. So basically, if you're in the position 2 for banning, or picking rather, you're going to be banning those two Pokemon. But it does allow Mimikyu to come on board. But Miraidon, probably going to be picking up that Exo here. I mean, don't fix what's not broken, right? It worked so well last game. In return, we have the Mimikyu prioritization, which is, I know how strong Mimikyu is, but I think showing Mimikyu so early is just going to be a little bit hard, because you can just play around there and you're sending a message to the enemy team saying that, this is going to be my main carry Pokemon. Play Pokemon such as Mamo that can isolate me. Play Pokemon such as maybe Clef or any sort of high stun type, I guess, matchups. And then I don't know whether 67 is going to actually have the best time here. They are going to be looking to respond to this Mamo Miraidon with something like a Blissey, though. I don't know whether Shmoy will return as the Sylveon there. They're actually going to go for the Trevenant to lock it in for excess.
I think at least now, the composition for the side of Team Fly is kind of more bulky, but still the problem still arises with the, as you can say, the Miraidon onto the back lane. What answer will you have for it? Because I don't think that a Mimikyu would just cut it. I don't think that the Mimikyu is just a straight answer for this Miraidon, but I think they still have two picks, and I think that they would either pick a Talonflame, like you suggested, because as I remembered, Mike Tam is a Talonflame player. I was just going to say it. I was literally just about to say it. Mike Tam is a Talonflame player, as I remembered back in my competitive days, if you might say so. He really uses this Pokemon, and he uses it well. So I think that about time that they bring out the bird.
Yeah, I think it's just as we manifested maybe like 5 minutes ago, we did think about whether Talonflame is going to be the Pokemon of choice, maybe the Seeker strategy here. And it might just work against something like a Miraidon because, like we talked about, Miraidon doesn't have that much mobility. If you have something like a Fly and they don't have Eject, that is going to do some massive damage. Now, we do have Comfy Zora coming out, though, for Ruben and Vulcan here. And you know, having seen this duo, I guess, go off so often, they're really back now, and I think it definitely shows that Revenant Xbox has the confidence to play that combo here into something like a Trevenant there. There's not actually a lot of crowd control offered by Fly, apart from the Trevenant here, if you think about it. Espeon obviously has the potential to stun with your Psyshock combo, but, you know, if they do go to Psyshock, they are going to be weak to something like a Speedster combo coming out from Ruben here. And obviously, Crowley on that Zacian once again, it's going to be I guess, a mountain to kind of watch out for, because Zacian can really go anywhere, and we saw how good he used his Unite move last game to really just slice through a lot of the attackers and the front lines of Fly here. So game number 2 here, I mean, this is really important for Fly to win this. Take it till game 3. If not, they're going to be sent to the losers bracket today.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I think for the side of Team Revenant though, can they pull this lineup, you know, up against a very solid, I think Team Fly's composition, I favor it more in this matchup, because having the Trevenant and having the Blissey, you know, you just have your two standard kind of bulky Pokemons to support and sustain the team, together with that Talonflame that can just access the back lane. Because what we're going to see here is probably the Comfy is going to be attached to the Zoroark and not the Miraidon for majority of the game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't have a lot of Pokemon that can actually stop the Zoroark once it comes online. So I'm keen to see how Fly actually plays this. We're going to be starting off here in the bottom part there. Swinub just making space already for the team to help the Miraidon along. Meanwhile, Mimikyu's looking for some attack weak stacks. And we have the Zoroark going to the central area for Revenant there, just to make sure they get 5 there. No invades for either of these teams. And that's going to be the first pick now on the side of Revenant. They're going to take down this Mimikyu early on. Comfy and Zacian are winning against this I guess Blissey combo, or Chansey rather, up in the top part there, as we see another ambush by Fly into the bottom part there, and they're going to be good. That's going to be good to take down that Swinub and perhaps send this Miraidon back into that Flux zone, and I'm not sure they can actually stop any of these scores coming through. So a lot of prioritization from Fly for that bottom part there. They don't really care about this Mimikyu at the moment.
Yeah, but the problem, once again, for the side of Fly is there's going to be a trade down bottom. As you can see, oh wow, the Zoroark just picked up 2 KOs down there and just, you know, turned the game on its head. But speaking of turning it on its head, I think this Zacian is going to get turned on as well here onto the top lane. 3 members for the side of Team Fly. Yeah, I think just going to back away, but the berries is just going to be so much healing for this Zacian, and I think he can just turn it around. Sacred Sword now being used and being popped, but the call for Team Fly is just back away. But oh no, here comes the Zoroark down at the back lane, picking up the Mimikyu together. Oh, there's not going to be another KO, but Ruben and this Comfy is just having their way this game.
Yeah, it's just nothing to really stop this Zoroark at the moment. The Trevenant is bot side though, and it's just a juicy meal for a Comfy Zoroark duo. Now we have the burst spawning in about a second, and I think the Blissey is just going to go down straight away. XS trying to see whether they can actually poke something out, but actually retreating is probably the best idea. None of their attackers are going to be close to them as well, so not a lot of damage now available. They are looking for something in the bottom part though. Charge Beam already available for Exo here, so this is another Pokemon yet again for this little Fletchinder to dive there. Mike Tam not able to get out the huge eject play to take that down, and I mean Miraidon on that level 7, the Zoroark now hitting that level 9. It's just gonna be a tough mountain, I think, for Fly to do anything at the moment. We have the Psyshock, a movement of choice for Shmoy here, so I mean they need to land this, so something has to stop this Zoroark at the moment.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to be negative about this one, I think it's looking a little bit too dark now for the side of Team Fly, because it's a level 9 Zoroark and it's a level 8, almost a level 9 Miraidon. And speaking of a level 9 Zoroark, here he is. He's just going to slice and dice between these 2 members here, and I think that they're not going to do anything about it. But oh wow, Mike Tam actually got something out of there. There's going to be a KO on to that Zoroark, but I don't think that was a necessary Unite move. But anyways, they got something, so hooray.
Yeah, I think Unite move going out there is quite important. So really make sure that they don't actually go down because they need to be available to defend this top pad there. Having the Zacian coming back as well. I think Brave Bird is very interesting coming out of Mike Tam. The damage that you can have on that Pokemon is going to be quite important. The Meteor will go through and actually secure that basement. Reggie here carry the SP not able to do that in time. But here comes the Brave Bird though, but will get shredded down immediately. I mean, it was a good attempt, and don't forget, every single Pokemon you get hit with a Brave Bird has the resets on Aerial Ace. But you need a little bit of time, right, before you can actually get those resets. And unfortunately, the amount of damage coming out from Zoroark and the Miraidon is going to be too hard. And that also means that Reggie, like, he's going to walk into the top as well. Zacian able to do it for their team. I mean, points-wise, not too much of a disparity, and I love the fact that Fly is holding their position here. But, you know, something is going to have to change in the way they approach the next fight there, because, like I said, the Miraidon is not really getting touched, nor is this Ruben on that Zoroark.
Yeah, Ruben is just, you know, he's just having his way this game, especially for Cecil. He has been doing this Miraidon gameplay ever since like game number 1. And in game number 2, the difference is that he got the early game that he wanted. He's now currently level 12. Along with this Zoroark that is also going to be level 12, and this poor Treven is just going to get left alone, scratched, sliced and diced. Here, he's just going to prolong the inevitable at this point, and there's going to be a KO for the side of Ruben. But here, there you go. Something that is going to land for the side of Team Fly, that Mimikyu from level 9 to level 11 instantly. That's a lot of shutdown XP that is going to be provided here for the side of Revenant X-Pork.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mimikyu is now level 11, which is quite close now, given the fact that it was struggling a little bit throughout the first few minutes there. A massive side shock there to stun that Miraidon. I mean, I do anticipate if you have a good stun, a Brave Bird Aero Ace combo could be deadly into the side of Revenant X-Spark there. So I'm keen to see whether the teams will prioritize the top or bottom part there. They're both going to be spawning a relative around the same time there. We do have more members of, I guess, both teams in that bottom part there. Only a Mimikyu against the two Comfy and Zash up top though. Mimikyu will have its Unite move, so it has the potential to really turn things around for their team. Let's see whether they get caught out here as they move through the central area of the enemy team. Looks like Fane is going to be good enough. The Play With Me will go through though. Doesn't manage to pick up anyone. Mamoswine goes down, however, with the Bliss Assistant saving Mike Tan there. As the Meteor Shower will go down a little bit. Remember, the Miraidon doesn't have to use the entire Unite move to get a little bit of charge back. Here comes the Brave Bird going in. The full heal from the Zacian will keep them out of the fight there. Psychic Soleil does not connect at all, so what a waste of Unite, unfortunately, for Smoy, as they look to just pivot away. The Mamoswine Ice Fang is going to be a little bit scary as team looks to take this fight there. Huge chunk from XS there, has to eject out of the way. I mean, it's going to be so hard for something like a tree when you're getting isolated every single time by this Mamoswine.
Yeah, but the problem once again now for Team Fly is that they they gave all of their resources from that, little scuffle and just got what, a Mamoswine as their prize. I think that it wasn't that much of, a good trade for them, but I mean, it's way better than them being picked off, and dying to the hands of like Team Fly. So I think that, I don't know, it's hard to say because some of the Pokemons actually use their Unite moves kind of a little bit too late into the matchup, and they would need to farm up, to get those timers up and ready. And speaking of ready, that Mamoswine right there was ready for that Trevenant as he's going to get picked off there as Cecil is just dealing so much damage. I think this game is up to like this Talonflame, whether he's going to get access to the back lane. But the problem here is that, yes, what if he got access to the back lane? There is still that the threat of this Zoroark that is, level 14 currently. And there's also a Zacian that you would have to, take into consideration. And speaking of taking into consideration, 2 Pokemons are down for the side of Team Fly. Oh my, that was a Mimikyu and an Espeon, right?
I think there's more than that. They are also getting wiped in the bottom part there. We didn't get to see the fight there. And, I mean, Blissey not having the Unite move is going to be a little bit concerning. They should get it back soon. I don't think they united too late there. But I do know that the Comfy united at 250. So Comfy definitely not having the Unite move now for that start of that Rayquaza fight. And it could be the opening that Fly is looking for, though. Now, still no Unite move coming out of Blissey. I don't actually recall when they had it back. But it might be the call to actually push onto Revenant X-Bar here. They do have it. So they have the Unite advantage. They need to look for something here because they know the Comfy can't really save the Zoroark too much there. And like you said, it's going to be the onus on Mike Tam to actually engage and maybe get a good pick as will be the Espeon having that side shock available. Let's see whether they can do anything about it. Zorak and Comfy shown in the top part there. 67 really just kind of marking this Pokemon. We have Fly going to be back in the in terms of points, right? The onus is still on them to actually start this Rayquaza or get some back cap to kind of even out the play. Revenant X Sparks, they're not really, worried at all at the moment as the Zorak is getting sent to score there. And here comes the Enrage onto the Rayquaza there. Now we have a quick score from the Zorak. He's going to be heading back in as members of Fly. He's going to be pivoted out into the top half there. No connect on the Hornleech, unfortunately. And maybe we have a flank coming out from the Mimikyu there. He's going to play rough, go in. And he's going to land the play with me on the Zacian. So Zacian going to be taken down immediately. Blizzard is going on to the Trevenant to make sure that the maybe they can stay up into the front line. Phantom Forest to go through, but the Rayquaza is getting ripped already. Flame Shoot to go through. Half HP on the Rayquaza. A huge Unite move from the Zorak to take down a member of Fly there.
Mike Thomas down! Mike Thomas down!
Staying in. No, the Charge Beam is going to go through, picking off 3 members. Blissey goes down for the team, and he's only up to this Espeon hiding in the bushes there. But Revenant X Sparks, they are veteran of the sport, Harry. They're not going to start the Rayquaza at all.
I love the discipline coming in from Revenant X Spark. I was like in my head, go Rayquaza, go Rayquaza, go Rayquaza. But no, that was a nice pivot coming in for the side of Revenant X Spark. But it was kind of a good fight looking for the side of Team Fly because there was a nice engage. There was the pick off onto that Zacian, that Mimikyu actually finding its way onto the back lane. But once Cecil just got his spacing, it was just over from that point. And there we go. It's going to be a 2-0 for the side of Team Revenant X Spark as they would take this game number 2. And wow, that
actually held the ground, especially, kudos to Fly there, not losing too many of the pads there. Just at the end, I think Mimikyu targeting the Zacian instead of something like a Miraidon really cost them because apart from the Talonflame, there's no one else that can actually go onto Exo there. And yet again, Exo doing 32% of the team's damage, just so much coming out from that attacker there. And yes, shutting down Crowley was good, right? But Crowley, what was kind of the decoy there. I don't think Crowley was too important in that ending raid fight. It doesn't really matter if they do go down. At the end of the day, we have other secure potentials on the side of Revenant X Sparks though. But, it's like they say, you don't Revenant X Sparks is invited to the ACL for a reason, right? They are experienced. They do know the game very, very well there. But I do have to give credit where credit's due. I think Fly put up a decent fight in this matchup there. And I don't think, they're going to be too sad about it going to the losers bracket. They have still a chance to make it into that top 3 because they are going to be the top 3 qualifying for that playoffs coming in December 8th.
Yeah, actually, it was a nice showing for Team Fly as well. They showed their grit and their determination to have their shot at going head to head with these top teams that is currently Revenant X Spark. But kudos to Revenant X Spark for showing their dominance into that matchup. Actually, that lineup, the Zoroark and Comfy, I think it falls up at the latter stages of the match, and I think that that was the chance of Team Fly to actually go in and swoop for the win, but they didn't fully commit and they didn't find the Miraidon that they were constantly looking for the entire game. Therefore, it costed them possibly the series, and it costed them the series, obviously. Kudos to both teams, but this time around, it's going to be Team Revenant X Spark for taking the win.
Yeah, they're going to be moving into the next round there, one step closer to qualifying. And just a reminder to everyone, today's event is going to be sponsored by Exa. They have a new headset coming out, so please go check them out. Scared yet? Did you get to watch much of that gameplay? What are your thoughts about that set?
We already know the amount of experience that Revenant and X-Spark bring on the table. They have been in the scene for such a long time, also having the international experience as well in multiple scenarios. So, of course, they again display the exact same thing, and the coordination is always on point. I remember, Kaori, you mentioned about the fact that Fly really wanted to take down the Miraidon, but there was a big Mamoswine, right? Always around that one player. You cannot move through that. And that is where the coordination comes into the play as well, with the positioning, how they also had near the Rayquaza in that game number 2. They knew that they don't want to take the Rayquaza, they just want to force the members of Fly onto those awkward angles where the priority is in the hands of Revenant X Spark, and they did that perfectly as well.
Yeah, they did it, absolutely perfectly. But I think there might be a kind of a misstep there for the side of Team Revenant X Spark, which was, Crowley actually going down and probably
Yeah.
misjudging the damage that Mimikyu was about to offer. But still, it still worked out for them. It could have been way, way worse if like Mike Tam was there to like follow up once, the Mimikyu for Team Fly went down. But still, what happened already happened, and there you go. It's going to be a 2-0 for the side of Revenant X Spark, and they're a scary, scary team, and we'd have to watch them out. Are we going on a break for before the next match, or are we
We're
going to
going
continue?
to the next semifinals, or the actual semifinals of this bracket here. I think just to remind everyone what happened in the rest of the bracket while we're watching that game, Secret Rare actually went down to True Rippers in round one. God's Ren went down to Team QRS in round one as well. And obviously, we saw a Revenant X Spark takedown Fly as well. So we're going to keep you guys updated who is the winner between True Rippers and QRS. But while we're getting this next game set up, though, I mean, it's just like, I was really hoping to see the Psyduck or the Darkrai come out in that matchup, Kari, and I'm sure Scared Yet is sharing the same sentiment. But, obviously, both these games, as long as you're position 2, you're banning both of them. It's not what I've seen recently in the other tournaments that I've casted yet, but that just means that in this region, no one wants to play against it at all, whether it's Psyduck or the Darkrai. They rather playing to something like a Miraidon or a Zacian and giving both of them to the enemy team than face on any of these new Pokemon. I don't know whether this speaks about the volumes of how strong these new Pokemon are, or whether it's just like, you know what, it's just a little bit new. We don't know how to play this Pokemon yet. Let's just ban it so that we, don't put up with it for this important qualifier. Do you think it'll come out maybe later stages of this qualifier stage, or maybe even in the playoffs in about 2 weeks' time? Because that's really crunch time, right? People need to at least play into it to know what it feels like. Because, when the big stages come out, and you're forced to not ban one of these Pokemons, you need to have that experience, don't you?
Yeah, I do have the experience, and I think that when it comes to like the competitive scene, it's kind of it's either your team has a counter pick for it or like a strategy for it that you're going to leave it open. But in most scenarios or in most cases, you're going to get it banned, especially if you have like 2 bans. So what use would it be if you're not going to ban that one Pokemon unless it's going to your side? Because the other team that's like going to be second picking, they wouldn't want that Pokemon. And speaking of that Pokemon, it's kind of the only Pokemon in the meta right now that's just, kind of a auto win pick, because all of the Pokemons right now I think is balanced, but not like Darkrai and Psyduck. But Psyduck is just ridiculously strong as of the moment, so I think that it's going to be hard to see a Psyduck pick in this tournament, as all of the teams is going to be very, very wary of it.
Yeah, the Psyduck is going to be the auto win condition. I'm not sure whether that is going to be that strong, but I do agree that it is definitely on the over tune side of things. I think the other Pokemons to watch out for, a lot of these teams are playing, and I think allowed to play because Psyduck is banned, is that Mimikyu, right? I feel like Mimikyu has had its ups and downs with the competitive meta. There was a period where Mimikyu was, pretty much picked most of the games, and then it kind of went down a bit as we saw the resurgence of other all-rounders such as those Rapid Strike Shifus coming back into the play. Leafeon was really, really strong for a period of time as well. But now it's actually found the way back in. I feel like just Mimikyu looks good for a lot of these teams at the moment, because Darkrai, we know, has the shutdown move. We have Slowbro that people used to use a lot of time to shut it down. But, Slowbro doesn't do as much damage as Mimikyu, and the Unite move is essentially the same thing. So why not just pick Mimikyu in that case? I think we do have the next game ready to go, though, and I do presume it's going to be Scared Yet with me casting this. It is going to be between a True Rippers and QRS.
Absolutely. Really excited to see how it's going to go in this one. And I love the fact how we've been continuously talking about the fact that how Mimikyu is the one that kinda is left open in certain situations. This time, Twitterpers, they just decided that they're gonna first ban Mimikyu as well as Urshifu. And again, I guess the last 2 bans for always the orange side are going to be the Psyduck and the Darkrai. You can't really leave either of them open. So a few openings for the other side, Twitterpers. They can pick up the Miraidon if they want to, but oh, alright. I immediately forgot about the fact that Umbreon was still open.
I was gonna say Umbreon, being let out of ban jail here, Scared Yet, it's just a perfect position for Aizen to take it. I mean, it is that or Blissey, to be honest. And I think I do presume that we have the QRS going to be picking up the Blissey. Oh no, they don't. They're actually going to leave the supporter up for grabs there. Zula and Cern are looking to make sure that they get one of the best secure Pokemons on the field right now, Blaziken and Zula on the Leafeon as well. But that means Noxie gets that Blissey for free, and we have an Umbreon Blissey opening with the Miraidon. I mean, that is a core to be scared of.
I really hope that there's any possibility for Zula on the Leafeon to try and capture Kyle on the Miraidon. Otherwise, I don't think so there's going to be any possibility for their side to try and win this one out with such a solid front line coming in the form of Aizen on that Umbreon. And then there's Blissey, who got the buff as well a couple of patches ago. I am kind of scared, but I guess so, alright, if they really can work around with the way. Now, Hoopa is a pretty decent pick as well, and at the same time, Lapras might actually work out for them because, again, you've basically given up 3 of the great picks, but you still have taken some which you might as well be very comfortable with. Plus, as you mentioned, a super solid secure in the form of Blaziken. I think so they're going to play for those neutral objectives, and we might as well see a few steals left, right.
Yeah, and I think in response, we have Magnus going up with the Garchomp, and we have a return of Zorak. We have Bora picking that up as well. Now, Doc has been really good on their defender journey. I feel like I'm a big fan of their Trevenant normally, but they've actually picked up the Lapras here. And, you know, Lapras, as we mentioned a little bit before, it has really come back into the competitive in the aspect of, you know, as a damage defender. Like, just like the Trevenants back in the day, playing in the top path here, we actually will have an XP share Pikachu actually coming out from Doc. So he's going to be basically playing the defender today, but it is not a normal defender. I think Pikachu doesn't need too much. We'll be sharing that XP with Bisslay to make sure that they will get that level 9 ASAP. And then guess what? The Lapex Express can come out here scared yet to really get to the back lines all the way to the map with its speed, and then maybe knock up Kal-El on that Miraidon as well. So, you know, only time will tell. Not a traditional, you know, defender coming out from Bisslay, as, you know, Aizen is going to be playing 4 true Rippers there. But I think on paper, both these teams look very good for their drafts.
Yeah, they look very good. I'm going to agree as well, because as you mentioned, Lapras is going to make sure that you eventually have a way to jump towards that Miraidon. Plus, at the same time, Hoopa as well, right? You can create those portals, get your team back healed up, move up again into the fight. He's been showing up a lot lately as well, but as you mentioned, it's going to be a fun matchup to see, but it totally depends on which team is much more comfortable on their own Pokemons, because sometimes there have been situations that you can pick up all the meta Pokemons that you really want to, but if you're not very comfortable and if your opponent, they pick up some decent Pokemons too, but they know all the ins and outs of them, then still the team that actually did not go for full meta will win it out. So you've got to be wary about this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have a Pikachu against, you know, 2 electric Pokemons on both sides here, going up against each other in the bottom part there. Lapras opting to just try to secure as much as possible, getting those stacks in. It does have the special attack specs, needing to get at least 6, you know, for that damage buff. Meanwhile, looking at the mini-map, a little bit of a trouble for True Rippers there, as the Leafeon's going to soak up that red buff. So, you know, that's exactly what you want to see from a Leafeon, right? Just pressure from the get-go, suppressing the Zorak, making sure it doesn't evolve for those 850 birds coming up. It is just shy of 5 at the moment, and I think Zula did a fantastic job there.
Yeah, this is the main part about the entire team play, where you have to play aggressive. You have to deny that farm to Zoroark. You've got to make sure that he does not hit his power spike. And at the same time, you on the Leafeon can also hit your power spike very soon. So I like the idea. Now the win condition is going to rely on Miraidon and how solidly he can farm up. So the conditions are clearly set for this early game. But a very early win already coming in. True Rippers, they've got to be a bit more careful about their own farm, right? Almost every single thing being lost. But luckily, this one was not.
Yeah, and just to inform, I just got heard from production, this actually ups the stakes for this team because it is actually the 3rd game now that we're spectating. They've played the first 2, ladies and gentlemen, so it's a 1 apiece. And if it doesn't mean that this game, you know, means more to both of these teams, everyone wants to go through the winner's bracket to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah.
There. So, I mean, we're really upping the stakes now, aren't we?
It's going to be even more important. A do or die for both of them, as you mentioned too. And in that situation, when you already have got the lead, QRS, they're going to be having fun, and you can clearly see in the minimap as well, the domination over towards the top, it's also there, and they're also having the control of the mid Altrosis too. They're going to steal all of that away, but alright, I believe that last one was taken by Miraidon. That's about it. Now we're going to see some engage over towards the top, possibly. But I like the discipline that's coming in from True Rippers, right? They're not overextending, they're not overstaying. They know when their power spikes are going to hit, and they're just trying to play in a bit more poke game so that Miraidon can just jump in and execute them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And by getting that pick on Hooper means no portal for the next minute or so. As Electrical will go through the dive with the Razor Leaf is going to be good enough to take down the Zoroark there. And the Pikachu using Volt Tackle to just make sure this Leaf gets out. Actually, it's better. Lapras actually taking down Goodbye as well. So, I mean, this is the beautiful nature of that Volt Tackle, isn't it? I mean, something like a Goodbye, if it's not in that unstoppable mode, it's going to be stunned for quite a period of time. Zoroark also not liking Volt Tackle at all means this Pikachu pick is actually really decent for them as they look to head into this bottom part there. The basement Reggie will be spawning here scared yet. Oh my god, just makes that knocked out. The Zula, yeah, Zula will go down to Miraidon. Actually, I was going to say they might have gotten out there, but Miraidon having that range is just going to be possible for them. And now they don't have any firepower in the basement Reggie. I mean, this Regice is going to be uncontested, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to be uncontested, but at the same time, Blaziken is just going to do a bit of that chip damage onto the tower as well, getting a big bomb of 30. And at the same time, Zoroark, oh my god, picks off Pikachu. So even though you got a big pick, you still have lost the tier 1 over towards the bot as well. Now Lapras going to be in a bit of trouble too. Even though Garchomp was taken down on the other side. Blissey finally catching that pick. True Rippers, they've got their priorities set, but over towards the top, that's where the Regieleki was, and it was eventually taken by Leafeon. But here's the thing, if you look at overall trade, it still is in the favor of the other side. True Rippers, they're still on the back foot.
Yeah, they definitely are, but you know, they do have 2 level 9s on their team though, so that's quite important there. And don't forget, some teams, they like to prioritize different path there. You know, it's okay to lose an objective if you have some sort of value coming on the top side. Having Hooper though, I do anticipate them being able to rotate in and out quite frequently here. And while we get this little, I guess, technical difficulty sorted, I mean, just looking at the minimap right now, we are seeing still a Goodbye coming out. It is 4 minutes into the game. We need to see a Garchomp ASAP, Scared.
Yeah, true. I was about to say, you know, the main fact about the Pikachu versus a Garchomp is that Pikachu kind of comes online faster than Garchomp, and you've kind of got those skills as well with the utilities that can help you in the team fight or at least annoy the heck out of the other side. Garchomp, he can't really do that, so that's going to be a big problem. And considering the fact that he was already taken out a couple of times in the early fight over towards the top, it's going to also further delay his own power spike. And that's one of the reasons why True Rippers, they eventually left that idea entirely and went directly towards the bot. They did not even decide to fight for the Regieleki. They clearly went towards the bot where they know that the Zoroark as well as Miraidon would be able to help out in that fight.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's just quite important here. I guess while we sort this technical difficulty out, because you know, if you're looking at the all rounders, right, on both these teams that are bringing it out. The fact that obviously Garchomp is great, being unstoppable with his Unite move, for being able to shred objectives. It is actually going to be the all-rounder Blaziken on the opposite team that has that potential to not only scale with the Garchomp, but able to have that secure potential we talked about. And, you know, from my experience in a lot of this competitive tournaments, at the end of the day, when it comes to crunch time, Scared, and it's one apiece, right? Whoever wins that fight or you know, a small decision making or the last 2 minutes of a game will win the entire set to move on to the winners bracket. You know, in this case, it'll be the semifinals. Having some sort of reassurance that your Pokemon is a great way to secure the Rayquaza actually gives the team a little bit more calmness, because you know, you have that insurance policy, and when things go wrong and you get a secure on Rayquaza, a lot of the times, right, you're going to be able to win the game. Whereas if you're playing that Garchomp set, you're really just thinking of team fighting. You need to wipe the team in order to win the fight. So I guess both teams have different ups and downs and benefits of each other. I mean, on the side of QRS, they probably are looking and banking their hopes and dreams of going to the semifinals on this Blaziken.
I was about to say the exact same thing as well. You basically stole the words out of my mouth. And it was the fact that even though they might lose that early to mid game, they're absolutely fine as long as Blaziken is still farming up and he is basically on par with Zoroark, so that he does not get out damaged by anyone on the other side, because you mentioned about that secure, and that is a tables turner. Back when Rayquaza was not a thing back when we had Zapdos. I believe most of the time teams really just used to play for that last 2 minute game where they would just steal away the Zapdos and then they'd be like, all right, now we all jump in, we go score. Does not matter who's been winning for the first 8 minutes. It was the last 2 minutes that always mattered, which has now kind of updated and has been changed to a situation where you constantly have to score. You've got to get those stacks up on your items as well. And at the same time, now you don't really have that luxury of just going in and scoring, because now the Rayquaza gives you a shield. If that shield gets broken, you can't really have that less of a timer and score. You still have to wait for everything else. So that's also going to be an important factor if you're talking about it, because every single time during that Rayquaza fight, the team that is in the lead for the first 8 minutes will always try to take you down rather than the Rayquaza. Just like how in the previous game Revenant X-Park did as well for the opponents that is Fly. So I think so that is going to be the idea for True Rippers as well, because I kind of feel that it is the play style or the macro idea of the South Asian teams in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just South either. I think it's just any region. It's just important not to kind of rush the Rayquaza fight if you're ahead, right? And I think in that game you talk about between Revenant X-Sparks and Fly, if you know you're 200 points ahead and you have so much map control of the Rayquaza pit, there's absolutely no need to really rip that Rayquaza, because you're going from like pretty much a 90% win of the fight to a 50-50 flip sometimes, right? And obviously, even if you trust some certain characters on your team or certain Pokemons to secure the Rayquaza, there's always that chance, right? That maybe in between ticks, for example, you're able to secure the Rayquaza. And there's multiple games I can think of where, things are going so well for one team. They were dominating all 8 minutes, but they were like, you know what? Let's just rip the Rayquaza. And then, the most random Pokemon on the enemy team secures it. And suddenly, the tables turn. And then, dunks are coming through for the team, because Rayquaza obviously gives the shield, right? But it also provides additional damage as well. And when you have, your already strong scaled all-rounders up with an additional damage buff coming out from the objective, a lot of the times your teams are going to be wiped out and not going to be able to be up to defend those pads. And there's nothing worse than losing after winning the whole 8 minutes yet.
Yeah, I mean, it basically is a mental breaker at that point. So that's one thing. And I know everyone's been wondering, so when are we gonna be going back into the game, ladies and gentlemen? We've just got the confirmation. We've got everything sorted out. We'll be moving into the game in the maximum of couple of minutes. But at the same time, Fu, there has been certain developments in the entire game itself that I believe people might not actually really love. We're going to be restarting that game. The draft is going to remain exactly the same, ladies and gentlemen. So that's one thing. But that early game disadvantage, or you could say that the early game advantage that True Rippers had, that's going to be nullified. So now we are going back to the square one. We're back on the drawing boards. You've got to start everything anew.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was actually quite close, but you are right. True Rippers did have some sort of early game pressure there. But something that they probably anticipate now is Zula going in for the invade again, which was what they did with the Hooper before. So perhaps the Blissey or Noxie will be there to help out just in case the red buff will be taken once again. And that's exactly, I think, what Zula needs to do, though. He needs to continue applying the pressure. Even if they aren't successful, it does have that, mental toil on the enemy's central area player, right? Because if you know or constantly think that someone is going to be contesting your farm, then the whole point of going to the central area is really nullified, right? You're supposed to get level 5 pretty easily. But we're going to see as we head into this game number 3 of our matchups between True Rippers and QRS. Important game, as we said before. And as expected, Noxie will be in the central area here.
Yeah, he knew that that's going to happen. But here's the thing, my question is, can QRS afford to play passive? Because of the amount of solid Pokemons that there are on the other side, you kind of have to have that early game advantage, that early game pressure on the other side to make sure that Zoroark is not having fun time in his own jungle. But now you can't really do that because, as you said, Noxie will be there for the support as well. But hold on a second. Oh my god, Hoopa. That's such an early pick, that on the Garchomp. And it's basically the same start just like the previous game for that one guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes yet again a story we've seen so often before. Zula getting in some stacks after getting a great ambush there as they're going to head up back into that pad, ready for those 850 birds there. I do, want to see, a little bit more help for maybe the bot part there to rotate up for those 850 birds. but it doesn't matter. It seems like both the central area Pokemon on these teams are going to be actually pivoting to the bottom side here. So padding down into the bottom pad, 850 birds will come online here, Scared, as it's going to be a clash of everyone using the move at the exact same time, but it's actually going to be True Rippers to rip through QRS. And I come out on top in this first engagement.
Yeah, a couple of level 5s as well already on their board. Now that's one thing that I think so QRS would be okay with, because they're still even with those levels. But hold on a second, that's a good amount of poke already coming in. But alright, Hooper getting some of that HP back as well at the same time, so is going to survive. But again, the question still lies. Garchomp still level 4, struggling out of there. So do you think QRS should eventually play in over towards the top side more than the bottom side to try and pressurize that area at least? Because I think so far now they just want to go and brute force their way through the defenses of True Rippers, which I don't personally feel is the best way possible for them to win.
I think it's just maybe they had an incline that Bora will be going to that bottom part there. But, Bora able to soak up a lot of that XP, if not all of the XP there. QRS opting to go for that score and break that top pad, which is what you said before, right? Maybe they just prioritize a different path instead. Now, breaking that top pad early means that all those Indeedee is going to be available early as well for True Rippers to soak up, and that's exactly what Goodbye is doing. Here comes a bit of feint attack coming from the Bora. Zorak has to pop the full here, trying to get out there. Zula looking for something a little bit more. Does manage to get the pick, so they will go and get that experience lead against the enemy central area there. Hooper bringing a porter down just to send the Blaziken back up, probably in preparation for these 820 birds as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, and after that they can also try and prioritize the Regieleki as well over towards the top. That's a big win and a big pick by the Leafeon over Zoroark, so Zoroark definitely facing some struggles out there. Not the kind of opening that you really anticipated. True Rippers, even though they technically had the advantage, if not in terms of the score, at least for the EXP, now they're kind of dead even, or if anything they're at the back foot, because that Regieleki is going to be secured. So the tier 2 on that top is going to be threatened, and I don't personally feel like Regirock is the best trade for a Regieleki.
Yeah, it really isn't at the moment, as Zorak will be able to make sure that that goes to them. Obviously the Regieleki going in there, no Garchomp yet still for True Rippers there, and perhaps QRS can take this opportunity to push as they see two members heading up top there. We have a huge pick on the Umbreon. That means stacks galore for QRS, as Miraidon can only hit one or two members with that straight line there. As long as you're not in that line, you're not going to be taking that damage from that charge beam. But Zorak there using their Unite move to take off two. Maybe there's more. Chaos goes pretty for Bora, showing us that they're not ready to give up this game just yet, and having a huge defense here. We'll get knocked out in the process though, so still a little bit of XP going back onto QRS, but regardless, what a show of this Pokemon.
Absolutely, a nightmaric show coming in from the guy, but at the same time, you could not really score, you could not convert it into any kind of big win as well, so I still don't really feel that even though you getting the triple kill was anything more than just a solo flashy play, because overall, in terms of the macro, they've already lost the tier 1 up top. You've almost lost the tier 1 over towards the bottom as well. It can be broken whenever QRS wants to break it. And overall, in terms of the EXP, it's like, yeah, there's a bit of an advantage, but now finally that Garchomp is that level 10. So I think the True Rippers would really want to brawl it out as much as possible to try and pick the other side off. But it's already 5.5 minutes remaining into the game. So around 3.5 minutes before the Rayquaza spawns, you really need to get some of that score going to at least apply the pressure onto the members of QRS. Otherwise, they're just going to play for Rayquaza denial.
Yeah, I agree as well. And having that Hooper yet again on QRS, able to rotate people up and down, it means that, that Bora needs to look at something here, maybe taking out and stunning this Hooper now. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to get some scores in, and I think this Hooper could be in trouble. Oh, the Feint Attack combo will not actually connect there, forcing them to actually use their full heal. They go in for more. I don't know if that was the right play. They're scared. I mean, that just feeds XP back on the silver platter for them, and actually gives this a Reg Ice as well, as just a bonus dessert and cherry on top of them. Blaziken getting knocked down by Garchomp onto the top part there could be good there. Hooper trying to rush down as fast as possible. Will have the Volt Tackle going in. Now this Pikachu has the Unite move, already used it. So that's probably how they went down there. So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder now for Bora, isn't it? If you have the Volt Tackle Unite combo. Because that can stun you for the whole duration of the Thunderstorm. And when you're Zorak, without a lot of healing, you're going down.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was definitely a big mistake coming in from True Rippers, because as you mentioned, they did give up on the Regice, but also at the same time, They had to give up on the top, Reggie Lecky as well. So that's already a big amount of EXP. And look at that. Hoopa unleashed over towards the top, and they're already scoring, almost breaking down the tier. 2 over towards that top, a couple of scores remaining, just waiting it out. That's the base open. So True Rippers, now they were on the back foot, but their backs are against the wall at this point. They've got no control over their own jungle as well, which is going to be stolen away from the other side. So all you can really do is just farm the creeps on towards the sidelines and nothing apart from that. But the only thing that still is kind of working out for them is that Zoroark was level 12, and as soon as I said
Oh
it,
my gosh.
Leafeon.
I think it's the caster's curse. I'm scared. I mean, we blinked and I think half of the XP or the HP of Zoroark was just going down, and there goes Maridon as well. I mean, this is Zula at their very best, isn't it? Umbreon trying to do its best with defensive pad with Noxie here. Has popped up Midnight Brands to really just do as much CC and aerial effect damage as possible. The Zoroark will be back though. Bora able to help the Garchomp get that Pikachu pick as well. So a bit of overstaying for QRS, but I think they're still coming out on top. I mean, they're over, what, 150 points in terms of their lead in points. And there's going to be a third Regieleki fight here as well, Scared. I mean, this is this could be the Rayquaza fight here as the Regieleki looks to spawn about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this very well could be, but again, the question still lies, how are you actually going to win out on those team fights? That's the big play, because every single time there's a pick-off already coming in for the favor of QRS. True Rippers, they look to engage a bit more, and that's when they eventually punished off. I really haven't seen a full 5v5 fight or head-on collision, and I think so QRS is again doing a very solid job at that, because they know they can't really win out on those head-on collisions, because there's a Garchomp on the other side, Zoroark who can go in and out, there's a big front line for the Umbreon, but hold on a second, Regieleki fight seems to be the name of the game, but I believe they're just trying to bait out a few Unites before the Rayquaza spawns up. But good discipline from both of them, to be honest, not using any of their major skills, and now we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza, but the pressure is still going to be on True Rippers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're down by 176 points at the moment. We have 4 members of QRS flanking up top, maybe looking for some sort of secret score play. They have people to bring it in, so it's no problem there. Sending 2 members is a little bit scary, though, Scared yet.
But it's done. It's done. I don't think so. True Rippers can eventually stop the score. It's going to be a 91 and make it double, so it's around 182 something. That's over. Now they've got no possibility. Hoopa bringing the portal as well. The Rayquaza still being in contention. Blissey was the one who secured that. But again, everyone's just going to be jumping in to score. 1-for-1 trade going in. Zoroark is no longer there, but I don't think so. True Rippers have actually got enough to try and equalize that scoreline. It's a 201 to 458. And they've got to send a man back to stop this big 40 dunk of Hoopa that actually will count as 80. What a smart play from QRS.
I mean, that is just yet again, a great strategy, right? A great macro decision from the Hooper as well. Just to tell the teammates, it's okay to go score. We're going to have the team lead, and I can bring you back with the Hooper portal. It honestly doesn't matter that they lost that Rayquaza here. We have a saying, OCE, when there is a Ray, there is a way. But here, even if there's a Ray, there is absolutely no way it seems that they can come out. But I might have spoken to a student. 40 seconds on the clock. 150 remain. QRS needs to not get knocked down here, because every time they get knocked down, they're going to be giving points away from the team, and right now the pockets are empty for True Rippers, but that's going to be a huge scoop for the Garchomp though, and might be the turn of events there. I might have spoken too early. Blaze Kick comes through to try to stop and sort this fight out. We have 4 members out of the fight for QRS. There goes another 64. Oh my god, Pikachu comes back. Does it come back in time? No, it doesn't. I have spoken too early. True Rippers coming back from the depths of despair to knock out all members of QRS and actually take this game number 3. They are the True Rippers. They are definitely going to be the team going into the semifinals there. I mean, I think maybe we got a little bit complacent from QRS, getting a little bit too aggressive. They could have maybe given the pad perhaps, but at the end of the day, somehow they came back from that.
Oh my god, what a play from True Rippers. They had just one idea and they were like, you know what, let's just put our foot on the pedal, let's just accelerate, we're gonna burst through the entire defensive lines. And this was the strength of True Rippers that I kind of wanted to point out, because of the bulky front line that they have, the amount of damage dealing all-rounders that's in their own arsenal. I mean, you talk about a Garchomp, yeah, really, he's a bit tanky as well, plus he deals so much damage that everyone on the other side, like a Leafeon or a Pikachu, they need to maintain that gap. They need to maintain that distance. And if you try to close that gap at all, there's already a Miraidon's beam coming in right at you. Now there were so many problems, isolated plays over towards the end. Look at that, Pikachu just going in a bit too ahead, bit too aggressive. You lose one member, and then there's already a big wall of 5 people standing in front of you, trying to take that pad down. That was the big problem coming in. QRS, and I'm gonna agree with you on this one, Fu. QRS got very complacent over towards the end.
Yeah, I think it was just a series of unfortunate events here. Looking at this replay, this top pad there, Pikachu should never be there. They know they're 200 points ahead after scoring that. They can give that top pad. The max they're going to get is just going to be 100 anyway, right?
Yeah.
They need to focus on defending this pad. Because think about it, if there was a Pikachu there, there's definitely going to be more firepower to stop the score. We have to give credit to Magnus, though. That Garchomp scoop to scoop like 2 members or 3 members was quite insane and really CC'd out a lot of the members of QRS. And as soon as I saw 4 members down, I was like,
yeah,
there might be an opportunity for a comeback here. I even got complacent. I was like, wow, that's a fantastic macro play, right, for Hooper. They just need to not get KO'd. And guess what?
They got KO'd.
And unfortunately, when you get KO'd, you're giving points to the enemy team. And even with those empty pockets, they scooped it up right as soon as possible. And Blaziken trying to defend 2 pads, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, that was the most important part as well, because True Rippers did not have enough points to try and close out that gap. I was trying to do a quick math as well. Not very good at maths either ways, but still, I try. That's I know that's pretty ironic for me being South Asian and still not being good at math, but that's a different thing.
I mean, we're casters here. We're not mathematicians, so it's all good. But giving a quick recap of the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. So we saw Revenant X Sparks moving forward against Fly. There we have True Rippers, obviously 2-1 up against QRS. So now they're going to be versing each other. And when we get that set up in the losers bracket, though, we have God's Reign taking down Fly. So they're going to be progressing to losers round 3. And the other matchup is going to be between QRS, which is what we saw before, against 5 Bendy. So who knows what's going to happen. Remember, it is going to be the top 3 we're looking for today to qualify. And if I'm correct, they're going to be joining Angry Dogs and SAUL into those playoffs in December 8th. So lots to come, lots of actual proper, that's when stakes really matter, right, Sked? Yeah, the actual playoffs for this Asia Cup.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the main focus point for all of these teams, but there's still a couple of stages remaining right now, as you mentioned already. But True Rippers, Revenant X Park, these teams have been colliding for such a long time in the South Asian region itself, even sometimes on those international stages. So that's going to be a matchup I'm really excited for. But Fu, I kind of want to know what's going to be your prediction for that one game, because I think so it could be a Revenant 2-1.
Or you mean for the semis coming up?
Yeah,
it's a little bit tough. I do have to say though, Revenant does look more composed in some of the fights. They do. It seems like they have obviously played a lot of this game, right? They seem to be a lot calmer in some situations. I feel like what we watched before, it was a little bit of a kind of a rush in terms of some of the fights that they're taking. True Rippers obviously was quite dominated for the first bit of that game, and I think if QRS was a little bit more patient and a bit less complacent there, which is what I assume Revenant is going to be, it might be hard to pull off something like a comeback play. Yeah. Although we didn't get to see the other 2 games, right? I think my prediction is Revenant will go 2-0 here. Not trying to be biased, but that is going to be my prediction. Let's see who's correct, Sked.
I mean, to be honest, I would have gone for a Revenant 2-0 as well, but seeing how brawly True Rippers can sometimes get and how chaotic they want to make the battlefield, I think so there might be a point where Revenant, might get a bit complacent as well, just like how QRS did, and we might possibly see that. Again, this is a very slim chance, but you always love to see that happen. It's always fun to see that. But what's one other thing that's actually pretty fun, and that's the Snorlax lying in the background. Make sure I don't steal it away, man, Fu.
I mean, this is Lucy the Lax, I call him. Has been with me for quite a while, and is joining a lot of the streams here. So, there's a one person that can hear my yapping. It is going to be this plushie here. So, big shout out to the Snorlax there. But it is massive. While we're waiting for the semifinals to stay up, I always like to show, just in comparison to my body, how massive the Snorlax is. And obviously,
oh my
takes
God.
up a lot of space in my little apartment. But as we're going to be heading in to the next one, the teams are going to be ready and ASAP to go. I think it is going to be Carrie and I are going to be casting this for my final one there. But we'll see which prediction actually comes through there. They might pull off the magical 2-1 on their side as well. I don't think we should count out True Rippers. They've been playing this game a lot as well. But if there's any time to step up to the plate, and versus, notably some of the best teams in the region, it is to go up against Revenant X Sparks. Whether you win or not, it is going to be that great experience, great study of how a composed team, an experienced team plays the game, and what to do if you are, behind on experience, what to do if you're ahead on experience, right? Because a lot of the times it really comes down to the last 2 minutes and how these teams play that fight. But, only time will tell. Maybe we should wager a little bit, Scared Yet, for this next match.
I kinda agree as well, because it's still not a do or die situation. You have got that lower bracket chance as well. Even if you don't make it from the upper bracket, there would be a possibility for you to go through those lower ones. And here's the fun thing: on the first qualifiers we had 2 teams, but for the next 2 we're gonna actually have those 3 teams. So even after, if you basically made it here, you've already qualified to the next stage. But it's just going to be that who's going to come in from that lower bracket run. That's going to be the most important one at the same time. Plus, again, you kind of don't want to give up on that prize pool as well, right? Everyone's a bit more greedy in those cases. My God, I could not even say that word out. But that's going to be one of the focus points too.
Have you seen the Alola Ninetale skin though? Everyone needs a bit of moolah to spend, you know what I mean? As well as the trainer holo, that Squirtle set too looks so nice. I love the fact that with each holo that they bring out, it's something new, right? Something special. And they did a comparison between the standard Alola Ninetales and the one with the holoware. And there's just no question that one, the Holloway, is just so much better. But we're going to head into this next matchup now. Thank you so much, Scared, for your cards. We'll see you back very, very soon as we get into True Rippers against Revenant X Spark here. So just to give everyone an idea of True Rippers, I do know that they are also invited to ACL. So they are experienced in that way and has that caliber of talent. And they're currently 7th after 2 days. So it is going to be number 1 team against number 7 here. And I think we might be bringing Kaori back for this cast. Welcome back, Kaori, as we head on into this semifinals.
Yo, welcome back. But yeah, I've seen like the past matchup. True Rippers. They're just Rippers, really. With their kind of unusual play style, really diving ahead into scrappy situations, but actually making it out. And yeah, we have Revenant here. As you said earlier, it's going to be a good experience for True Rippers to actually face off against possibly a tier 1 team, possibly like a world caliber team in the form of Revenant. And yeah, big shout out to our sponsors because I haven't been able to like shout them out. And yeah, so shout outs to Team Exa and Engage as well for setting up this tournament, because this wouldn't have been possible without them. And now we are going to be seeing a Darkrai getting picked here for the side of Revenant. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at the bans, Kaori, no Darkrai. So obviously, Ruben's going to pick it up ASAP, right? We're going to finally see it in action. Shifu is going to be banned out instead for Revenant X here. So Vulcan getting that Blissey Mamoswine combo as well. I feel like having Blissey Darkrai could be a little bit too strong, but they do afford to give True Rippers that Miraidon and Bora picking up that Mimikyu as well. So I guess no more Miraidon for Exo here. We're going to see a new Pokemon for sure coming out from them. Trevenant, obviously a bread and butter of Aizen, and Noxie going on to this Hooper since that Blissey has been taken away.
Yeah, and now the problem is for the side of Team Revenant is that how will they adjust to their supposedly picks? Because as we have seen earlier, they have actually utilized this Miraidon like for their 2 games where they swept their opponent, and now playing against it. How will they play against it? Will it be they would have a countermeasure, or will it be that they would be having a hard time trying to find out a proper counter to this Pokemon?
Yeah, for sure. That's important. And we have the Machamp coming through from Crowley, though. So, if you can't go up through the skies to knock down something like a Miraidon, you can really run through the CC with your submission, right? And we have the eject available for Crowley as well. And Exo's going to pick up that Armor Rouge there. So, looking at the item build, it's probably going to be that Armor Cannon, right? Which has that great range. And possibly, just shy of a Miraidon's charge beam range, but definitely having that stun and the huge secure potential is going to be great for them. And I think that's the strategy that Revenant X has really brought out in the past few games we've spectated. Always one Pokemon to deal a lot of damage from the backline.
Yeah. But the main storyline here is how will this Machamp play out into this matchup? Because it's such an unorthodox pick. Like, I haven't seen that much of Machamps in like ACLs or like the previous tournaments that I have casted here in Engage. It's a breath of fresh air, if I must say so myself.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to go into this first game of the semi-finals. Importantly, remember, anyone that can qualify will secure the spot into the playoffs for this Asia Cup. And we're going to set this off. We're going to have, if I'm correct, Revenant X on the purple team against your True Rippers. Darkrai probably going to go through the center area there, rocking that Halloween outfit. I'm keen to see what moveset they will actually pick here, Gary.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like a Dark Void and Nasty Plot for the Darkrai, since it's like the most popular combo, but we could see like probably a Dark Void, Dark Pulse. We'll have to see. We'll have to see for this one, as there's going to be a little bit of action there down bottom lane. There's just going to be a little bit of poking coming in from this Miraidon. And speaking of this Miraidon, is how will they deal with it? Because I don't see any Pokemon that can like reach it properly. For example, like the Talonflame or possibly like a Leafeon. I really just don't know.
I mean, we'll find out in a little bit, as we're gonna have that 2v2 up in the bottom bar there. I guess Swineup jumping in, has to bait out the eject though from True Rippers on that Revenant little tree there. So not the best time to use the eject. I guess they won't have it for the 850s. Regardless though, staying in the playing field there is very important to help the Shatterkit actually get their level 5. Something beautiful about the Shatterkit evolution line is that level 5, that's where they can really start doing that damage. Birds are going to be coming out there. We will have the Darkrai just soaking up a lot of the experience, the Pooper Portal, just to make sure that Mimikyu comes back in healthy and nice. Kal-El on that level 5 already, so Charge Beam will be ready to go as well. So I'm keen to see how Ribbon actually plays this Darkrai. Haven't seen too much in comp because, you know, it's generally banned out, but they're going to be pivoting into the bottom path there, not even going back to the central area.
Yeah, not going back to the center area indeed, but now they're going to focus their sights here onto the bottom goal zone. But I think there's going to be a trade possibly for this Miraidon, but that Piloswine is just going to live with its last HP, and actually is going to get hunted down by Bora. It's a nice counter KO, probably a little bit of value for their side. But we're seeing that this Darkrai is actually getting the farm that it wants, since, you know, it hasn't been taken down as we're seeing, but still it's just having free farm all around the map. And speaking of free farm, that's going to be a free farm for the central area here for Bora and this Mimikyu. And down bot, the Armarouge is actually going to take down one member here for the side of True Rippers.
Yeah, for sure. And here comes a Charge Beam. Once again, I mean, just the whole story of tonight is just which team gets to play this Charge Beam Pokemon, isn't it? And we have a massive stun, though, by Piloswine just to peel out for the rest of the team. Darkrai will be able to take it out nonetheless. The Blazing going down as well. I mean, that double Dark combo is going to be a little bit strong for sure. Full Heal will come out there trying to escape it. I mean, Charge Beam not available at the moment, so Darkrai probably gets out of here scot-free. Birds will be coming out as well. Mimikyu checking the levels, level 8 now, just shy of that Unite move. And, you know, both teams still shy, so probably going to be looking for those neutral farms and wild Pokemons on their side, just so that they have enough ammunition to fight this basement Reggie.
Yeah, because they would need to get those levels, and they would need to get ahead of their opponents. So once they're going to, like, you know, settle for an engagement here down bottom or probably at top. And actually, Tensei now being low on HP, Kyle, actually that Miraidon Charge Beam is just too much, and I think they're just going to call it off and just take the objective up top, which is the Regieleki that's going to be available right now. And there's going to be one Hoopa probably defending it, but down bot, there's going to be two members trying to defend this bottom goal zone. So it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Here comes the advancements of the True Rippers. We have seen this time and time again for their side. They're trying to their best to, like, you know, force themselves onto the goal zones and probably make a scrappy fight, but there's going to be a Unite to play with me by the Mimikyu. There's going to be a takedown onto that Armarouge, and now 4 members still strong here onto the bottom path for the side of True Rippers. Still no counter engage for the side of Team Revenant Spark. Here comes the Unite move coming in from the Machamp onto the back lane. He's going to punch them and hunt them down. Kyle now low on HP. That support's gotta get that KO. Blitz assist just to keep this Machamp alive, and they're going to clean them up. But lots and lots of points going to let up there for the side of Team Revenant Spark. But nevertheless, that's a nice counter for the advancement that was the True Rippers making.
Yeah. They came just in time. Their Bliss Assistant obviously just trying to keep them in the play, and picking off some members means that this Machamp will have their levels back in and possibly having another Unite move very, very soon as well. Points are really quite close, right? We have a 184 to 105. Random Spark, although they have that points lead, the levels still look pretty good. I think Darkrai is obviously still going to be the Pokemon they're looking for there. Able to escape. The worst nightmare will go through nonetheless, taking out the Blaziken. So, I mean, you can have the best secure in the game here, Kaori, but if you're stuck away into another dimension, that is going to be a great counter to that Pokemon.
Yeah, it's just another slow beam, probably. It's just another slow beam, but in a Pokemon that deals massive damage, that double dark combo. Wow. I don't see like, oh, this Pokemon does a lot of damage, but it doesn't look as flashy as the other Pokemon, that other speedsters, if I might say. But wow, this Darkrai is posing a lot of problems for the side of True Rippers.
Yeah, it looks like Crowley might be in trouble there. Looking at the minimap, 4 members of True Rippers are going to run down this Machamp. 4 arms is not enough, unfortunately, to fight 4 members. And that's going to be a hopefully uncontested Regieleki for True Rippers there. They need to stick to the name if they're going to rip something. But actually, they're going to be quickly teleported down. The Hooper goes unbound to bring them in fact. So no fight up top for most of their team. Blaziken will go down, though, to the Armor Mamo combo. But at least they get some value here for this Registeel, unless this Machamp has something to say about it. Crowley does have the Barrage Blow in his ammunition, ready to go, loaded in as we pan up top to see the Regieleki getting taken. Can we have a look at the bottom to see whether Machamp is going to be able to pop the Unite move? No, they get knocked out straight away. We have the Miraidon securing that Registeel for them as well. So yet again, another trade of objectives here as the Regieleki walks up into that top pad carry.
Yeah, but I think True Rippers is going to be happy with that trade, since Revenant X Spark wouldn't be able to like convert that Regieleki into a possibly a big push up top, because like members of True Rippers is just there, and a nice portal going for the side of True Rippers, and now True Rippers are trying to defend their goal zone as much as they can. But here comes the engage for the side of Team True Rippers. Revenant X Spark not backing away from this one. Barrage Blow now ready to be ignited and popped off, but I think it's going to get shot down by the Charge Beam. It's going to get charged down here by this Miraidon. And did he committed the Barrage Blow, or did he got shut down before he even, like, you know, used the Unite move for the second time?
Yeah, I didn't get to see too well, but he doesn't have his Unite move anymore, so I do assume they either connected or didn't connect it well enough. Levels are now much more even, though. We have a level 13 Miraidon for Kal-El here, so definitely doing very well there. Obviously, EXO doesn't want to fall behind, so we'll get that level 13 as well. And I mean, once you have a level 11, that is enough for you to have that max range armor cannon. So, I mean, it's just about positioning at the end of the day, right? Which attacker can position in a way that the enemy all-rounders can't really have access to it. And obviously, Darkrai has the choice at the Rayquaza fight. Who do they pick out here? I do presume it's probably going to be the Blaziken if it's going to go through that rip, right? However, you know, Miraidon's always a good pick. Mimikyu is a great pick as well. So as timer ticks down, 15 seconds go to this Rayquaza. Game number 1 of the semifinals will be determined by this Rayquaza fight.
Oh, but Crowley is going to get spotted here by this Mimikyu. And as he is going to get spotted, I think he's going to get picked off. And that is going to be a bad move for the Team Revenant X Spark. They would need to have to buy time for like the remainder of the death timer here of their Machamp. But speaking of the Machamp, they're just going straight ahead for his Rayquaza.
Yeah, and here we go. The rip straight away. The play move to go through to knock out. Potentially the Mamoswine will go down to Miraidon, but it is actually going to be the Rayquaza secured on the side of True Rippers. True Rippers, akin to the name, ripping that Rayquaza. They know the Blaziken is there, good and strong for that secure. And as they look to dunk you in it, it seems to be all good news coming out with 100 going on top, 200 coming in the bottom as well, 475 to 210. Now, from what we saw in the last game, Harry, I'm not going to speak too early. There is a chance for a comeback, but with the amount of shields, the amount of knockouts now that Troopers have done, the damage buff coming from Rayquaza, I mean, this is a high and total amount of fun.
And I think that was just bad for the side of Team Revenant X Spark, because they haven't had the chance to like let go of their Unite moves. And speaking of letting go of their Unite moves, the Bliss Assist is there, but to no avail, because I don't see any value as of the moment. And yeah, True Rippers is just, going to portal away from that one. Maybe you're going to get one member, but will you have the time to actually convert it into something big? Because now two members of Team True Rippers is just going to score on your base, and now they're probably trying to force out a fight here, but how quick can they remove the defenders that is going to be present here for the side of True Rippers?
I mean, I think when it was all said and done, we have 400 points differing between these two teams, and I mean, yes, they can give that pad as long as they don't get knocked out too early there. I mean, the score is going to be too high for them to actually come back from. We have Mimikyu taking out the Armor Rouge with its Unite move as well. Tensei trying its best to start out the fight, but with its attackers going down, the all-rounders going down as well, things are looking much more dire. Mimikyu picking up a KO streak of 3 there as well. Really cementing the fact, and really, I guess, starting the momentum for True Rippers there. Coming off a good comeback game, this really just built up their, I guess, their push today for that fight, right? Looking at this Rayquaza fight as well, Mimikyu actually missed on that Blaziken here, Kaori. So, I mean, when you have a Blaziken up and ready to go, very healthy, not really disturbed, that's going to be yours every day of the week.
Yeah, and I think for the side of True Rippers, this is a huge confidence boost on their part, actually taking a game out of, Revenant X-Spark and actually winning the first game of the match, which puts you in a position where, yeah, we just have to win one more. All it takes is one more game, and that is where True Rippers shine. The way that they approach these fights, the way that they make fights super scrappy, like, for example, that Rayquaza fight, they knew that one member is currently down for the side of Revenant X-Spark. So what do? They decided to, keep on taking that Rayquaza and just hope for the best, because they have very, very healthy Pokemons, and when they have 5 healthy Pokemons, can 4 members of Team Revenant X-Spark actually fight them off? Probably not. So that's going to be the story of that game. Revenant X-Spark might have gotten the edge a bit on the early stages of the match, but once Team True Rippers actually formed together, the power of friendship, if you might say so, they actually got the job done.
I think, if I'm correct in saying, every single team that has had Miraidon tonight has won that game. We can maybe get production to check. Maybe someone in chat can also let us confirm. But, I mean, it just goes to show, I mean, this Pokemon is a little bit ridiculous. And no matter what you're going to bring, you even give Darkrai, and it wasn't enough to shut this Pokemon down. And at the end of the day, Crowley obviously getting a little bit caught there by the Mimikyu, not able to use its Unite move, like you said, really costed them, a little bit of the damage, I guess, side of things. Looking at the profile as well, just before, we have Leafeon banned out, and Psyduck, Urshifu, and the Umbreon as well. So I'm honestly surprised a team with Darkrai and Blissey and Armor Rouge did go down there, but, maybe Miraidon is just the secret to winning anything.
Yeah, 100% win rate onto that Miraidon for today. Who gets the charge beam? You get the win. I was like, I was doubting it earlier because, like, oh yeah, True Rippers, I think they're going to go down this one because I think the momentum is now kind of shifted to Team Revenant X-Spark, but then again, they proved me wrong. Miraidon, I failed you. I'm sorry. I won't do that again.
I mean, you never underestimate. They were an EXmon after all back in the day. So I mean, it's. I still remember when it was first introduced to the game and how crazy it was. I think the Dash Miraidon moveset has not been used as much in competitive. If you're going to be playing in that bot path position as your attacker carry, a lot of the times they're going to be, looking for that range, right? And that's probably why we don't see too much Venu anymore, because we have something like a Miraidon there. So as we're going to head up into this next game here for our semi-final set, like you said, True Rippers have the momentum there. It's up to Revenant X-Spark to kind of adapt maybe to the situation. They're going to be picking differently this time, and maybe a different ban as well, depending on what their strategy is going to be. Regardless, this is, like I said, position 7 team against position 1 team in the ACL at the moment. So it might be the time for a new king. Who knows, as we head out into the second game.
So that was just originally just an upset, right? Like, because that was kind of a beatdown, if you're going to notice, like from that latter stages of the match. That was a beatdown for the side of Team True Rippers, and it was hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. That Miraidon just going wild onto the back lane, it was just hard to watch. And yeah, I think we're going to move into the game now. Yeah, and now we're just into the pick and ban phase. There's going to be a Mimikyu first ban for the side of Team True Rippers. Kind of very, very unusual, if I might say so. because Mimikyu doesn't really get banned that much. And speaking of, there's going to be a Leafeon ban for the side of Team Revenant X Spark. So it leaves the idea of, will the Psyduck or the Darkrai once again be able or be opened?
Well, Miraidon's going to be locking in that second spot for Chirippas here, so it's up to Revenant X to see whether they want to actually ban out Darkrai or Psyduck here. One of them will be let go, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not going to be either of them. Umbreon is going to be taken out, so we get to see one on each team. Hopefully, Noxie probably, I'm guessing, will be able to pick out either the Psyduck or the Darkrai there as their first prioritization. And EXO, obviously, having the choice for the other one. So let's see what Noxie does here. It's going to be the Psyduck! Let's go!
Let's go! Oh, wow. Now we're going to see the Duck in action up against the Darkrai. Two most powerful Pokemons at the moment, if I might say so. Oh, Cinderace? Are you really going to give us a Cinderace game? Oh, come on.
There's no way. There's no way.
Come on, man. That was just bad. You know, they didn't have to do me like that. But there's going to be a Slowbro pick, so I think that's good. That's nice.
I'm so surprised here, Kari, that Tensei actually picked up the Slowbro and not given a Vulcan the Blissey here. Maybe they just prefer a Hooper with a Darkrai instead. I full on thought they would take it away from Noxie, but Noxie will be able to pick up the Blissey here. So that means it is probably going to be either an attacker Psyduck looking at the build there, or or kind of like the frontline Psyduck. Only time will tell as we have Bora picking that Shifu and Aizen. If they do pick that Snorlax, this is going to be an actual attacker Psyduck. I mean, the background is kind of a lie to ladies and gentlemen at home. The yellow does not mean supporter here at all for Magus.
Oof, yeah, I think it's going to be that aggressive Duck with a Unite move called... Is it really called the full power Sai?
And you have to say it in that Psyduck voice as well, for sure, Kari. Every time you say it.
I can, man. That was just that Unite move name is wild, but yeah, I'm really excited to see this Pokemon being put here into action. Actually, my main Pokemon as well, Snorlax, being picked here for the side team 2 Rippers. I think it's going to be what do you call it? A CC barrage for their side. Yeah, a crowd control barrage. With the serves that possibly the Psyduck can give, the Lapras Express, all together with the Heavy Slam of the Snorlax, plus the Unite move of this Urshifu. Oh wow. We have to prepare for an amazing game right here, because for the side of Team Revenant X Park, there's going to be the Hoopa for the movement and the utility, and the Slowbro with the Slow Beam, and not to, forget the Gyarados, the late game king.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Gyarados, we haven't seen too much lately, overshadowed by a lot of the other all-rounders, though. And Mew as well. Xpecia Mew will come out. So that means it's going to be a damaged Slowbro. This is such an exciting matchup right now. I can't wait to watch how it goes, because for one, right, we have True Rippers not having the conventional attackers at all, and they don't really have that much range either. Meanwhile, we have kind of a XP share helping a Slowbro become a good damage dealer for the team as well. I mean, this is what's exciting about grassroots tournaments like this, right? Teams get to experiment with what they can do with their draft as well. As we head into game number 2 of these semifinals, make sure everyone to remember that today's stream, today's cup, Engage Asia Cup Qualifiers, number 2, is going to be run by Engage GG and also sponsored by Exa here. They have a new flashy headset ready to go for everyone to pick up.
I want that one.
Star Engine right there. I mean, please go check them out. They are absolutely great at supporting tournaments like this, and we get to see action because of them.
Oh yeah, and speaking of, that Star Engine BT looks like something that is out of like 2030. You know, the year 2030, it's advanced, and wow, thank you so much, Exa, for sponsoring this video. I kind of need a new headset. And now we're speaking of a new headset, there's going to be some action here onto the top lane. Still no major movements for both of the teams, and this Psyduck still hasn't, been showing that much, no more, not that much screen time, if I might say so myself.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see how Kyle actually plays the Psyduck here. We have a bit of an onslaught here onto the Slowbro as, you know, the Sonic's trying to go back for the berry to keep alive here in this fight. 850 birds will come out there. Looks like teams are going to be fighting that top part there. Mew not going up is surprising. A lot of the times, XP Mew will go up to help out his Magikarp, but it seems like they're, I guess, catering pretty well up top. As long as the Magikarp doesn't come online too late, this Gyarados will be able to fly up through and get those stacks. So another little stack for the Magikarp. Not sure whether they can get out here. Oh, Crowley still a lot of HP, so no problem there. Lapras, remember, it is going to be that damaged Lapras as well. So defend against defender. I mean, all rules are out the window for this game.
Yeah, literally, because you have a supporter that is, you know, being used as your primary attacker, and you have a literal attacker being your main supporter. So, wow, this game, it just opens up so much possibilities, and they're just, you know, they're confident in their abilities. Mind you, this is a semi-finals match, and they're out here, you know, pulling out these strategies out of their hat of tricks, possibly. And down bottom, there's going to be a pick-off onto the side of Team Reverend Spark and True Rippers. There's going to be an exchange of defenders there down bottom, and now I think the Psyduck has nowhere to go. Oh no, this poor duck is just, you know, out of there, and this Darkrai is just going to follow him till the ends of the earth. Is that that's the Nasty Plot, right?
Yeah, they are going to be playing the Dash Darkrai there, so none of that Dark Pulse will be available. It's going to be Dark Void with the Nasty Plot for sure. So Lapras has to quickly back away. Mag is not able to defend that anymore, as the, I guess what, this fish has jumped over the waterfall, right? The Gyarados is now well in its way to get that level 9 now, getting that stacks as well. Mew is up top just to help it out. Don't forget, yet again, you know, the Hooper Portal just so good at bringing people down. They don't have to stay in the path for too long. They can get some value elsewhere, but they'll still be on time for this base and Reggie fight. It's going to be a Reggie Rock, ladies and gentlemen, as the Mew's going to start it off for the team. The damaged Slowbro zoning out for the rest of Revenant X Marks there, so relatively uncontested is going to be the Reggie Rock going on the side of RX here, as the, I guess the priorities now a little bit different, right? For True Rippers, they're going to be true ripping up top there. Darkrai though, Ruben, able to get those damage dash. The Ebon Fist will go onto the Gyarados though. Is it going to be enough to knock it out? No, it's not. And actually, the Urshifu is going to go into their worst nightmare by Darkrai, so it gets knocked out immediately. I mean, this is just a, I guess, Slowbro walked so other Pokemons can fly and run here, right? Slowbro, the original lockdown Pokemon, but then you see so many Pokemon with that same skill set as well. Looks like there's going to be a more pushing up top there. No Regieleki, no problem. More fights going up top with the Dragon Current coming through, connecting onto the Urshifu. Darkrai taking them down as well here, Carrie.
Oh no, that was just so bad for the side of True Rippers, because Revenant X Spark is just farming them instead of farming out, you know, wild Pokemons. And while they were, you know, having their the time of their lives just pushing up top, the Psyduck is actually trying to get XPs, but still a level 8 Psyduck at the moment. And, you know, that Darkrai is now level 11, and I don't think that True Rippers, you know, can pick it out possibly in a 1v1 or probably even a 2v1. They would need to probably gang up on it, you know, and jump it so that they can just take down this nightmare of a Pokemon that is, you know, currently roaming around the Teoskai ruins.
Yeah, I'm surprised Psyduck is using Bubble Beam instead of the Surf. I think Surf is just so much better in terms of the stun potential. But, you know, it is going to be important, right, to keep the range if you're going to be that attacker role. So maybe Bubble Beam does make sense. Just for ladies and gentlemen at home, Bubble Beam, what happens is you throw out a few bubbles, and when they burst on the same target, it does deal quite a bit of damage. And when you have the Swift Swim passive available, it's going to deal a whole lot more damage. As everything is going to go through. Double Lockdown coming through, though. Yet again, another worst nightmare move from Darkrai. It's going to knock down this Urshifu. I mean, that is just going to be a great counter into that Ebon Fist, right? Every single time Ruben sees, you know, even the speck of this Urshifu coming into Unite, it's going to send it back into the streams and stop that from taking down one of its members as well. That's something new. I've never seen before, and I think that is a great bit of, I guess, strategy for teams to take on.
And it's just disgusting, like having two lockdown abilities in the form of the Slowly and the Worst Nightmare. So it's really hard if you're Team True Rippers at the moment, because how can you find an answer to that? How does your Urshifu go in without getting cancelled? How does your Psyduck deal damage with this Bubble Beam? there's just a lot of problems currently for the side of True Rippers, and now Team Revenant X Spark is continuing their onslaught onto the top lane once again. Lapras Express going to be committed right here, but no avail and no conversion as of the moment, and now Team Revenant X Spark has the rings unbound down bottom, and now they're just going to call out all of their members to try and force their way onto the bottom lane. The Snorlax is going to get down, even though it tries to, like, you know, give its Unite or something along. The Psyduck goes down with it as well, but there's going to be a trade, a 1 KO for that Darkrai, and it's going to go to the Pokemon Center for like 13 seconds, but once it's active, True Rippers better run. And speaking of run, they should run because this Gyarados is actually doing so much damage as well, together with the support Mew onto the back lane. The bounce going to connect onto that Urshifu. Urshifu just having no option but to go away, but Slow Beam is going to get Slow Beamed, and the Unite move is not going to get casted and not going to be finished, as he is the one who's going to get finished down bottom lane. And OMG, Team True Rippers, oh, they need to get back from this one, and they need to get back from this one really badly.
Yeah, I just realized that Revenant X-Max have 2 lockdown Pokemon. They have both the Darkrai and the Slowbro. That just came to my mind right now. So I guess it's going to be really hard for this Urshifu to actually do anything at the moment, because even if they somehow live their worst nightmare against the Darkrai, the Slowbro is there just to make sure that the Slowbring is ready to go as well. So that's something exciting to see. I'm not sure how they got away with that draft. Regardless though, Revenant X-Buck showing us why they're one of the best teams in their region, because they want to make sure they don't go down. They want to qualify through the winners for sure. There is going to be a cash prize as well, or thanks to XR as well. So, I mean, 30 seconds on the clock now. This is definitely a different game to what we saw in that first game, right? True Rippers on the back foot for the first time in this matchup, and perhaps a early scrimmage here, as we're going to have the Gyarados jumping in with its bounce. The Slowbro will be taking down the Urshifu. Another one down for True Rippers. 2 members down 15 seconds beforehand. This might be bad though. Urshifu's going to be late to this fight, and look at the positioning that Revenant has now taken. They're really zoning members of True Rippers out of this Rayquaza.
Yeah, and their damage is just too much for the True Rippers to handle. Yes, they have like 3 super bulky and tanky Pokemons, but once they come face to face with the Gyarados or even the Darkrai, they just melt. The power nap here, just trying to buy some time, but the damage is lacking for the side of Team True Rippers, as they are going to get ripped into shreds, and they're going to get ripped into pieces, as now Crowley's onto the back lane, going to bounce onto the members here of True Rippers. This Blissey just using the Unite move to live another day, as Team Revenant X Spark is just zoning them away.
Yeah, and Psyduck going in for a cheeky 80 will be able to get it in, so that it evens out the score a little bit, but they're still going to be behind here. True Rippers need to think about a way to rip, but without a Blissey Unite or an Urshifu Unite, things are going to be very, very dire for them. Heavy Stab goes through to Yawn, the Slowbro, but it doesn't matter because they are not going to be able to go down. They have that stacks, they have the health, they have the levels in fact going through here. And look at the fight, it's just so forward there, but massive Yawn though, perhaps could see something. No one on the side of True Ripper actually followed up with that, and the Hoover portal is just resetting them in and back their carry. Look at this, 1 minute to go. We need to start a rip here. Is the Lapras saying, oh, Magnus is saying,
onto the back lane though.
New Unite goes in through though. Maybe can see something, but the Unbound comes through. The Dragon Current to pick up the Psyduck. Psyduck will not be able to fight this last few seconds of this match. I mean, things are looking very bad now. Only Aizen on the Snorlax able to do anything about it. I think it's safe to say that Revenant X-Spark have really changed the game up to take this game number 2 here. 25 seconds on the clock. There's not much you can do when you're all wiped out.
It looks good on paper for the side of Team True Rippers, but we had to, you know, forgot that Team Revenant X-Spark still has all 5 members with Unite moves, in contrast to True Rippers having, you know, 5 members with no Unite moves in that fight. So very, very unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for the viewers, because we're going to a game number 3 between True Rippers and Revenant X Spark. Neither team wants to back off from this one. Revenant Spark, you know what, a very decisive and commanding game to head onto the game number 3, possibly shifting the momentum onto their side, but True Rippers still not out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, now I think about what Scared Yet said before. It seems like his prediction might be coming true here, going to this game number 3. I did say it was gonna be a 2-0, but True Rippers definitely has surpassed my expectations. They played very well in that first game. Second game, obviously getting a better draft is Revenant X Spark here, and just looking at the ending fight, right? It doesn't matter. Whether you can do the Rayquaza or not, if you can able to wipe out the entire team. They actually end up doing both, but just put icing on the cake. You are going to be able to dunk even more points in. But 718 to 126 was the score here. Well, I mean, we saw the Psyduck, but did the Psyduck do enough, though, is my question.
Yeah, I don't think so because probably the moveset and they relied solely on this Psyduck to be the main damage dealer onto the side here, onto their side because yes, it does damage, but not enough to the damage that you're going to get from possibly the Gyarados, or the Mew onto the back lane with the lasers and everything. It's a solid Pokemon, but you have to play around it, and you don't just win games if you just lock in this duck.
Yeah, I think the problem with the rest of the draft is I would probably like to see something like a ranged central area Pokemon picked up by Bora there instead of that Urshifu. Obviously, Urshifu is great to secure, but it's just seeing that game. If Kyle is going to be opting for the Psyduck, they're not going to have enough range at all going up against something like a Mew. And when you're going up against double lockdown, both the Slowbro and the Darkrai there carry. I mean, that Urshifu, regardless how good and how strong or how good of a flank in terms of your selection for the Unite move is, it's going to get double lockdown regardless. And Psyduck is strong, but it's not strong to 1v5 at this point in time.
Yeah. It's not like the first version of Zacian, if I must say so. Because if you guys are going to remember the first time that Zacian was released, no one can stop it. Even if you have five full team with 5 Unite moves and just one dog with a sword, it's not that strong at the moment. And first and foremost, it is released into the game as a supporter. It's just it's kind of strong and it's kind of flexible, but not enough to carry games by itself. And now we are in the pick and ban phase for the last game of this series, True Rippers. Can you still get this one settled and scored in the bag, or will Team Revenant X Spark get the reverse sweep?
Yeah, let's see what happens here. This is, where the stakes are high, right? A very important game now. Final game for both these teams. We're going to have a Hooper ban, actually, coming up from Exo here. That's actually new for me today, right? We haven't seen that yet, but it does stop the supporter on the side of True Ripper Noxie. They're not able to pick it up. So, I mean, it could be a first pick Blissey here or a first pick Miraidon. Let's see what Tensei will actually pick up for their team. They're going to be giving the other one, though. Oh, it's neither of them. Ruben actually going to pick up that Leafeon.
It's going to be the Leafeon now. And I think it poses problems for True Rippers because we have seen probably this Leafeon for the side of Team Revenant X Spark onto their first series. And yeah, it's very aggressive and it's very, very active around the map. So I think that it's a good pick here for the side of Team Revenant. But for the side here of Team True Rippers, you're going to have that Mimikyu together with that Urshifu, and probably now is the possible time to play a Psyduck if it isn't banned. But yeah, I think they are more comfortable without the EX Pokemons, if I may
Psyduck
say
is
so.
banned, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Psyduck will be banned there. Now, I'm really surprised, Carrie, why True Rippers didn't pick up the Miraidon there. I feel like giving Miraidon to Exo doesn't make any sense to me. Yes, Mimikyu is good. Yes, Urshifu is good. But what we saw in that first, bit of clash between when they versed the matchups before, if you give Miraidon right, you have just so much pressure to actually knock this player out. And Exo is so good at playing Miraidon. Given the statistic that Miraidon hasn't lost a single game today, I was really hoping True Rippers actually takes it out. But it seems like they're going for more of a triple dive yet again. Kael going for that mystical fire Sylveon. So it is really a reminiscent of what we saw in the earlier portions of today's broadcast, having that protect the president strategy coming out from Revenant X Spark. Whereas, it's all about running at you and winning that team fight is True Rippers.
Yeah, possibly, yeah, but now there's going to be a problem for the side of teams True Rippers because this kind of lineup it has been run by like the opposing team that faced up against Revenant X Spark, but the Sylveon is not enough to like face off against this Miraidon, and also yes, you have to lock down Pokemons with the Urshifu and the Mimikyu. Like I said, we have already seen this kind of composition being played up against this Miraidon for the side of Revenant X Spark, but Tensei is actually so good at defending this Miraidon, and not to mention we have Crowley possibly having the Dragon Rush to like scoop away the members here of Team True Rippers. But I still believe in the members of Team True Rippers and Kael as well if he decides to run with the Hyper Voice, because that's just going to melt down the front laners here for the side of Team Revenant X.
Yeah. Happens there, but they did play that Mystical Fire set, and the builds do point towards that direction. But they might have changed it at the end. But it definitely is going to be a single strike Urshifu coming out from Bora, as well as Magnus are probably going to go that play rough set as well. I think Mimikyu is a great counter into Leafeon, but not too good into the rest of the team, if I'm being completely honest. Now, final game of the semifinals, Kaori. We do have the Eevee going to the central area, possibly going for an invade as well once it gets its level 4.
Yeah, there's going to be possibly an invade now for the side of I don't think so. I don't think that there's going to be possibly an invade, but as of the moment, yeah, there's just going to be standard laning for both of the teams as of the moment, and this Urshifu is going to get possibly the best start that it could ever ask for without getting ganked or invaded by the opposing jungler. But speaking of invaders, there's going to be the pings asking for help as that Leafeon is nearing their Urshifu, and they would need to respond, but still no response coming in for the side team True Rippers, and I think that Leafeon is just going to get a little bit more of XP there onto their side. And speaking of XP, that Mimikyu is going to get turned into XP onto the top lane. This Gibble, winning that one against a Mimikyu.
Yeah, I think Gibble at the start of the game is just so strong if you can hold down the A button and really rip into the enemy team, right? I mean, it provides so much healing as well. But we're going to get prepared for these 850 bursts there coming through as teams are going to look to soak up as much XP as possible. Shifu, Bora not able to actually, even stay in the fight there with the eject coming from Miraidon. Still a level 4 Helpful, unfortunately, but it seems like Crafter will win that fight against the defender counterpart, getting that evolution as required. Chansey getting an evolution as well, so a lot of evolutions coming out from True Rippers now, and much needed now, because look at this, Leafeon is in the central area looking for more window shopping there, as Noxie will probably go down here after scoring 5.
Yeah, I mean, once you had that kind of value, yeah, you have to pay the price at some point. But still, that's going to be a lot of XPs and stacks possibly being dumped here onto this Blissey, which is going to help the team out a lot with the additional healing that the eggs could probably produce if is going to, have the egg bomb and the soft boiled moveset here. But Crowley level 7 onto this Gabite. I think that's very scary. Actually, if it turns into the Garchomp with all of the stacks in the world. And speaking of stacks, it's going to get pinned down and smashed down here by Tensei and Crowley as well. But the counter engagements once again for the side team Revenant X Spark is that their call is to just push down here onto the top lane, but the response comes in for the side of Team True Rippers, but will it be enough up against these 3 members? 2 KO streak now for Ruben, and Ruben just trying to run away for dear life, but the heal comes in, but it's a little bit too late. Kael now with the it's the Mystical Fire? Yeah, the Mystical Fire together with the life steal, but still it's not going to be enough. A big scrappy fight here onto the top path.
Yeah, I think Spark will come out on top there for sure, and this, I guess Crowley doing much better on this Gabite, probably close to that level 9, as his objectives will be scoring out, ladies and gentlemen, for that 7-minute mark, and the prioritization is so obvious now for Revenant. They're going to be looking in for that top path, getting this done ASAP. Mimikyu is not going to be able to secure as well, and I think they're just going to be able to let this in and find value somewhere else on the map. And looking at the basement Reggie here, all of the members of True Rippers are just going to be pivoting down and hopefully securing this outside of Miraidon's range. Miraidon not having that charge means that needs to use his eject as well to get out of that rock tomb. Might be a push here, I'm not too sure. Looking at the levels, there's not going to be any Unite moves coming out from True Rippers there. Meanwhile, Miraidon and Leafeon and Garchomp having access to those. So, I mean, if you are True Rippers, you'll know you need to probably farm up a little bit more before you fight the next fight.
Yeah, you have to think twice because what will you do once this Miraidon has its charge beam pointed at you and you have no United to save yourselves whatsoever? And speaking of saving yourselves, there's no saving yourselves away from this Leafeon as he is going to take down this Sylveon for the side of Team True Rippers. And now the engage has been flipped on its head as Team Revenant X-Spark is trying to engage here onto the bottom path.
Yeah, the bit of bursts coming out will probably afford some sort of experience now for True Rippers there. A massive X-Scissor into Rock Tomb, though, is going to be fantastic for Crust on the side of True Rippers, though. But points are still in the favor of Revenant X-Spark. They have both hands on the steering wheel at the moment. And it's really their game to make sure that they steer it correctly. Play with me. Going on to this Garchomp. Not able to pick it out, though. We do have a push still from the Mimikyu. The Ebon Fist will come to you to help out with that engagement. Bliss Assistant going on to Sylveon with a very frolic, maybe a waste there. It doesn't matter though, we're going to have some solid dunks coming on the top pad there, evening out the score a little bit and maybe showing us a glimpse of True Rippers' resilience and possible comeback into this match.
Yeah, never count out the Rippers as they are probably ripping through the dreams of Team Revenant X-Spark of making it to the finals without any problems at all, as True Rippers finally showing signs of life into this matchup, you know, kind of equalizing out the level disparity and, you know, having a little bit of a fight, because we saw once they like executed their fights properly, like onto that top path, they could actually do serious damage here. And speaking of doing some serious damage, Cecil dealt a lot of damage onto that Mimikyu with the charge beam, and yeah, he's going to be a problem in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely a problem now. We do have Regieleki yet again getting secured by Revenant X-Spark, so a bit of pressure up top there. Has to pivot the Mimikyu up top to really just do this. Bliss is not going to be able to do it. The Ebon Fist will go through though on the Leafeon, but gets countered anyway by the Razor Leaf, so trade for trade actually comes out on top. Is going to be the Leafeon Ruben. They're able to get that XP as well, and having the last laugh really. Here comes the Seismic Outrage though from the from the Garchomp there, not able to connect unfortunately, but able to stay sustained regardless into the fight. Meteor Showers will come through just to deal a bit of damage there. Full heal, eject coming out. Shifu coming down just to defend here, and I think the Revenant X-Spark probably will pivot away from this match now. Not a viable fight anymore. Bit of a trap now set by Aizen though. Still has to run away, unfortunately. Oh no, Tensei might have caught in a bit of a pickle here as the Rock Tomb is going to be good enough. Ice Fang does not connect. And, I mean, Kale's just going to run at them at the moment. So, I mean, this could be good. And a huge throat shot will be take down the defender of Revenant X-Spark and possibly give them an opportunity to get some sparks as well. Get some scores up into the bottom pad there to break that pad. We have Leafeon going down there for Revenant X-Spark though, so experience given up to the Mimikyu in the home pad there. What was Ruben doing over there? No pads broken regardless at the bottom there. So, I mean, a lot of a scramble, right, of a fight for both these teams, Gary. There's a lot of yellow dots on the map for them to capture, but these teams just want to fight it out and brawl it for us.
Yeah, I think if they're going to just fight it out, I think that, you know, fits more into the hands of Team True Rippers, because they want to make fights scrappy, as I've said. And sooner or later, possibly without Team Revenant X-Spark noticing the time that it's currently almost at 2 minutes, if one of their Pokemon gets, you know, knocked down, possibly the Miraidon, the Leafeon, or even the Garchomp, their death timers is going to be actually very long, and this is going to open up windows for the side of True Rippers. But I think Team Revenant X-Spark cooled off a bit, and, you know, they let go of their W button. Speaking of, because they don't want to move forward and just get picked off for no reason at all. And speaking of getting picked off, this bottom path is, you know, still healthy for the side of Team True Rippers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 6 seconds is going to be the time before the green Rayquaza will spawn on the map for possibly the last time in this semi-finals of the Asian Cup qualifiers. Tensei in a very aggressive position here just to make sure that no one from True Rippers will be walking this bush without a bit of punishment. We have Ruben just picking up the last bit of the blue buff there as we head into this Rayquaza fight there. Mimikyu on top there. Did they get it engaged? No, they didn't. The Garchomp was back there onto pad just in case there's a score coming out. Now, no Hooper, but the Play with me going on to the Pokemon immediately. Miraidon going down though, so for once, no Normal Maridon for the fight, and I think this is just a window for True Ripper to start the true ripping. James to Rumble Rouser will stun so many members of Red Park. The Blizzard system has to come through to make sure Ashifu stays in. It is their safety net to steal this game. But Garchomp has something to say about this. Crowley's saying, I can stall this fight out, ladies and gentlemen. The Crustal exiting just to store a bit of time, but there's no rip now on the side of True Rippers. No one can do this raid. No one can rip it in. And guess what? The Maridon is back in the playing field, Carry.
Oh wow, that looked good for the side of Team True Rippers for a moment there, but once Crowley set foot into the battle, he was the True Ripper into that fight, and now the Rayquaza are now low on HP, but still, this going to the side of Team True Rippers! Oh my god! I think they still have a chance on this one. 100-point lead is not that far off for the side of Team True Rippers. They just need to get this Mimikyu to score a single hundo points, and I think that with a little bit of points as well, but no, there's going to be another trade here onto the bottom path, and they would need to defend this one as the team Revenant X-Spark is just dumping points onto the bottom path of the map. But still, Magus is not giving up on this one, but no more Rayquaza shield. Unite Move as well being popped up onto that Leafeon, but still, it's not enough. Revenant X-Spark against all odds, a reverse sweep against the Rippers, and the Rippers would be ripped into shreds as Revenant X-Spark will move on to the finals.
Oh my gosh, it's just so unfortunate as well. Crustal, obviously X's are doing so well, but has no rip potential, no stealth rock available. And when they first put the Maridon, I thought they were just going to rip it. Unfortunately, Garchomp able to stall out the fight actually for the team. Fantastic work from Crowley there. And once Maridon is back, obviously that's another Pokemon to take down once again. Oh, so unfortunate. Well played from both these teams. But at the end of the day, it is going to be a 2-1. And actually, Scared Yet, our other caster, has correctly predicted the score. Congratulations to Revenant X-Spark to moving into the Grand Finals and qualifying for the Asia Cup playoffs on December the 8th. But things are not over yet for True Rippers. I think they're not going to be too sad about that performance. They have another chance in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and wow. That was amazing for both those teams, and I just can't believe that ending. I was like, at first, it was Revenant X-Spark some game to win, but then I remembered that the True Rippers, they never give up, and never give up they did with that last fight. And actually, the last hit going in the favor of True Rippers, but I noticed that only the Mimikyu was the one that's going to receive the Rayquaza buff. And the time running so low, it was just, I wish that, we could have seen more of actions from these two teams. And actually, it shows that a number 7 team really has what it takes, to fare out against a number 1 team. But the number 1 team is a number 1 team for a reason. And a reason they really showed us as they take down True Rippers in a 2-1 fashion in a nail-biter of a series.
Yeah, what a fantastic show. I love the fact they went to that distance there. But that is going to be we're going to go for a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set up for, I anticipate it's going to be one of the loser rounds to see who will go back into the grand finals there to fight Revenant X-Spark. I'm sure True Rippers wants that revenge arc to be completed. They are not going to go down without a fight. But that's going to be it for me today. We're going to bring back some awesome casters. Scared Yet, I think Tajma and Kari will return.
Oh, I think
once
that's
again.
That's my yeah.
Oh, that's it for you as well. Oh,
yeah,
okay,
that's
no
it for me as
then.
well. I think it's
Okay,
going
well,
to
we'll
be.
see. We'll see everyone in a bit then. No worries.
Yeah, see you
All right,
guys.
get some water, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys in a bit.
The evening has been pretty solid, ladies and gentlemen. The back and forth fights out there, left, right, and center. But guess what? Now it's going to be the judgment time. All important matches. And for that, we've got an important friend with us now. Tajima is going to be joining me on the desk. My name is KD8. I'm your host and caster. Joining alongside me is going to be Tajima. You all are watching the INGAGE Asia Cup. Tajima, how are you doing?
Good morning. It is 5:30 where I'm at. I'm very excited. The games have been insane. So super excited to be here. So thank you, Scared. Thank you, Engage.
Oh my god, it's a pleasure to be here with you, and it's gonna be super fun. But before we move forward, a huge shout out to our sponsor Exa. They're releasing their new headphones, which you really want to go and check out. I'm messing up a lot of words out here, eating a few, but one thing I'm pretty sure I know, since it's a very early morning for you, Tajima, I hope you've had your breakfast.
I have, and also we need to get some of those headphones. You know what I mean? So
True. You've got to keep your energy up after all, because now it's going to be the lower bracket matches. We've been seeing a lot of upper bracket ones, the previous one as well, Revenant Esports up against True Rippers. I made the prediction. I said it's going to be 2-1, and it was a 2-1.
Yeah, the semifinals is actually super insane. I was watching it as well too. Again, Revenant taking the win over True Rippers, but again, both teams did super super solid. There was, I believe, there was the first side-up game, right? So that was really fun to see. So again, I feel like some teams, like maybe Scared, do you think that God's Reign or 5B, do you think any of them would try to draft Psyduck, or do you think they're kind of like, didn't quite work? I know the fans would love to see Psyduck, but what do you think?
Yeah, that's actually very true. To be honest, if you really consider it, Psyduck definitely is a hero, or he's a Pokemon that you would really want to pick. But again, if you're on the blue side, I don't think so you're going to get the chance, because the red side always bans it out. But if in case red leaves it open, just like how Revenant did in one of their previous games against True Rippers, I believe it was the game number 2, they left both Darkrai and Psyduck open. They were like, all right, you pick Psyduck, we're going to pick Darkrai, and then we're going to continue with the game as to how it goes. Yeah, it was a draft error from True Rippers, though, in that game. I'm going to have to say they did not really have a lot of range damage coming in. But at the end of the day, if you really think about it, I don't think so any team in the lower bracket is actually going to let that go. But hold on a second. We're already
nice.
seeing...
We're already in the ban pick. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and why is there Lucario in the hands of Goblin?
Lucario is definitely an interesting pick for sure. Season 1, Lucario was the secure king, and it always will be for sure in my heart. So seeing the Miraidon pick definitely is pretty big. Again, we've seen Miraidon a lot. Also, the Darkrai ban, again, it is super broken, super OP. So pretty solid bans on both sides for sure.
True. Now we're probably gonna see the Psyduck ban as well. Since Darkrai has been banned out, there's absolutely no way 5B are going to leave that open. Oh wait, what? What? Is it a Leafeon ban? Are they really planning to let Psyduck go?
So I feel like actually that the teams might actually use Psyduck as a bait pick, because again, it's still kind of like trying to figure itself out. I don't think it did perform quite well in the last couple of matches. Mimikyu's a huge pick here. Again, a lot of iframes, a lot of damage that it can do. But I think they might be baiting Psyduck to be like, hey, you can pick Psyduck, we just won't care.
That's a pretty bold move and pretty bold statement, since you've already mentioned about that. But I think so you wanted to see a Psyduck. We're definitely going to see the Psyduck right now in this game. Man, what an entry. What an entry, Tajima. You hopped up, and now we are seeing Psyduck left open and not being first picked as well. That's definitely some surprising things that are happening right now. But a Lucario so early on by 5B, it seems like they're actually going in for their comfort pick. They've got so many picks open up right now. You've also got the Blissey as well. You've got the Miraidon remaining up. You can pick up the Zacian if you want to. There's also
Urshifu. There's the Psyduck. There's the Psyduck.
There's so much left open.
I think so. I truly feel that the Lucario is a comfort pick for sure. Now, again, I don't know too much about Goblin, and hopefully that they show off that they're doing a nice Ceruledge pick. Again, it seems like definitely a cover pick for sure. We'll see the build for Psyduck. It looks like it's going to EXP share, so it might be running the Surf versus the Bubble Beam last time, but you do see the Curse Incense because it does have a pretty decent range with auto attacks to kind of give that debuff with Curse. And again, it is a support mod, but it has no heals. That's the thing too, you know? So, there's the Blissey pick right on the other side for sure.
Yeah, understandable. We've been talking about how pretty solid a Blissey is in those terms. Can eventually be countered by the Elde, but not most of the times, right? And you mentioned about the Ceruledge pick as well. I think so. Again, it's a bit more comfort, leaning in a bit more towards the comfort, but at the same time, oh my god, no way. What it just seems like I've gone 5 patches ago. That's the kind of draft that we're kind of seeing from the side of 5B right now.
So I truly feel that this is definitely a comfort match. Again, this is their first matches against each other. I think they're really putting their best foot forwards. Again, is this going to be a snipe shot Italian or a liquidation Italian? Right. Again, there's three melee characters on the side of orange, right? Versus the one ranged Inteleon. Oh, there's a Zorak. So again, 4 melee characters versus again a 2 ranged team on the side of GDR. So.
I mean,
also, they have no heals. They have no heals on purple. This is going to be very, very interesting.
They've got absolutely nothing to heal themselves. They've got a brick wall in terms of Nova on that Snorlax. You've got Darkshires playing on that Psyduck. At the same time, you kind of want a bit of that front to back composition because you're running the Gardevoir, and we've been talking about it. How Gardevoir actually requires quite a bit of time to come online. Once it does, it's going to deal a lot of damage. But I think that the problem kind of is the same as what is currently with the Delphox, that you need to hit those level 11, 12 power spikes in order to be very much viable, or you could say in order to make a presence in those team fights. If that's not going to be the case, I think so the early snowball of Zoroark and Inteleon could eventually take the game.
Right. And also too, pretty much Gardevoir is going to be food for Zoroark. Like literally, I guarantee you, player is going to go for Zoroark the entire team fight. And again, that Snorlax going to have a huge time trying to protect that Gardevoir in the backline. Now, again, you might have Psyduck going Surf, which I believe it will be, to kind of help out. But here we go. Game 1. Let's get it. Scared?
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the INGAGE Asia Cup, and this is the lower bracket round number 3. The winner has got a possibility of making it forward. The loser goes back home. And fun fact, this is the qualifiers day 2, and 3 teams are actually going to qualify from this day. So you just need to win this one more game to see which is the 3rd team that will make it to the playoffs. It could either be God's Rain, who are on the purple side right now, or it could eventually be 5B on the orange side. We'll have to see who gets the win in this best of 3 matchup. As directly in the early game, I don't really see any aggressive play happening, but against Lucario doing Lucario things, jumping on top, trying to go in for a bit more score. It kind of, does not give me a feeling of nostalgia, but rather just reminds me of how annoyed I used to be playing in that top lane when there was a Lucario. But it should... What?
We do see the invade. We do see the invade from Snorlax. I don't know if he got the buff or not. It looks like he did. Actually, so we do see the Zoroark go online, but a little bit late here. So, nice invade from the Snorlax on God's Rain side.
Absolutely. Stealing away that orange buff as well. Definitely going to be a bit of a dent to Zoroark if in case he does not get any kind of early pick, that is.
Right. We do see the top lane coming through. Or sorry, we do see bottom lane here. Nice secures from the tree.
True. Tree.
KO from Ceruledge onto Lucario.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a few back and forth fights currently going on. Nova pretty low in that HP as well. We're just gonna... I wish I could do that in real life, sleep and actually recover some of that HP or strength, but never happens. Never happens.
Snorlax is definitely a vibe for sure.
He's enjoying that, man. He's absolutely enjoying that. Goblin over towards the top right now. Just getting a bit back and forth. You mentioned about the Surf. Psyduck has already picked that up as well. Just a few shots being fired yet again, though, but the first pick already going in this time around. And now, Ceruledge will have to run back to try and survive. An early pick onto the Psyduck, not really finding the opening that we used to talk about.
Ooh, Snipe Shot Inteleon, level 7 as well, too. Huge power spike for Team 5B again. With that Psyduck KO, going Surf, which is really, really sweet. I wonder if it's going to go Psychic or Disable, but... Oh no, looks like Gardevoir is getting caught out, but does not get KO'd. Very clean escape from God's Rain.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how quickly can the power spike come for Ceruledge, because Gardevoir is definitely not getting it. He's going to be facing so much backlash over towards that bottom side. And we're also constantly seeing the rotation of Zoroark towards that lane as well, right? You mentioned about it, Tajima, previously while in the draft itself, that Gardevoir is going to be a food for Zoroark, and we are seeing that happen.
And it looks like there's 3 bottom lane for the orange team. Nice secure from Snorlax, but the snipe shot does come out. And again, Gardevoir just can't get any food. While again, Zoroark just eats.
Yeah, true. But in the meantime, over towards the top, Lucario was able to not survive that one. That's going to be it. A couple of 20 pointers being dropped in. But at the same time, Zoroark finally, he was able to make his own rotation there. Daksh is going to retreat back onto the side. Surviving for now. They also got the pick, but... And the Reggie steal as well. If they secure this one, that's a big buff in their attack and special attack. So they can try and force the next few fights as well, as we are already going to see. Zoroark trying to jump in, catching a few,
Wow.
but not the execution.
That pushback Psyduck definitely saved them.
It really
looks
did,
like the
but for how long?
orange team getting the Aleki. Wonder if they're going to push it in or not. Now, again, the Registeel did give some good XP towards God's Reign, kind of even out the playing field, but Lucario's still level 7 despite being solo on the top lane, but we'll see how this continues. So Mimikyu Unite comes out. Does he get away? Oh, he gets hit. Goes down.
Oh, yeah, Zoroark jumping in from that flank angle. Was able to take him down though. And a good point that you actually mentioned that Lucario was, no way Zoroark gets in a double.
Yeah,
Cerulege as well being picked off.
That was an assist with the snipe shot. I don't know if you saw it coming through, but the snipe shot went in. Unites are just going off like crazy now.
Absolutely, they're just trying to fight in right at their faces. Gardevoir as well, pretty low in that HP. Oh my god, this tree just hammering down the other side as yet again Mimikyu getting picked off from the Lucario. And Mimikyu might be assassin, but Lucario is the boxer out there. He's gonna survive that.
Dude, it's just team fight after team fight after team fight. This is definitely, if you guys want to see Unite match, this is definitely a very, very close match. Very fun to watch for sure. So
true that, but it's all gonna come down to who actually gets those advantages, right? In terms of those neutral objectives as well. Mid B is being shared in, but Cerulege want to jump in, but oh my god, what a Unite move coming in from the Blissey as well. I believe purified every single one out there, and that's going to be a bit more damage, but Cerulege going in a bit too aggressive, punished for that.
Yeah, I mean, he did see the low HP mons, but having the Blisses come out through just basically negated all the damage. We do see the Psyduck coming in. Who is the better water type? Obviously Psyduck, my goodness. Getting the KO onto Inteleon.
Yeah, he tried to play a bit of a Spider-Man out there, but was eventually chased down at the end of the day. That's a Psyduck behind you, man. He could be Psy every time, but when he locks on, he locks on. But that's the whole thing. If we are talking about that early mid to late game, if it goes to a late game, I really think that God's Reign are actually going to get that advantage back in their own hands, because Zoroark will have to deal with a beefy front line.
Right, and as the game progresses, I feel that Zoroark, if it doesn't snowball like crazy, it definitely does taper down. And again, one Unite from Gardevoir can literally change a team fight. So, again, I feel like 5B is somewhat ahead in levels, but they need to definitely start snowballing. If not, it could be trouble towards the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, that's true. Zoroark trying to get that Snorlax down using the full combination as well, but does not even matter now because there's a Psyduck right in front of you. The tree is going to be taken down to low HP. Lucario trying to just put the other people aside. We've been talking about it for a while though, but if you really look at it, Lucario was almost solo in that top lane almost the entire time, but Psyduck never really left the side of Cerulege, and that's why they both have the advantage and now can freely rotate in the entire map.
And I truly feel like both teams are kind of maybe filling each other out, because I do see that God's Reign is kind of handling Zoroark a lot better. And also, again, the momentum shift, because Zoroark is, again, level 12, which is very, really solid. But, again, you're going up against a level 10 Snorlax. You're also going up against a powered-up Psyduck at level 11. As you see, Zoroark KOing Mimikyu, but still, you know, they're handling Zoroark very, very well from 5B.
True. Tree already using out his own Unite move as well, and over towards the backline is where Inteleon is constantly being zoned out, but again Cerulege jumping in a bait too deep. What a bait coming in, and after that it's gonna be a full-fledged win coming in for the side of 5B over towards that bot, and the punish is just going to be there. Mimikyu can't do anything.
They're gonna math. They're gonna try to math here. They're like, who's got the scores? Who's got the points? I guess they're gonna give a Blissey stack for sure. So,
but Blissey has dropped in a 72 bomber if you combine it over towards the top and bot.
Right.
Wait. Did Inteleon get the buff? Was he able to steal the buff? I don't think so.
I mean, again, snipe shots are crazy in this game for sure. So now looking after that, right? So again, a lot of Unites went off. Now again, I don't know if Cerulege is running AMP. We're gonna have to see, because again, a lot of Unites were used before the 2-minute mark, and obviously you want to have your Unites for the Rayquaza fight. We do see Cerulege defending here. I'm pretty sure he has enough burst to take it down before the Rayquaza fight, but still, we're gonna have to see how it goes. So, the timing of all these rotations. Also, Snorlax getting KO is gonna be kind of big here.
Yeah, he was
and
too.
Guardy. Oh, 2 KOs before Ray.
Yeah,
5B in pretty good position. Also, they could just stay there. They don't have to recall because they have a healer.
They absolutely have. Blissey, we've been talking about how broken Blissey has become.
They're just ripping.
No way. I was not really expecting them to do that, but look at Psyduck. He's just trying to zone out the Inteleon out there, and it's going to be Mimikyu picking off Lucario. This could have been a very bad decision coming in, and it's been stolen though. Inteleon with the snipe shot, and now Psyduck's going to be taken down. What a turnaround coming in. 5B definitely making sure that this game is going to go in their pockets.
So Hundelberger going through. So basically, this is what happened there. It was so fast. Okay, literally the 2 KOs. 5B was like, let's just rip. Like literally, they were like, let's just rip, because they had 2 people down, and then the Inteleon snipe shot from the bottom L bush, legit one in front of a Psyduck, was just absolutely insane. Again, we talked about comfort picks. I guarantee you, these were definitely comfort picks for these players. And again, if it's not, they played these players flawlessly. Oh my gosh, dude.
That was crazy. That definitely was the MVP worthy performance coming in from Inteleon.
Jesus.
You can't
Sorry,
even...
I just, again, ripping in front of, like, ripping, like that is just, that takes so much, like, valor and bravery. I don't know if I can say the words, but, you know, the cojones, you know, like, to do that. But they did it, and they just... And then the Inteleon secure with the snipe shot. Chef's kiss, man. Oh, so good, dude. Woo! Sorry, that's Unite, guys. That is Unite.
That absolutely is, man. I can understand the excitement as well, because I would have been the exact same had I been in those shoes, right? Because it's Inteleon, you're already being pressured by a Psyduck in front of you, it's a broken pick, and it's absolutely cool. I love the way how you were sitting. That's exactly how I imagined it. But
Jesus,
yeah, that was crazy game.
I would why would they rip right in front? Again, granted, like, they were delayed, right? Because they got the 2 KOs on Snorlax and Gardevoir. Gardevoir couldn't even unite. Not like, again, it was just a rip, and again, the other team was scattered, and then Inteleon secure. That was just, I think on to game 2, but oh man, that was wild, dude.
It was more of a brawly playstyle rather than a full-fledged macro-micro game, right? We've seen True Rippers and Revenant that revolve around their macro and micro plays so much, but this was more like a free-flowing game, as in, you know what, this is Pokemon Unite, we're gonna enjoy it, let's fight everywhere. Yeah, there are objectives. True,
Yeah.
we'll fight towards the objectives, but we will still constantly fight, because there were picks all around the map every single time. You talk about top lane Lucario being picked off, sometimes it's Cerulege being picked off, but one thing that always remained consistent was the fact that 5B's Inteleon's position was absolutely on point.
And again, Psyduck did try to, like, CC out Inteleon, but again, like we said, I'm pretty sure this was just comfort picks.
True.
Because we saw Lucario, we saw Inteleon. Again, we saw Tree, you know, versus like a Mamo pick. So we'll see how, again, God's Reign kind of handles. But I think they're filling each other out, though. And again, also the Zorak pick, right? Zorak doing Zorak things. So I feel like this isn't over for, again, God's Reign. I think we'll see how this happens for game 2, you know? How did you think the Psyduck played out? I think it was still pretty solid doing Surf.
I would not deny that. Yes, I'm going to agree with the Surf. He was able to chase out as well the other side, plus also at the same time create a bit of a gap between him and the opponents by boosting up his teammates' movement speed too. But at the same time, you know, sometimes it just felt like Psyduck went in a bit too solo instead of relying onto that team play. And that was where the entire backline was open. And that's where Zoroark constantly got that opening to jump to the enemy backline and take them down. We saw him in every single fight. Either the Cerulege was the target or the Gardevoir was the target. So target prioritization by 5B was actually pretty good, where God's Reign, they kind of lacked that.
Right. And we do see again the pretty much, is this a repeat? Is this
no, Mimikyu has been banned out though. It's not a repeat.
Oh, the Psyduck ban. Wait, okay, interesting. Oh wait, okay, no, okay. I saw the hover on Goblin. I was a little confused there, but okay. I thought Goblin was picked already. I was like, what the? So, oh wait, it looks like Lucario is gonna get the first pick here. Oh, never mind. Okay, I don't know if it worked out for Goblin last time, but Umbreon on the other side, definitely solid pick for sure. Really good defender, healer if needed, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, one of the prior picks coming in that defender category is always what we talk about. But again, we've been talking about some priorities. Leafeon, in the previous game we did not see that, but this time Scepter picking the Leafeon up along with a tree in the hands of Amrut. Amrut really likes to play that tree. He's been playing it for a long time now. Even after some of those nerfs, tree has still been so very solid in those pick rates, and I think so it kind of pans out as well. If you really know about your Pokemon, if you know how solid it is, you just lock it in right away. Urshifu along with Blissey as well. I like the composition from God's Reign this time.
Yeah, definitely a lot more. I think they might be going back to comforts versus using more meta picks. Because again, I'm a Slowbro main. I love playing Slowbro despite the quote unquote nerfs. But again, it's just if you're good and comfortable with a Pokemon, you can win games. You know, Espeon, this would be a nice pick for the CC for sure. Also the Blaziken. My goodness, my goodness. Also, they have healers, which is good too. So we'll see how it goes for God's Reign.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope this gets a bit more on the tanky end of the side Espeon, because otherwise it's going to be a very squishy lineup though with Blissey, with Umbreon. Yes, you've got a decent bit of front line, but there's a Hoopa on the other side, and Tajima, we've been discussing that Hoopa should eventually stay in that ban section. You don't really want to allow your other side to pick that up, so that's going to be a pretty beefy front line along with Lucario and Leafeon. Just jumping in, using the Unite moves, getting in a few basics, maybe moving back. And now we've also got the Sylveon up into the play.
So this is really interesting on the side of 5B is that they don't really have much range now. They do have Hoopa Unbound, that's huge, right? But again, Sylveon kind of likes to go more for the kind of like tank Sylveon play. So they have a lot of like pretty like frontline attackers. And again, they do have the Espeon as well too on the side of God's Reign. However, I don't quite see this is going to be a very brawly fight. And also, you're picking like pretty much 4 melee player or like 4 frontlining Mons against a Blaziken. Like again, Blaziken with the Focus Blast and the overheats, like that's going to hurt, and an Urshifu too, as well as the CC of Espeon. So again, this is going to be very interesting. The drafts look pretty solid. It can go either way. But again, like you said earlier, the Hoopa Unbound, any good team, if you guys know how to navigate with the Hoopa portals, again, map control, right? Like this is a 10-minute match, very small map. Hoopa with portals is just very solid. So, but here we go. Game 2, Scared. Let's get it. Game 2.
Absolutely. Game 2, a possibility of a 2-0 in favor of 5B, or maybe a chance for God's Reign to try and bring it back and force the game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching the INGAGE Asia Cup, and this is the qualifiers day 2. We've already got 2 teams that have qualified. That's True Rippers, Revenant from the upper bracket. True Rippers are down in the lower one. So we just need to figure out who's going to get that prize pool though. But the third team for the qualification will be given to us by this one matchup. And possibly after this match, we might actually see this. Because as you mentioned though, but again, picking up 4 melee heroes in front of a Blaziken, that's basically, you're just asking to be beaten up. You don't really want to be massacred on the stream right now.
You don't want to take that over to the face, but we do see some invades going on by Hoopa. I don't know if he got the KO, or sorry, the buffs, but we are seeing some solid KOs coming out from Leafeon. Espe does get the Hoopa down, and Leafeon just saying like, hey, this is my jungle. Hey Espeon, buddy. Let's see if I can out-secure this before you can.
Yeah, and he's also doing that. He's just trying to be as annoying as possible. Over towards the side lanes is where we are...
Psychic type over grass type. Leafeon does go down versus the 1v1 on Espeon. That's actually pretty big.
That indeed is, because now that buff is also going to be given to the other side. So all your attempt of trying to invade, get that EXP lead, that's already down and dusted. Lucario falling down as well. That's going to be a big problem. Oh my goodness!
This is just a brawl here, Mike. Yeah, this is wild. This is basically the Eevee show. Anybody that enjoys Eevees, there's literally 1, 2, 3 Eevees. On this whole game. So if you guys love the Eevees, definitely check them out for sure.
True that. I mean, if I remember correctly, after the Umbreon and Leafeon release, I think we can make a 5 Eevee team as well, right?
You totally can, and they also get a buff as well too, which is pretty funny. But I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it. In I mean, you never know. Maybe we'll see. Hey, maybe we'll see it in this tournament. A full 5 Eevee stack. You never know. You never know, right?
What's the buff though? What's the buff of 5 Eevee?
Basically, I think it's like a 1% buff of like everything. So like special attack, defense. It's not much, but it's just kind of like a little gimmick. So
yeah, I mean, at least you've got something. You will never know if that 1% is actually gonna help you secure that 1 extra hit. But either ways, as you mentioned, it's super brawly. Everyone's just fighting, punching each other on their faces, scoring at the same time, running away. That's what they're trying to do. Few back and forth fights coming in, both these teams. They're just trying to pick the other people off. Again, the hammer comes in from the tree, eventually catching that, Umbreon.
Now the thing though that I've actually started noticing from 5e, which is actually I didn't realize before, Blaziken or sorry, Combuskin needs evolutions. That's actually pretty big here. He is only level 6. And then we look on the side of 5B, again, Leafeon's level 9. We do see the Blaziken going online now, but again, it's only 7 minutes, and we already see a level 9 Leaf and a level 8 Espeon, level 8 Sylveon. Like, the levels are definitely in favor of 5B, for sure.
This Regirock pick is definitely going to help the other side a bit though, so that's going to be a bit of a breathing room, you can talk about it. But God's Rain, as you mentioned, they really need to find a few things, right? They've been constantly losing in those fights as well. Now Tree is just going to try and run away. But at the same time, there's no picks going in favor of Blaziken, so that's the big thing. Level 10 Leafeon, as you mentioned previously as well, is a pretty big deal to... Oh my god, not the Espeon winning it against Sylveon.
Yeah, so basically, God's Rain needs to protect Espeon. I'm pretty sure Espeon's been doing so much work with all that range CC against Leaf. If they can get the range CC down, because if you look at it too, right? They have Umbreon for some crowd control. They do have Blissey as well, but again, the range from Espeon is definitely going to be the play for sure. It's literally going to be Espeon versus Leaf who gets to jump on each other.
Yeah, I mean, Leaf really needs to try and close out that gap, close out that distance, and use the Unite move to go in for those KOs. But at the same time, Espeon, if the positioning is right and Umbreon is there for that support, I don't really feel that Leafeon will get that opening, right? So it's all going to come down to how solid can Hoopa and the Unbound form can play it out along with the Tree. So that's going to be the big deal. Those Unites are going to be the deal sealers for both of these teams, to be specific. But for now, a lead in the favor of 5B, 131 to 67. Not a humongous lead though, but still they're just going to go in back into their own farms until we see some more of those neutral objectives at 520 probably.
So here's the very interesting thing, right? I do see 5B, again, Caster's Curse, right? I do see 5B slowly pulling away because as you see, top tier 1 is down on purple side of God Rain, right? Again, they literally have Poople portals of tier 1 still, right? So they have all this map control. Oh, so much burst from SB. There's a Psychic Solier, but does it go through? They do get the KO, which is very, very nice. But again, they do see the Espeon Unite. I was also going to point out that I strike huge, but here's the iframes. Oh my, he's not missing. Oh my goodness, jeez Louise. Oh, it goes down by Leaf. So I was going to say this too, though. If Espeon has the Psychic Solier versus the Leafeon, that's definitely the counter. So again, it's literally the jump for jump on who can get what, right? So it's going to be very, very interesting. But as I said earlier, sorry for taking so much, but again, tier 1 on the top is down for God's Rain. And again, 5B has the Hoopa. So that's a huge advantage having that tier 1 solo.
Yeah, that is true. And the eject button was also used out of Lucario over up towards the top to try and toss the ultimate, the overheat coming in from Blaziken. But at the same time, those neutral objectives, man, they're constantly being picked up by the side of 5B. And that's the big thing. They're getting that EXP advantage every single time though. But finally, we are seeing some things neutralized. Level 12 on the Leafy, but at the same time, there's also a level 12 on the other side. Oh, Hoopa unbound. Yeah, he's going to be brought back in. True. Knockup coming in over towards. That's yet again a jump back in. You're trying to save in your own tower. Blaziken wants to take the parry. Will be able to do that. There's a 2k coming in for the Leafeon at the same time. And Blissey is going to be falling in. A 3k, a bit of an overstay from God's Rain. And they're being punished for all of that.
Again, if Blaziken just had levels, again, he would have won that fight for sure. Huge damage, but again, level 11 versus level 13, it's just, it's a little tough on God's Rain side.
I agree, because again, they're still trying to brawl it all out. Blaziken's going to be taken down, and this time might
again.
That's the confidence buster now at this point. The more fight you take, the more times you'll be picked off, and the more you lose. And fun fact, there was no Lucario or even no Leafeon during that fight. They both were busy taking down the tier 2 on the top side.
Right, and also I truly feel that 5B is using a really good combo of the Sylveon Hyper Voice and also the Woodhammer from Trevenant. Basically, you CC and then Sylveon just yells at you, like, why are you by my tree? And just so much damage, you know? So, again, I truly feel 5B comfort picks, for sure. Again, using a tree, using Sylveon versus using like more meta picks like Darkrai. Again, they were banned, but still, you know?
Sylveon is basically like an environmentalist at this point.
You just need like a poster on the Trevenant. Don't hurt my trees. Don't hurt my trees. We do
Don't
see
hurt
both
my
teams
trees.
stacking up for the bottom objective. Sorry, guys. We do see both teams, but it does go in favor of 5B. And that's also Register, ladies and gentlemen. We do see some scores going up top as well, trying to get that portal away. But looks like this could be the Ray fight. Blaze goes down. He's down for 20 seconds. It's literally a 4v5 for the Ray fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem though.
Yep.
So, all the ultimates available. Hoopa, at least, they've already used it up. They kind of want to force it all down because the lead is not that big. But again, it's going to be a full-fledged fight. Jumping in, all of the Knights dropped into the portal as well. And everyone on the side of 5B, they're just taking down the other side. That one member loss, hurting the side of God's Reign. And with this, I think so they'll be able to pick up the Rayquaza as well. They only lose one in the entire process. That's a big, big play. I really thought they were going to play in for the denial though, but wait a second. Nah, never mind, not happening.
No, it was really scary. Seeing a Blaziken coming at your Rayquaza, I've seen so many times on the ladder. But GG's to 5B again. Getting God's Reign getting KO'd the Blaziken was definitely not in their favor. And that's the reason why 5B went for that really, really fast rip, because the best secure Mon in the game is Blaziken, no matter what. The overheat is just insane. But again, that's the reason why 5B went for the quick rip. Again, Blaziken was literally out for 20 seconds, and he did come there, but he had three players of 5B around the Rayquaza to secure. So still scary, but you got to take that risk, right? You have 3 players from 5B really close to the Rayquaza, and only one Blaziken that is a little under-leveled trying to get that secure. But it was close though. But again, it does go in the favor of 5B.
Yeah, idea was good at the end of the day, but the execution was not. That was the only problem coming in. But at the same time, though, oh my god, the one thing that we surely know of is the fact that God's Reign really like to brawl it all out, right? They really want to go in for those up close and personal battles. And 5B, they were just not scared to answer that at all. They were like, you want to go in for close battles? We're absolutely fine. We're going to jump in at the exact same time with almost the similar composition with a couple of Mons that are actually very broken as well right now. Leafeon doing his own things, quickly getting those early levels as well. And that early invade definitely did help out, even if by just delaying the farm on the other side though.
Right. But I also feel that 5B, again, what they did was it was like a very brawly team fight, but they constantly forced the fights, right? They're like, you're Blaziken, like literally what it was, the snowball of having a Combuskin. And then they just continue to push. At one point in the game, Scared, it was literally a level 6 Combuskin versus a level 9 Leafeon. Like, it was very, like, on the favor side of 5B, and that's what really set the tone and set the momentum, because had it been the other way around, there's no way that 5B could have been that aggressive with their Leafeon. And again, also, Espeon on the side of Godwin, so much CC, really, really good, but again, when you're going up against Lucario, you're going up against a Leafeon, it's just... again, the burst of Leaf and then Blaziken not being online, it's just tough to do that fight.
Yeah, I think so. It all just boiled down to how quickly can Blaziken get online, because they were missing out on a bit of damage in those team fights, and that damage was always what was supposed to come out from that Blaziken. And we were talking about the fact that how he got picked off just 20 seconds, like 5 to 10 seconds before the Rayquaza spawn. That was because they both wanted to push up top, right? Urshifu, Blaziken, they both were up top. Wanted to get a bit of a score. Hoopa just put out a portal there, but they still stuck there. They wanted to get that 40-pointer in, and that 40-pointer eventually resulted them in the loss of the Rayquaza fight, and loss of Rayquaza, as well as the game after that. Went in for an early surrender, saved us 15 to 20 seconds, but definitely a solid play from 5B.
Right, and also, like we said earlier, right, teams need to ban Hoopa. No other Pokemon can literally send a whole team up against a Blaziken and be like, oh, you want to score? Oh, sure, you get like 40 in. And you're out for the Rayquaza fight, right? And then Hoopa literally goes back in, and then unites and everybody's back together. Like, that map control is insane on a Pokemon. It definitely, Hoopa needs to be a little more respected. But again, I feel like now hopefully True Rippers can see, and also Revenant, to see like if we might see more Hoopa bans coming through, right? So.
Yeah, we're possibly going to see that, specifically for if you're up against sides of like Revenant and True Rippers who really know how to play their macro game, because you only have 10 minutes. We've been talking about that. It's not a very long game. And in those 10 minutes, you've got to play around your own Pokemons. You've got to play around that macro, which goes very quickly. So you always have to be on point in terms of that. And I think so banning out the Hoopa would actually be the name of the game. But again, if you are on the red side, that means two bans are 100% going to go. That's one's going to be the Psyduck, the second one's going to be the Darkrai. Fun fact is, I think so. Psyduck has actually got a 0% win rate right now. That's the not a stat that we would really expect from a mon like Psyduck.
And also too, when you were talking a little bit about Psyduck earlier, it was always kind of off position. Psyduck Surf is a little bit hard to control because it's kind of like a Lapras Unite where it kind of like wiggles. So it's with me playing Psyduck, it's a very like it's kind of like hard. It's kind of like playing like Crazy Tax or something like that, right? Where you're like trying to control your surfs. So you do kind of like swerve off a little bit. It's not like a Slowbro surf or a Blastoise surf, which are very linear. So I can see why the Lapras or the Psyduck is a little off position. And also too, keep in mind with the headache cooldown, you can't do anything as well. So
yeah,
so we'll see. I don't think Psyduck is gonna get picked, but we will see. I think this might come down again. It is gonna be 5B versus Troopers, I believe, right? Scared?
Yes.
This is the next one. And 5B was really going for comfort picks. Like, does that make sense? Like, not really meta. Again, using a tree, using an Inteleon, like again, Inteleon, right? Using a Lucario, exactly, right? What is it? Season 1? You know, like, so I truly feel that they don't really care about the meta as much. Also, Hoopa is an insanely just OG, solid support, right? So I just feel like 5Bs is going to be like, you guys can pick meta, we'll just pick comfort.
Highly possible. But yeah, I mean, I personally think so that against the other teams, you can really go in for your own comfort because the other team do the exact same thing, right? If we're talking about the previous game itself, God's Rain, going in for the picks like Gardevoir, obviously not something that we normally see. If you really want to go in for a ranged attacker like that, you might as well pick something along the lines of a Mew. That actually makes sense, still deals a lot of damage. I am still not sure as to why teams are not picking up the Mewtwo Y. Because if you really want some range and damage, you can probably go for something like the Mewtwo Y as well, a bit more broken on the end. But yeah, I mean, it still kind of comes down to who is more comfortable and who is more mechanically equipped to use that one specific Pokemon. We've been talking about that too. You've been mentioning the same thing. Even if you're using a Psyduck, yes, he's a broken Pokemon at this point, but you really need to have that skill set to try and unlock its full potential.
I think the reason why, and I'm sure the community can agree, people just don't like Mewtwo. I got 1600 playing solo queue Mewtwo Y. I wasn't proud of it, but you know, I just feel like maybe the pro scene is just like, we don't want to play Mewtwo Y. Like, there's no way. We'll play Miraidon, but you know, we're not going to pick Mewtwo Y. And I truly feel that's a stigma that people might have to kind of go through. We do see a lot of Miraidon picks, right? Miraidon is a solid range attacker, right? But again, they chose Gardevoir instead. Well, it was banned. I apologize. So it was banned, but still, you know, I think that's the reason why they're not picking Mewtwo Y, because I think they just, you know, there's a stigma against Mewtwo Y, and I get it. It is a solid Pokemon and slightly broken, you know. So
yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing. I mean, in a tournament game, I think so. You've got to pull all the aces. Yeah,
for sure.
You have to pick that up, no matter how much you hate that one specific Pokemon. If in case a Comfey is solid, you've got to play a Comfey, regardless of what name people are gonna give you after that. That's the fun thing. It always happens. Yeah, but at the same time, you know, before we're gonna move forward to the lower bracket finals, I just have to give a huge shout out to Ixa for sponsoring the event and all the people out there in the chat. Make sure you go check out their headphones as well. That are gonna be released soon. Something that you don't really want to miss. But
yeah. Basically the again seeing the Inteleon. Now keep in mind, right, guys, both teams did very, very solid. Godrain did really, really good. Again, the Espeon, I think, did really, really good with those Psy Strikes and with the Psy Beams. Again, they were all spot on, right? There was some great CC going on as well, too. But again, just 5B, just going back to comfort picks and just kind of snowballing, you know? Using the quick Leafeon, using the Hoopa, again, the insane snipe shot from the Elbush, bottom right Elbush, which is absolutely, that's definitely going to be a play of the game for sure. So again, like both teams did very, very solid. And again, just those small things, right? You see God's Rain going for that last dunk because you need the points, right? And you do have, again, Blaziken, you do have Urshifu, right? Some solid mons with solid CC, but they had a Hoopa that was just like, yo, we're just going to send them up there and you're going to get KO'd. So it was a small misplay, but again, in Unite, like we said earlier, right? It's a 10-minute match. Small misplays can really cost you the game. So again, I think solid games all around that we saw. It wasn't like a huge snowball per se, but I just again, just the small macro of again getting KO'd. And again, who knows if that, like, what if Psyduck blocked that Intel and snipe shot? You know what I mean? Like, it's just it would have been an entirely different game. But as they say, when there's a Ray, there's a way, right? So again, both teams, God Reigns and 5B, did super solid. Again, just those small little micro things. And what's super cool is, like you said, right? I feel like this last match was definitely all brawly, right? Super brawly, right? However, the previous matches were more macro oriented, like picking your team fights, et cetera, right? So I'm curious to see 5B playing comfort, playing the brawl, saying like we're better players, and then going up against a more macro oriented team, like again True Rippers, right? That's going to be a very exciting match to see. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be witnessing that in a while, and I kind of love the fact how you touched upon the idea of what the previous matches were looking like, more macro oriented, and where there's a Ray, there's also a way. Because True Rippers, they definitely were not seeing any Ray of hope until and unless they just bursted their way through, brute force their way through that one of the last games to help them qualify. When, if I'm not wrong, they were playing the upper bracket quarters, then moved on to the upper bracket semis against Revenant Esports, and that one game against QRS, that one last entire map, one last fight, one last push is what helped them move forward. Now, these are a few things that we always talk about. In terms of the macro play, yes, it will get you a lot of stuff, but if in case everything falls apart, your plan falls apart, how quickly can you collect yourself in all of that chaos is what paves the way for your victory. True Rippers know how to play the macro game, and at the same time, they also know what to do when the push comes to shove, when you really just have to brute force your way through the opponent's mistakes, and they know how to capitalize on that. Now, that is one thing I think so 5B are going to struggle with in the next series, because 5B, yes, they're brawly, but at the same time, in terms of capitalizing on the mistake of your opponents, that is something where I feel True Rippers might have an edge.
Right. And also, this is actually a very interesting point. 5B comfort, right? We kind of established that. And again, maybe not. Maybe we're just kind of shooting in the dark because this is only 2 games that we saw of these great players. Yeah. Lucario wasn't really doing much, right? Again, Lucario, usually the secure king, right? But again, it just wasn't really doing much. And True Rippers, again, going for that rip, or sorry, that was Trevenant. But again, like, just, we're going to have to see if like the comfort bit does work against a kind of macro oriented team, right?
Yeah.
But here we are in the draft pick though. And again, Scare, take it away.
It's going to be True Rippers on the purple side, ladies and gentlemen, and 5B are ones who are on the orange side. So I thought they were actually going to ban the Psyduck, but it's going to be Darkrai not making his way into the playing 5, at least for now. There's a one permanent spot for those 2 of those Pokemons. I wouldn't exactly say 2, but at least Darkrai, and that's going to be on that orange side ban area. He's got that 1 seat, no one's going to take it away from him. But on the other side, a Mimikyu and a Leafeon ban. That means Umbreon is left open. You also have a possibility of a Hoopa. You want to go in a bit more comfort. Miraidon available, Psyduck, Darkrai not going to be picked up. So I think so it's an Umbreon first pick for True Rippers.
Right. Or Blissey pick, right? Blissey has always been nice to both sides of the teams. Or Hoopa. Hoopa was not banned. Again, I don't know if they have a Hoopa player on their team. Oh, you do see Dumby. Good call. 1 to Scared, 0 Taj. No, I'm just kidding.
It's okay. We've got a long night right now, right? We've still got possibly 4 more games remaining, if in case all of them are not a 2-0 and a 3-0. So that's gonna be it. But yeah, Umbreon first pick. We also had Miraidon remaining, and this time around, no more comfort pick coming in for their side. They're actually going in. Never mind. Why did I even say that? It's a tree. Coming back in along with the Miraidon, solid picks though. But this would mean a Blissey could be picked up by True Rippers.
Yeah, I feel like so. We talked about this earlier, right? Miraidon is a super solid ranged attacker. That charge beam, it just does so much damage. And again, Blissey, Blaziken, Umbreon, that is a pretty solid core that you can work around for True Rippers, and you can still maneuver into anything, right? You have your support, you have your tank, you have your brawler. Right. So it gives True Rippers a lot of good stuff to kind of pick into. Again, we do see the hover of Lucario. And again, the side of 5B, they still need somewhat of a support. There's the Hoopa. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is gonna be a good match for sure, man. We do see Lucario.
Yeah.
Scared. I believe in Lucario. Scared. I believe in
OPM.
Lucario.
I mean,
I believe in it. I believe. It's gonna pop off. It's gonna be insane. So
Ayo, wait a second, Kyle. That's not something I would really expect in this situation. But oh my god, this still lock it along with the Machamp as well. And I think so. Machamp being his Unite was reworked a bit, so
Mhm.
I think so it's a bit more viable in this situation. But yeah, I agree with you. I kind of like this as well because what one thing that 5B were missing in the previous series was a ranged attacker. This time they've got the Miraidon for that.
Right. And they still they have the burst from Zoroark. Again, player did super good on Zoroark. All the matches for sure. And again, a lot of teams are loving using Miraidon. Again, maybe True Rippers are doing like a comfort with Machamp and Armarouge, but because like if Armarouge goes, is he gonna go Armor Cannon? Is he gonna go Fire Spin? Because you have so much melee potential. Maybe because you have the Fire Spin going off while Lucario goes in or Zoroark goes in, but then you're gonna get just Charge Beam to death, right? Or do you go Armor Cannon and do you be ranged? Maybe he's gonna go Armor Cannon because they have the Machamp. We're just gonna have to see what these
Yeah.
players pick, So because again, you have a Zoroark going zippy zippy zappy, you have an actual Miraidon going zap zap zap, and you have Wood Hammers coming in. It's just like it's gonna be
Don't go close. Don't go close to them. Stay away from them. That's gonna be
wait a minute.
the main thing.
Wait a minute. This is also pointed out though. And this is what 5B likes to do. They have early game. And then again, Blaziken level 9. Again, Machamp level 9. So or Machamp, needs that 3 evolution. So again, maybe this is the fast 5B early game that they like to see. But here we go. Game 1.
It indeed is. Thank you so very much for that, Tajima, because ladies and gentlemen, it's going to the lower bracket finals, game number 1 between True Rippers taking on 5B. And this could very well be a very early game as well, though we're still going to play for the entire 10 minutes. Though, but the thing is, as you mentioned, some early levels being necessary for True Rippers, specifically those level 9s for the Blaziken, for the Machamp. The other side can actually get online way too quickly, so they'll have to be smart, they'll have to be patient as well at the same time. But again, I think so the Lucario pick works as well. You've got that long range coming in from Miraidon too. Tree, a bit more comfort, but it's absolutely fine if in case you can make it work. But the main question is going to rely on, Hoopa portals are still going to be super important in terms of getting your team back, getting their HP up, bringing them all in, and that map control. So that's where we will potentially see the main game.
Right, and also what I've noticed is that 5B likes to go for the invades, which is again a solid play. And Lucario is one of the best 1v1ers, like solo lane, top lane kind of carries, right? So maybe they just say, hey Lucario, do your best while we try to do the map control stuff.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done though, but the top birds. Oh, Lucario could eventually be picked off. Wait a second! No way he outplays the other side like that. Gets a 2k as well! Hoopa for the win, my man. Hoopa for the win. Can he get a 3k? Nah, I don't really think so. That bone's not going to do enough damage. Machamp's going to be running back to get some of his HP up. But that's a big play from over towards the top by 5B.
Right, and also if you look at this now, so you see like the snowball, we do have an Armarouge online bottom lane. But again, just everybody's all evolved already. You see a Combustion super low, but again, Zoroark just nom-noms the fully evolved Blissey. We do see a little Machop versus a fully evolved Lucario. Or sorry, not even fully evolved, but again, just an evolved Lucario. And I don't think that the little Machop's gonna take it.
Yeah, I mean, Machamp's just taking a beating onto the face before this guy turns into that bulky WWE fighter. I don't really feel like he's even gonna get the possibility or timing. He's still level 4 along with the Blissey and Umbreon. Zoroark is level 8. That's
Yep. So 5B early game snowball. I like it. I think it's really great. It's a good way to play. And yeah, we see a lot of things going on bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm kind of out of words as well at the same time because the tier 1, they've still not really broken it, but the lead is of over 119 points right now. Just a bit more back and forth because of a few scores going up and down, but they're constantly making sure that the pressure is there. The Machamp is not having a good day at all. Finally, barely reaching that level 6, but you still need 3 more levels. I don't even want to imagine what's going to happen after, those level 8 to 9 power spikes coming in for the side of 5B.
Right. Now here's the thing too, right? We talked about kind of the late game and stuff like that too. But again, with Unite, another strategy is just winning the early game and scoring so much that your opponent team, like even though if they score 500 points, if you're up by 6, it doesn't even matter. I truly feel that 5B, nice secure on the Alecki, but I truly feel like 5B might go for this kind of concept.
Yeah, the Hoopa portal coming in up towards the top side as well. We thought maybe we were going to see some scores, but it does not matter as the Zoroark along with the Lucario jumping in, taking all of them down one after the other. The Machamp wants to jump in, tries to slam in the other side, but it's still just a Hoopa. Lecky is going to finally touch that base down, but does it even matter? Machamp's 21 is not at all equaling the big 170 that's being scored on the other side and on the tier 1 on the top side.
Electro Drift Miraidon? I mean,
okay.
You would think that he'd play more range, but I mean, again, it is a really, really solid move because you can move around a lot. You're basically like a Zoroark. So now you have 2 Zoroarks going, zoom, zoom, zap, right? So,
3.
Yeah,
Lucario
it's just, oh yeah, and Lucario, yeah, my goodness. So, and again, that's why you see like again, yeah, the team on True Rippers just get kind of ripped as well, so.
Yeah, they're just being picked apart, one after the other though. Finally level 9 onto that Machamp. So he's got something that he can do, but level 11 on Zoroark, level 11 on that Lucario. Now here's the thing. This is the early snowball that we were talking about, but they don't really have that big amount of lead. The mid game is where I think so True Rippers are going to have their own power spike, and we really know how solid they can get in the late game.
Right. Yeah, and again, Hoopa Portal 1 you can. I mean, taking that early aggression of Hoopa, I do like this play because, one, they still don't have pad on the side of True Rippers, right? So you can literally send your whole team, and then True Rippers does have to try to walk and defend, right? So.
Yeah, that's going to be the case though. But again, yet another portal being used up and everyone's just going to jump back in. They're going to jump out of those fights though. That's the main thing. Denying your opponent a possibility of picking you off and getting that comeback level, that's also a big thing. But one thing that can work out for True Rippers is level 11 now on the Blaziken as well as on the Machamp. So they just need to dodge in those early bursts that's going to come in from Miraidon as well as the Zoroark. Dodge in a few bones of Lucario and then you're good to go. That's easier said than done. That's one thing. But that defense and special defense increase by Regirock is definitely going to help the side of 5B a little bit more.
So I see the 5B's game plan because we've watched them so many times. They don't want to rip raid, they just want to secure it. They have Zoroark, they have Lucario, they have Hoopa. They even have a Trevenant, like Woodhammer. So like they have a lot of secure and kind of a burst, and they just want to take it early. And then they want to, just, if they need to secure Ray, they could, versus trying to take Ray, I think that's kind of their playstyle with this.
Yeah, but now here's the thing. You had a very solid early aggression, but the transition over towards the mid was definitely not the way that you really expected it to be. Zoroark trying to catch Blaziken out there, but just getting outplayed by the sheer number of crowd control people that were present on the other side. That's a big problem coming in. Now the portal is going to be used up, so you're going to be forcing yourself over towards the Regieleki, but at the same time, now bottom is the place where there's a lot of aggression. Miraidon just being zoned out by that Machamp. The man is just roaming around every single way. Blaziken though overheat, not catching anything, but there we go. The slam comes in onto the face. Lucario isolated and then taken down.
But nothing happened, yeah. Hopefully the car gets his Unite by Ray because it is 3 minutes in. Like you said though, you see True Rippers again. A really rough early game, but again now the levels are pretty much even. Actually, no, still slightly towards 5B level wise, but still
a bit though. But I don't really feel like it because there's still 2 level 13s coming in on the side of True Rippers though. Just a 1 level 10 on the Umbreon and on the Blissey as well. Yeah, you could say could go anyway. That's the main thing. A lot of things being used up over towards the B fight, but yet again Blaziken gets a pick off on the Lucario. That's already a big play coming in
level
as
14 Blaze. Okay,
yeah, level 14 Blaze.
Now this is going to be in the side of True Rippers, but Machamp does go down. Oh, does Zoroark get it? Oh, the Woodhammer!
The timing onto that Woodhammer was absolutely perfect. Because now they can set up the entire defensive line near the Rayquaza, and there's still a 30-point game. It's going to be a close battle, so you're going to know the amount of score difference that there is going to be, but at the same time, Lucario.
They're not going to go for that. They're not going to go for that. They need position for sure. I mean, it is a Registeel, but they need position for sure. But yeah, the Rayquaza fight. Here we go.
They give up on all that space? What? Wait a second. I was not really expecting them to give up all of that space though. Zoroark is all the way towards the bottom side, so that's also going to be an information that you really know. He can try and get a big dunk of 100-point in, but that's going to mean a 4v5 in towards that pit, so that's a big problem.
But they do have the Hoopa Unite, Hoopa on down, so, and here it comes, so everybody's back. But Hoopa does go down. It's a 4v5 at the Ray fight.
A big problem though, and there's quite a lot of Unites still remaining apart from just the Arma. Everyone else have got their own Yaname. Oh my god, Overheat did not catch it. But wait a second, Trev, he's still fallen. That's a big problem yet again. Both the frontliners out of the mix as well. Hoopa definitely will be jumping in, but half HP onto the Ray. You really have talked about it. Tajima, that is going to be a steal.
Oh,
no,
huge.
Does not happen. And this should be a win for True Rippers now.
Wow. So again, you saw the strategy of 5B trying to just secure, right? Being in the lead and trying to out-secure the other team. But very nice armor cannon shot from True Rippers for the secure. I mean, I saw that a mile away, but yeah, again, just when there's a Ray, there's a way, you know? And this looks like once we get a KO on the other side, actually, no, I think this would be over, so.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, for sure. So GG's to True Rippers, but again, 5B doing insane work the early game, you know? But True Rippers kind of turtling down, getting those picks with Blaziken. I wonder what 5B is going to do now because their strategy kind of got debunked, you know? So.
Do you really think that it was just because the mid game was really solid for True Rippers, or in fact, I think so. I kind of wanted not to see the skill set on Miraidon. Yeah, it's pretty solid, but your team does not have any kind of range whatsoever. And
yeah, the Electro Drift was kind of an interesting play. Maybe it was a misclick, I don't know. But again, imagine you have, again, Lucario going in, you have Miraidon going in, you have Zoroark going in. And then, but again, Kale did really good work on pretty much staying protected, right? Like he wasn't really getting ripped around too much. And again, Bora was doing insane work as the Blaziken holding it down, getting KO'd, but after a while, slowly coming back. So again, solid game. It just came down to the Ray. Again, both teams had game plans. And I feel that again, 5Bs did super well early game, and then but True Rippers mid game and then end game kind of just put it together. And again, securing Ray versus a Lucario and a Zoroark and also a Miraidon Electro Drift. But again, they got it right. So
yeah, I mean, that is definitely the thing. But at the same time, it just felt like early game, very solid, good control, but you could not just transition it over towards the mid game. And I really feel that mid game is the time where your attackers are the ones who are main playmakers. I wouldn't exactly say playmakers, but rather the ones who are play securers. Like if you've got a Mew in your team or a Mewtwo Y, you know that they're gonna keep that distance, and then they can just bombard you with all of that damage, right? All the way back, if you talk about it, when the meta was a bit more iffy, I think so people used to pick up Desi Duo as well to go in for those long range snipe shots. Intellian, we saw him doing the exact same thing. Getting online in the mid game is going to be the main part of that transition. But yeah, Miraidon with not the correct skill sets definitely was not working out really well for them.
Possibly.
True. It also could have been a misclick.
Also scared. This is my prediction. Lucario on the side of 5B, Tree, Inteleon, Zoroark, and Hoopa. I truly feel like they're just gonna go with that. I think they're gonna continue their game plan and just be a lot more aggressive because I feel like True Rippers, their play style is it's okay if we lose early. We just need to take our fights and win. And because Unite is centered around a big flying dragon type Rayquaza, right? So I do like how these kind of like, I guess, styles of gameplay are clashing right now because it could go either way, right? Again, the Leafeon ban was super solid because again, 5B does really well with that Pokemon, but again, I truly feel that 5B is going to be like, you know what? We just need to be a lot more aggressive. And then True Rippers just kind of have to just play their own game play style, you know, where they just kind of turtle up and survive. And let's go on to game 2.
Let's go on to that one. As you mentioned, True Rippers, this time on the orange side, and 5B are going to be on the purple side, though. So a do-or-die match for them. They lose this one, they're going to be eliminated. One good thing is that they've already qualified for the playoffs, so it's more of who's more greedy about that prize pool. That's the main part about it. But aside of being banned out first ones, 5B, so not really expecting that one to be. But because you normally have the chance of manipulating the draft in your favor, but I guess they just don't want to deal with it whatsoever. They might not have a side up player, they don't want to give it to the other side. Mimikyu is going to be the first pick. Miraidon probably is coming in for True Rippers, maybe. Or they can try and go for a bit more comfort, maybe going in for the same Blaziken combination.
I think they did really, really solid Blaziken. I think Miraidon Blaziken because they could literally go either Eldegoss or Blissey.
True.
Now again, there is no healing support or Shifu. I mean, that's pretty solid for sure.
Yeah. The dark
because also
Shifu.
Blissey can kind of still play as a tank in a way, a frontliner, right? So I do like the pick of Miraidon and Urshifu. So but did you see the Blissey on the other side? Ooh. This is interesting. It almost seems like a different kind of comp for 5B.
Yeah, it seems like they've decided now all those trials and errors out of the box. We're going to go in for a full-fledged meta composition though. But yeah, I was thinking who's going to be the frontliner. They can pick up an Elde or they can go in for something along the lines of Crustle. So they're locking in a Hoopa and a Crustle. I think so that works pretty well as well too, because you can kind of go in for that scissors play along with that wall, try and get a big chunk of that CC. And at the same time, Hoopa is just here to constantly send your team back for the healing if it wants to. But who's going to go in for that bit of a damage? They also have a possibility of picking up a Lapras if you think for True Rippers.
Yeah, their core is pretty solid right now. But what I'm also looking at is it's basically flip flop, the level 9, right? You see the Mamoswine and the Memo and the Blaze, right? Versus True Rippers, Hoopa. Oh, you're scared. Hello? Are you using some future sight on us, buddy? Like, you look at the side of True Rippers, they only have two evolution Pokemon, which is basically Urshifu and Crustle, and that's at 4 and 5. So it's almost like the script has been flipped. Okay, you know what? Here, the script. You hear it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. So we're just gonna have to see. Does True Rippers? And again, here's the thing too. They have one game to kind of be aggressive, which this is actually super smart. I think. Say you go for broke, you have that one game up, you play super aggressive, right?
Yeah.
And then now, 5B, they have to kind of play more safe endgame, right? With the Blaziken, with the Mimikyu, and then also the Bliss Assist for the Secures, right?
Yes. Now that's going to be the main thing as you mentioned about it. Mamoswine, yeah, he's okay. You don't really need a full evolution onto that one, but still Blaziken, you still need that level 9 whatsoever. But one good thing is that we saw though in the previous game that True Rippers, they played their Blaziken up to perfection, even though the early was not that very solid. You know how to pull yourself back up from the brink in that mid to late game. But can the side of 5B do the exact same thing? That's going to be a big question, ladies and gentlemen, as we move in on INGAGE Asia Cup lower bracket finals. It's going to be 5B on the purple side taking on none other than True Rippers on the purple side. 1-0 in favor of True Rippers. That could very well be a 2-0 series until and unless we actually see 5B pull off a miracle out of their pockets. Maybe Lissisi has got something to say, maybe some slaps to put on the faces of True Rippers, but that's going to be only and only if they can continue to try and dominate, because the other side is going to dominate in the early game.
Right, and we did see Hoopa on the side of Orange helping out the Urshifu, probably with the EXP share to get him a little bit more levels. We do see an early KO from a Rhydon and the little bug rock type Pokemon on the Sylveon. Also early Sylveon as well too. I don't know if they were helping out with the jungle, but again, already level 4 Sylveon.
Yeah, he's actually going in a bit too fast as well. I was thinking as to how it's going to work out specifically with that Sylveon, because the other side, they don't really need a lot of levels. True Rippers can really just brawl it all out wherever they really want to. Now we're going to be hitting those level 4 power spikes as well. The B is coming in, the 851s. It's going to be the fight. Who took that is the big question. I guess it got shared between most of the people. Mimikyu, though, in the meantime, on the top side, picks off a Lapras. Oh, hold on. There's still a couple of picks. Oh my god, what a play. The aggressiveness of True Rippers, this time backfiring onto them. A good rotation coming in from the side of 5B.
Yeah, 5B just likes the brawl. They're like, I got a Kabuskin, I'm fighting. You know, like True Rippers does have again the evolution advantage, but 5B just again showing that vigor and valor, saying, yeah, I'm Kabuskin, yeah, I'm still a Swinub, but we're gonna take fights as much as possible.
Just on their faces. That's the main thing. And at the same time...
Charge Dream. Nice.
Yeah. Finally. Charge Beam. We're finally seeing... Exactly. We're seeing Miraidon that we were supposed to see, but Crustle puts up a wall, divides the team of 5B into 2 parts, and he was able to help the entire team retreat back to safety. Blaziken was also trying to go in for something, but could not really catch in the break with that one secure. Maybe we could have seen a pick out there, but it does not matter. It's absolutely fine. True Rippers, we know that they get activated in mid-game, so I'm not really worried about them early on. Plus the charge beam onto the Miraidon, if in case he does not get picked off, that means he's going to be dealing a lot of damage, and there's a beefy front line to protect him.
Right. We do see Engager for the Swabus and Altaria, but everybody just kind of backs off. We do see the KO on to Crustle. Now, here's the thing. True Rippers, I think they just need to be aggressive. They have the Hoopa. You can do Hoopa, right? So you can like move back and forth. They need to be breaking down goals. But I think they're just playing a little bit too slow. But we do see, again, the KOs coming out, right? So I really want to see True Rippers being a little bit more aggressive. But again, Blaziken level 8. It's really tough to kind of see what's going on, though.
Yeah, Mimikyu was all the way over towards the top side. But wait a second. We've already got a pick off on the other side. Miraidon being taken down. That's going to be a big problem though. Hold on a second. Hoopa using the portal as well. Blaziken secures the Regice. That's a big thing. Urshifu now jumping back into that fight too, but could be a little bit too late. Lapras in the meantime was free farming over towards that top. So the transition needs to be there as the bottom tier 1 is going to get broken down. True Rippers in the back foot, but at least they're going to get those side creeps up now.
Right. And again, you got to remember too, True Rippers has a Hoopa. And again, having those tier 1 portals is really, really solid, but they lost it already at 6 minutes.
Blazy?
So it is a having that tier 1 still up, the tier 1 down on orange side is going to be kind of big for them, you know?
Yeah, true. But at the same time, I was about to mention that Blazy was also almost able to steal away that Red Stick. He was there on time, but Urshifu has got a better clearance at this point, but Mimikyu getting a 2k as well. Over towards the top is now where the pressure is. Oh my god, a 3k. That's nasty.
Dude. Okay, real talk. Mimikyu level 10, Blaziken level 10, and they're applying so much pressure. This is what True Rippers should have been doing a little bit earlier, you know? But here we are, so.
Maybe they're just relying too much on that Crustle 3-man scissor set. Hold on.
That's the combo right there. That's the combo
exactly.
right there for sure, you know?
Finally, they're jumping in with that combo we were mentioning as well. But the target prioritization, they're going in for the Blissey. I don't really feel that was the best pick though, but you're going to take all the EXP that you can get, I guess.
They need EXP anyway, so.
Still, they're just brawling it out a bit more though, but I don't think so that this is going to be the best time to try and brawl it out because Blaziken level 11.
Mimikyu? He's just in there. He shadow sneaked onto somebody, and I think he was literally in their base because of that shadow sneak. So. Unfortunate for the guy, but it's okay. Again, it's a good thing for True Rippers, right? If you're a True Rippers fan, because you're basically getting a good amount of EXP, specifically from the player who was already level 11, higher than anyone in the entire game. But guess what? Now slowly and steadily we're also seeing a few of those level increases coming in, and now the advantage is kinda in favor of True Rippers though. But this Regice, it should help out 5B a bit. The Sylveon yells on top of the Blaziken overheat. How do you secure something over that? You know what I mean? Like, you just saw the combo right there. Like, Sylveon and Blaziken overheat is such a wild combo. Hoopa Bound comes out. I'm assuming the whole team's coming in for this.
They should, but do you think this was the perfect time though? You've only got a minute and 50 seconds for the next ultimate though, but maybe they just want to try and take them down one after the other right away. 4 people picked apart. Mammoth joins into the fight as well, but a big scissors coming in from Crushel, trying to shut them all down. Knock up on the other side, but Lapras gets a 2k in the meantime. So finally a charge beam, not yet on the target.
Goes through.
Yeah, but at least they were doing it.
Oh, 45 overcap. That's actually pretty big.
True.
Now the score is very, very close. It's pretty much anybody's game. Oh, Hoopa!
Oh,
The focus blast.
Nice one,
he's
Lazy.
done.
Now, yeah, he's gonna be picked off though.
Hoopa. Oh, Ice Fang.
Okay,
Ice Fang special delivery.
true that. You want to go back to the base? Sure, you can go back. We're gonna send you ourselves. That's what they said. But might as well you want to drop those.
Here's the interesting part, right? If you look at the levels, a little bit in favor of True Rippers. However, 5B doing super well navigating those team fights, right? So again, True Rippers known for their macro. Again, 5B known for their brawl, right? So we're gonna have to kind of see how this goes. If there's gonna be an early pickoff, we do see one on Mammal, but it's only 240. So he will be back in time for the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, right now he's also just level 11, right? So
right,
not a lot of.
So we're gonna. I wonder if they're gonna go for bottom objective or just set up. This could be the Ray fight right here. Oh, already.
Yeah, they've already taken down Blissey, so that means it's going to be a full retreat coming in for the side of 5B. They can't really fight for this Regice. That's again a big buff just before the Rayquaza as well. That's a big macro coming in for the side of True Rippers as their HP is going to be restored.
13, 11, 11. Ooh, this is when there's a Ray, there's a way. It could go either way. All Unites are up too.
True that. It's going to be time. Oh my god! Mimikyu being picked up!
The Ice Beam!
That's big. That's big. The Ice Beam catching him down, and now they're going to fight in for that Rayquaza. So Mammoth's going to jump in, trying to zone out, but look at where this Miraidon is playing all the way to the far back. Mammoth just jumping around left, right, and center in the middle of nowhere. Lapras a bit off, but Magus is just here eating up every single thing while his team takes down the Rayquaza. They're going to be hopping into the portal, is there to help them out get back to the full HP. Sylveon right there trying to shout, beaming up. Hoopa Unbound, as you mentioned as well. They were saving their Unites, but everyone's back and it comes down to the steal. And it still is True Rippers for the win, a full-fledged wipeout, and it's a Dunzo game.
What? Oh my goodness. Scared. That was a match. That literally could have gone any way. Again, True Rippers with not a lot of rip per se, but actually getting down the objective, and then the Hoopa Unbound coming through with those attacks, and then just kind of going through. So again, when there's a Ray, there's a way, you know. So
it always boils down to that same thing. When there's a Ray, there's a way. Now again, just 30 seconds remaining. 500 lead, and it's a done game though. It's
pretty much
done
over for sure. Yeah.
It's Joe. I don't think so. True Rippers are gonna be able to. Or 5B are actually going to be able to pull out a True Rippers on the side of True Rippers themselves. Yeah, just mentioning about that one comeback on against QRS. But here's the thing. Trussell did not really give a humongous amount of set. But you know what? Tajima, just break down that Ray fight. So what exactly happened there?
To be honest, so many things are going on because the camera work was going up, down, up, down, up, down. Mamoswine was in there, right? Doing the Ice Fangs, but getting cornered by, True Rippers, right? So it was there's so much things going on. Hoopa Unbound hitting up Miraidon just safely so back there, and then Urshifu working on it. And again, the secure was I think Urshifu, right? It looked so again, just super tough. Now again, they did have Blaziken and Blizzasis, but again, Miraidon just shooting it. Honestly, I don't want to say it. It seemed more of a coin flip, but again, in the side of True Rippers, you know what I mean? Because you had the Blaziken, you had the Blizzasis come off. And again, like as you watch this right here, there's still 5 people here. You have Urshifu in there, you have Lapras in there, and again, there's the Ice Beams, right? But again, the Urshifu securing, but again, you see the Blizzasis and you see the Blaziken trying to overheat. Again, just too much from the Hoopa. Maybe the Hoopa stunned them out. Again, there's so much things going on, but
yeah.
And here's the thing, right? True Rippers. Here's the interesting part too, right? they had a game 3, right? If they lost this by a coin flip, it doesn't matter, right? So gambling that too, right? Because literally they didn't take the team fight, they just decided to rip the Ray. If they didn't actually secure the Ray there, then they could have gone to a best of 3.
Yeah.
Right. So it was a good gamble in the sense of on the side of True Rippers. And again, it literally looks so close. Blaziken was still up, Bliss Assist was still up. And again, Urshifu was right there. Maybe positioning was an issue, but and maybe there was a rock tomb that we didn't see that maybe like kind of pushed them on the side. But I truly feel that the gamble of trying to rip when you're up game 1 is you take it, because it's like, hey, if we lose this, that's fine. Where I'm down to take this coin flip against your Blaziken and Blissey, because if we win this, we win it all.
True.
You know what I mean? Like I just feel like that was kind of the mentality on that, you know, because the Ray fight was like, it was back and forth, and they needed Ray.
It was going really cool. Yes, as you mentioned as well, they really needed Ray because they were down by somewhere around 100 pointers probably.
I think it was like 50, but they still needed to either score, which
true. A bit risky. A bit risky because now if you send one person to score, but as long as you've got that hooper, I think you can still apply the pressure onto those side lanes, right? There's someone who can try and backdoor, and then there's always a hooper unbound wherever you are on the entire map. You're just going to be spawned into that entire team fight. So yeah, it really is. It came down to that coin flip. They also gave up the bit of a space towards that Rayquaza fight, but I really love that because again, you're saving your own unites. You made sure that your enemy runs out of all of their major unites, so that's a big thing. Plus, again, once one of the Pokemon gets picked off for one of the people before the Rayquaza or just as the Rayquaza spawns, that really means now it's a 4v5 situation. You've got to give up the space, or either you've got to try and force the fight in terms of taking the timing on your opponent. And I think so. It was a confusion of 5B as to what they really need to do, because I don't really feel that it was right away the burst on Rayquaza, but what I feel was rather it was just a bait setup to try and bait the side of 5B into a disadvantageous fight, and once you win that, you take the Rayquaza and then go in for the score. You kind of have more than enough time for that. True Rippers, either ways, they had a lot of options, and it was eventually that one coin flip, but now it's going to be the big match for them, Tajima. It's going to be against Revenant Esports, the team who actually sent them back down in the lower bracket. Right.
And going on that too, good. I'm glad that you mentioned it, is that Mimikyu did get KO'd early. So it was a 4v5. So seeing that aggression from True Ripper saying, look, it's a 4v5. We have no like rip damage for Ray. But again, we have the numbers really allowed. And then, like you said, it really pressured 5B to kind of be a little scattered and be like, we only have 4 of us, we got to do something, right?
Yeah.
And I still feel that, again, having those odds where, look, we're one game ahead, say we miss this coin flip against a Blaziken, you know, again, like we look at it, they're down 4v5, we're up a game 1, why don't we just rip? You know, like I just feel like that's a good quote unquote coin flip I would take, you know? So
I agree, because again, you've got nothing to lose at that point. Max to max what? You're going to be pushed down to a game 3 where you now know what the other side is going to play, how they're going to play. You can try and counter strategize that. There would not be enough time for the side of 5B to try and counter whatever True Rippers would be bringing onto that table. So always keeping the ace up their sleeve. Pretty solid stuff coming in from their side. And also now, the more we are going in over towards the lower bracket finals, the upper bracket finals, or the grand finals, the more we are actually seeing all these meta picks coming back rather than any kind of comfort pick. And it kind of shows as well how strong this entire competition is, because even if we're looking at the side of God's Reign, I don't think so that they made any major mistakes back when they were playing itself. 5B, I don't think so that they made any major mistakes as well. They were more like a bit of a comfort team, but when push came to shove, they went and swapped directly for the entire meta change, right? They picked up the Mamo, they're picking up those Pokemons that really can make the difference. Blaziken, really solid. Blissey, really solid. The Blissey-Blazy combination to secure the stuff. Unfortunately, it did not go in their favor. We might have been witnessing the third game, but it kind of shows that these teams, yes, as much as they're comfortable with their comfort picks, they also know how to play these meta picks as well.
Right. And here's a very interesting thing too. before we get into the finals, right? Basically, we have True Rippers playing against a team that they lost to. So there's definitely a little bit of a revenge and a little bit of edge. They know how and what to do, how they lost to Revenant. And also they're on fire, right? They've been playing really well, right? They're playing good as a team and they're warmed up. Revenant is a little cold, right? So I'm wondering if you could if you could shout out the sponsor again and also talk about the kind of the match layout for everybody. That'd be super sweet. But do you think that having True Rippers being really, really hot and like kind of like warmed up, do you think that's going to be kind of the winning factor? Because watching True Rippers and Revenant, it was close. It wasn't like a one-sided show. All these teams played really, really great. So do you feel that with True Rippers kind of being on fire and warmed up, will that actually be an advantage because they've been, they're from the losers bracket?
That's going to be a big thing, right? Because when you're coming up from the loser bracket, you kind of have the momentum in your favor where you've just survived an elimination game and you're like, all right, we're back again for the action, boys. But once you're in the upper bracket, you kind of have that leeway. But I don't think so that's actually going to be the case, Tajima, because of the fact that the team that qualified from the upper bracket, even though it's going to be a best of 5, it technically is just a 4-gamer series because Revenant have got a game advantage. So they are already 1-0 up in the series. So that's going to be a bit of a pressure on the members of True Rippers because all they could afford is just lose one game. If they lose one more, that means they've lost the entire series. So that's going to be a big difference maker if you're talking about it. And also, a huge shout out to our sponsor. That's going to be Exa, who made a huge difference and made this entire tournament possible. They're releasing a headphones, which you really want to check out, ladies and gentlemen. So don't miss out on that one. So again, thank you so very much, Exa, for sponsoring this event. And at the same time, coming back to the same discussion, right? Revenant they did not lose even a single game till now, if I'm not wrong, apart from just one in the upper bracket against True Rippers. So if there's any team that can actually take this giant down, that's going to be True Rippers.
Oh man, again, True Rippers games, I was watching it too, with Fu casting as well as Kari. Those games were so close. Again, will we see repeats of their last match? Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see super, super solid games. And I'm so excited to be doing this. Also, Scared, I'm super excited to be casting with you, brother. I appreciate it. It's been super fun, man.
It's a pleasure to be on the desk with you, Taju. It's genuinely a pleasure. And you're such a fun guy on the desk. It's super fun to be here with you.
Now we do see the bands. Again, Darkrai, obviously. Again, Hoopa. See? Hoopa. This is going to be interesting now because Hoopa is gone. And again, as well as Psyduck. See, I feel like Psyduck is not a threat. But again, True Rippers did decide to ban it. But then that means they also gave Leafeon again to Revenant. So we'll see how this goes.
A good trade though, I would say, because it was basically an Umbreon Leafeon trade. You take one EV, we take the second EV, and also Miraidon. There's always going to be a 1-for-2. Yeah, Miraidon pick coming in for Kyle. He was doing a pretty solid job though, but I was about to say now since that's going to be the case, Lapras is open, Urshifu is also open, so you can try and pick either one of those two up, maybe both of them. Blissey is also up on the table, so I think so this could be a Blissey pick. What?
Talonflame? Whoa! 2 speedsters. I mean, again, Miraidon doing Charge Beam is kind of just sitting there. So that's actually a pretty, very interesting. Oh man, this is gonna be so. So I feel like honestly, True Rippers, they should go for maybe the Blissey pick here. Yeah, because they need to protect their backline. I feel like 2 healers if you go Wish plus Blissey. Oh my god, they're gonna go 3 speedsters. Dude, Revenant. What? Huh? Oh my god. Dude, what are we watching here? 3 speedsters on the side of Revenant and Sableye. Scared. I will be okay to say this. I am not a fan of Sableye. That little support mon. Oh my goodness. I dislike playing Sableye. I'm definitely not a Sableye fan.
They just decided that they don't care that there's Noxie on the Blissey, there's Aizen on the Umbreon. They have one target, and that is Miraidon in the hands of Kyle. But guess what? True Ripper said, you pick up whatever you want. We're going to pick an Azumarill. What is this draft?
Oh, dude, uh,
Break
this
it down,
is,
man.
dude. No, I mean, I like. Okay, so we're literally at a restaurant, right? Scared. You and I are literally at the restaurant right now, and Revenant is like, we're gonna give you the 3 speedster, one defender, and Sable Eye special. And then True Rippers are like, we're gonna do the classic great 5 comp. This is gonna be definitely a game 1 for the books. If you guys have not gotten your coffees or your snacks, this is gonna be a very bursty, a very high speedster action game. Also love the skin on Sable Eye, but scared. This is the finals. Game 1. Take it away, man.
Absolutely true. It's the grand finals right now for the Engage Asia Cup qualifier day 2, ladies and gentlemen. It's for the prize pool right now. We'll have to see who's going to get that first prize, who's going to get that second prize, but probably we're going to see who's going to get that restart, because that's, it seems like there's a connection issue, something like maybe the Izumaril was an auto pick, so that's going to be the case, but no worries. We'll sort that out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be fixing that very quickly, and then we'll be back into this where we'll see the action. But I guess it's good because Sajim, it gives us a bit more time to talk about the fact that there's 3 damn speedsters on one side. Do you really worry about Miraidon so much that you pick 3 speedsters?
So do you think that Miraidon might go Electro Drift so that it can kind of evade, you know what I mean? And maybe kind of not be just the target, because obviously the target's gonna be Miraidon, right? And again, maybe the Azu was an AFK pick. But like also like real talk, Scared. Like, I'm not gonna say this is what happened, but what if they were just so flabbergasted they were like, what, you know, like what do you do against 3 speedsters? You have Talonflame, you have Leaf, and again, even a Dodrio, right? So much burst on the side of Revenant that it even crashed the game. You know? So now, Scared, what would happen if the Azu was an AFK pick? Like, would they do a repick up until Azu, or would they just have to play with the Azu? Do you know? Or
I think so. If the Azu was an auto pick, the rules would say that you can pick that last Pokemon up, because either ways it was the very last pick in the entire draft, right? So I don't think so it's going to make any kind of major changes in the draft, because on the other side, if you're talking about Revenant, they already locked in their own draft, so
right,
it should not make a change. But yeah, it totally depends. I guess so. We're gonna have a repick for the Azu itself. Rest of the draft, all the 9 picks remain the same.
Well, it says I'm looking at the live production. It says that it was just a restart game bug. So I think this is because Azu is a solid pick against Leaf. It is a solid pick against against, because if you have to play rough, right? So you can kind of like still do that, right? This what the but also, again, ladies and gentlemen, I have 3 speedsters. Now, again, this is the game plan I'm thinking for Revenant. Maybe they just go and score, right? Score, right? Try to get as much points as possible to make sure that, again, because if you look on the side of True Rippers, they don't really have a lot of burst, again, for the Rayquaza, right? So, again, like, they have so much secure on the side of Revenant that if True Rippers decides to, again, as we predict, right? You have Sable Eye scoring, you have Talonflame scoring, you have Leafeon scoring, Dodrio scoring, right? Pretty much the back cappers of Pokemon Unite, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have games where you see their Sable Eye back cap and you lose, right? I have never, KEKW, but so they'll be ahead in points, and then they're just gonna be like, hey, True Rippers, you have to take this Ray, but we have so much secure that we're not afraid. But again, game 1,
be a big thing.
Scared, take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for that, Tajima, because ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be game 1 of the grand finals. We're witnessing Revenant up against True Rippers. Revenant on the purple side, True Rippers on the orange side. 3 speedsters up on the board. Guess it's going to be a very fast-paced match. But we'll have to wait and see as to what's cooking for the side of Revenant. And you mentioned about this. They quickly go and score. Boom, boom, boom. But I think so we're going to be witnessing something similar along the lines. Because, again, a Dodrio, Leafeon, Sable Eye, I think so they just want to pick off this Miraidon quickly.
Right. They do see a fast level 4. Also, there's a lot of invades see Leafeon and Sableye on the side, not even on their side of the center, you know? And you also see Dodrio getting some stacks, getting that Citrus Berry, taking that away. And honestly, I think this might be Revenant's play. Like they have definitely practiced this. This seems very coordinated. This is very coordinated chaos, if you think about it, right? So I truly feel that Revenant, this is actually a game plan. They're not really memeing. I think they truly was like, look, we've done this at practices and we're about to show the world.
Could very well be possible. The ace up their sleeve that we always talk about, always discuss. But I like the idea, right? I mean, there's going to be a shared farm between all these speedsters as well, side by side. Talon's going to be enjoying his own time. But the question is the Talon going to run with Fly? Because last I remember, I used to always run Talon with Fly. That's why I haven't really ranked up the game.
I think it might run Fly, and again, it is definitely cover pick because of the iframes if they want to score, right? If that's kind of their strategy. A lot of teams, like, again, Japan too, they like to score really heavily. They like to invade. Also, too, remember, Revenant is already up 1 game, chat, because they were the ones that made the finals first. So if this doesn't work, they can just learn and be like, okay, well, we tried being... Because this is the terminology of aggressive. 3 speedsters in your comp, it's the terminology of being aggressive. You know what I mean?
I agree. Just as you mentioned, it's going to be a full-fledged aggressive game from their side, but they're not really seeing that, right? They're constantly scoring, so that's one thing. Finally, we talk about that, and we're going to be seeing a bit more damage being given out. Miraidon is getting caught in an off angle, off positioned a bit. Use that charge a bit too early in the wrong way.
Again, I just think like the burst of this, like, what do? You're level 4 versus level 7, right? Here comes Blissey trying to defend, but again, gets CC'd by the Snorlax. So much burst coming in. The Tri-Attack comes through. The Razor Leaf comes through. Blissey goes down. Like, it's... And then also, too, you just see Talonflame scoring top and Azu trying to defend. Like, it's... This is a very aggressive... This is a very aggressive, again, Revenant play. Again, it is a gamble because they're already up 1, but again, controlled chaos. It's so chaotic, and yet they're doing so well with it.
So close, and yet so far, Umbreon being picked off yet again over towards the top. But that's the amount of damage that all of these speedsters bring on the table. Now, in terms of countering the speedsters, I really think that you've got to pick some all-rounders, but every single all-rounder that you really talk about are the ones who really get online a bit too late, right? But that's the main thing. I think so. A few picks a bit more different might have worked.
Level 10 at 630.
Oh my god.
3 level 10s at 6. Ooh, the block into the wall. The body slam comes through. The Razor Leaf. It's a 4v5 right here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's done.
We talked about True Rippers being like warm for this. Revenant has been roaring to play this comp. Like, this is ridiculous, dude. They are cooking, and it is spicy, guys. Oh my god, the Indian team, right? This is spicy for sure, dude.
They've cooked. They've actually cooked with this one. I would not even lie. 328, and we're already in 5.5 minutes into the game. 5:45 still remaining. I don't even think so that they're going to, try to score anything more than what they already have. They're just going to waste time. They're going to buy time. They're going to still keep the levels that they already have. What is Tensei doing? My man is just buying time. No way he survives this. No way he survives this. Please kill him at this point.
The block!
Alright.
I mean, Jesus. But so this is a very interesting concept, right? Like, we've seen this before in the other games where the early game does win, and then we see the mid game and late game kind of pull through, right? We saw it with the other matches. We saw it with God's Reign and 5B, right? But again, like, it's 5 minutes, 328 on the side of Revenant, and look at the level difference. It's insane. Yeah,
it's done. I don't even see anything. Oh my god, that's a beautiful missed unite, but it's okay. We're not gonna talk about that.
It did get the KO at least. So
yeah, true. It got on Miraidon though. That's one thing, and that's the prime target. You shut down Miraidon, you shut down everyone else on the other side. There's no one who can eventually farm up, and now you're gonna steal every single buff away, every single creep away. There's not a single yellow dot on towards the bottom top half of this entire map. I mean,
I-
where are you gonna get your levels from? Is the big question.
Right, and I wonder if they're saving that Electi for just the last push. Because they're like, we don't need it. You know what I mean? If you guys go for it, we'll secure it because we want to take this team fight.
True.
You know what I mean? Oh, Electro Drift. Yeah, so Marina did go Electro Drift for the speedsters, but...
There we go. Leggy fight coming in. Oh, it's not yet been stolen though, but a 2k already in favor of Leafeon. Lissy was the one who secured that, but it does not matter. Fly catching a few more people is done. A 4k coming in for...
The 4k coming
Dodrio
in
was
for
not even in the
Leaf.
fight, by the way. Dodrio was
Yeah.
not even in the fight.
Again, guys, when there's a Ray, there's a way. But looking at the score, 400 points almost. True Rippers would need all 5 of their people to be alive at the Rayquaza fight, and all dunking 50 points each at 2 minutes to actually be in the lead, or at least 4 right now. But again, looking at these points, I don't know if again Revenant is going to go for more scores, but again, level 14 Leafeon, even a level. The highest level, again, I just said it, but the highest level on True Rippers was level 11, and that's their Snorlax and Sableye level. Jeez Louise.
Can't even say anything at this point. It's not just a huge lead, it's a humongous lead. We've got to get some new words out there for the games like these, man. Revenant
Right.
Esports, Revenant X-Park, absolutely phenomenal. And there we go, Dodrio just catching the Blissey as well. It's going to be jumping off. But yet again, you're using too many things though. Wait, hold on a second. Talon Flame, a bit of an overextension out there, but I don't really feel like this can be a big problem. Maybe there could eventually be Miraidon now trying to run away, but there we go, Electro Drift trying to catch in a few, but it does not matter. Dodrio wants to jump out of the harm's way. This time Tensei is going to be picked off too. Snorlax could not do anything. Bit of an overextension from Revenant X-Park. They might have to pay for it with their lives. Dodrio catching Blissey.
No.
Yeah,
Leafeon's
that's a
level
big thing.
15. Leafeon's 15.
mind.
he's taking
Never
their
mind.
farm on the top. Like it's. I think he's trying to ambush anybody who's gonna go for farm.
Yeah,
and
but
it looks like Urshifu's gonna come in. Oh no. But again, when there's a raid, there's a way. When there's a raid, there's a way. We're gonna see this again. True Rippers, solid team, and they're just gonna go for the rip. Leafeon is kind of by himself, which is interesting. So they're gonna score, giving away the intel.
Wow.
Wait, if they score this,
Wow.
they'll literally be 450 up.
Yeah, there we go. Now you need to win the fight, and after that you also need to keep your people alive to go in for the score. Snorlax is buying everything. Guess what? 4 unites have already been used up on their side, and there's still 2 remaining for the Leafeon and the Dodrio. They can still try and secure or steal this Rayquaza away.
Wait, no, they don't really care about Ray. They're just scoring right now. Even though if True Rippers gets the Ray and score 100 each, they'll still be down. This is almost
They
like
stole the Ray.
Yeah, this is literally almost just like worlds play where, yeah, like where they're just like, sure, we don't even need the Ray. We'll just be that high up that if you get Ray, wow, like this is the high level unite that you guys want to see in finals. Scared. I'm just flabbergasted. Like this is literally like 4D chess.
It's at this point just an outclass of Revenant Esports against True Rippers. In the previous time, I believe the one game that they lost, it was also because of the fact that maybe they were caught by surprise by the pace of True Rippers and how they really like to play. But Revenant Esports said that we've got something cooking up and we've got a crazy dish even Gordon Ramsay would be proud of. And they served it, not on not just a silver platter, they served it on a golden platter. What a beautiful game. Everyone doing their own job, everyone farming up, everyone 4 to 5 levels ahead of the other side. That is just nasty. It was not even a game of anyone else apart from the Leafeon, Dodrio, Talonflame. They were just enjoying their entire match.
So here's the interesting thing. That definitely reminded me of when Fennel won Worlds. Again, Worlds was kind of a while ago in Honolulu, Hawaii, right? But Fennel, like their games were so big brain, like it felt like they were playing 4D chess while the other players were just playing checkers. Because if you look at the score again, 573 to 43. If the whole team of Troopers scored, it wouldn't matter.
True.
Because they would need to collect again more Eos energy. And what do you do? So say, let's just say this. Okay, Troopers does score. what do you think Revenant's gonna do? They're just gonna score to counter score. They only need Sableye. They only need Talon. They only need one person to score. Like the fact that you literally made Rayquaza a non-threat objective in Unite. Again, like that is spicy. Like, give me more. Like, question is, Troopers is a super solid team. How do they like? I, as an analyst and a caster, how like what do you do early game? You're down one game, right? Like, again, this is the Unite that people love and enjoy. Not the backcapping Sableye, right? That the thanks spammers, right? This is the Unite that people want to love and watch. And I'm so excited, again, to be casting with you, brother. And again, getting your thought process on what do you think Trooper should do? Because I don't know. I like it's just
That's
it was such a great game. Like
Exactly.
bro, I'm not saying Troopers did bad. What do you do?
You can't do anything when you're caught by surprise in such a situation. That's the thing. Everyone's scratching their brains over this. And guess what? Revenant is 2-0 up now in the series. So Troopers have to pull something off if they've got anything left in the tank. What do you even ban at this point? I mean, you can't really allow the side of Revenant to run the exact same composition, or you need something that can actually go for the early invade, who can actually go toe to toe with those early fighters or early speedsters. What? Something along the lines of a Zacian? I don't know, man.
Here's the great thing, though. You ready? Unite is Pokemon Unite, a game that we all love and enjoy. But guess what? If any team could do it against Trevenant, it is Troopers. You know why? Because they gave Revenant, I believe, their only loss.
Yes.
So Troopers did it once. They definitely could do it 3 more times.
Oh, Darkrai's open.
Sure. Maybe they gotta pick the meta, and it does go into the favor of Revenant. So
yeah, I said it
who knows, right? Like, again, True Rippers, super solid team. But again, that definitely was a clinic, but they need to bounce back. And again, if there's any team that could do it, it is True Rippers, because they did give the only loss to Revenant. But again, that was just a beautiful clinic that has to be highlighted and definitely for sure spoken about. But again, this is game. Do we say game 3 or game 2? How do we say it? I guess we say game 3 because
we should technically say it, but we're gonna call it a game 2 itself. It's absolutely fine.
Right. So this is game 2. However, again, since Revenant won in the upper bracket, they are up 1. So literally, this is we're gonna need to see a 3-0 sweep from Troopers. And again, if there's any team in this Asia Cup, it would be Troopers, because they gave Revenant their only loss, pretty much. So
yeah.
Again, I'm excited to see this, and we're seeing some really cool bands right now. So scared. Let's take a look at these bands.
Yeah, exactly. Mimikyu, Hoopa, understandable. The exact same bands, but Revenant, just like the previous game. A Leafeon Psyduck. That was the thing. I thought maybe we were gonna see Mewtwo. No, not a Decidueye. What? I know I took the name Decidueye, but that does not mean you're gonna pick it up and lock it in. You want to answer the range of Kyle with an even longer range of Zesol.
I like that. I truly feel that, because if Kyle is doing charge beams, you just have the Decidueye coming through with the Spirit Shackles and being like, oh, I have longer range. It is also stacking too using Float Stone. It is using Muscle Band as well too, so it can definitely auto. And also, if you need to rip, you have rip from Decidueye, right? So both teams looking really solid. However, the big thing is Darkrai is on the side of Revenant. Darkrai can literally 1v1 pretty much everybody on their team. Maybe a Fed, maybe not a Flood Blaziken, but again, Unite Miraidon gone. Unite Dodrio gone. Maybe the Umbreon can survive it if it does Unite in the Unite of Darkrai. But again, having that isolation and definitely for sure the KO, as well as the CC. Dude, the Snorlax, was that on Tensei last game? I'm not too sure, but
yeah, it was
a clinic. Tensei Clinic. Now, not using X speed, which is interesting. I like it when, again, players switch from items to kind of manipulate the structure of the game. But again, Tensei did a super solid game of Snorlax last one. So
yeah,
we're gonna have to see, because Darkrai was huge.
True. A big pick. Eventually, this could be the last game in the series, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out who's going to be the first position team and who's going to be the second position team in the day 2 of qualifiers. You're watching the INGAGE Asia Cup, and this is the grand finals of the qualifier day 2. These teams have already qualified for the playoff stages, so don't get me wrong out here. It's only for the prize pool. Who's going to get the $30? Who's going to get those $20 in their pockets? Everyone wants money. They want to try and fight for it. I guess that's going to be the situation now. An early few scores coming in, back and forth. The Dodrio, he's the one who's got that EXP, but the buff was taken away by his teammate, Elde. That basically means, again, he's running with the EXP share. But at the same time, how do you deal with this Darkrai? That's the big question.
Now, also what's really interesting is that the counter for Darkrai is Blissey. However, Blissey is on your team. So you literally have no safeguard to kind of safeguard off any of those sleeps. But also, too, honestly, Revenant doing that, again, this is the last time I'm going to talk about it, unless, again, you want to talk about it. But the game 1 was just ridiculous. So having seen that on kind of this platform is that's definitely, besides the prize pool, right? Seeing that comp work so well. Again, it's a double-edged sword, right? They kind of revealed their ace trump, but they also got to use it against a really good team like Troopers, right? So
true. Now here's the thing. Now there's a problem, and there's a thought in the minds of the opponent as well that this could be very well a composition that they might pull up whenever they're in a pinch. So, and it's not just this team, it's also all the other teams will be watching this one game, or maybe all the other games, to do their homework. So those are the main things that we always talk about, though. But True Rippers are finally having a good early game, good early advantage over towards the bot side with Miraidon, and they're able to score in 24.
Yeah, right. And also, little Rowlet over there vibing out, right? It also is a stacking Rowlet. I don't think it got any stacks in yet, but even at that, you definitely want to get at least as many stacks if you're going Spirit Chuckle. And I'm assuming it's going to go Spirit Chuckle. It could go Razor Leaf, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go Spirit Chuckle. But again, it has no stacks that I know of. And they definitely put a lot of pressure onto that lane. So we're going to see how this goes. But again, Troopers looking really good. Again, bouncing back after a really, really tough loss. And again, looking really sharp. So in the lead for sure in this game.
Yeah, for now, a bit of a CC coming in from the Umbreon side. But he's got to run back though, but the knock-up coming in. What a big jump from this big boy Snorlax. And if someone of that size jumps onto you, you know you're done for. Even if
right, yeah. And that was set up by the Dark Void from Darkrai. Because again, the sleep was there, and then Snorlax was like, hey, 2 guys are sleeping. Also, Dark Void is a sure hit move. So that allowed the Snorlax to definitely get that secure and then basically let the whole team wipe up, right? Again, we do see the levels in favor of True Rippers. Looks like Revenant is going to go take the top lane. We do see Decidueye up there. I believe it's Spirit Shackle. As True Rippers is going bottom, objective to take that Regirock, right? So they're kind of like letting it go.
But here's the thing, now you don't really have a Hoopa, so there's no one to protect the tier 1 on the top side, so you've got to kind of focus down on that bot, and that's exactly what the Dodrio is doing as well at the same time. Jumping in and out, constantly using that movement speed, so that's one thing that works out in your favor. But at the same time, you've kind of lost the tier 1 on the top side, and still the Regieleki has not been taken care of. That's a big thing.
Right, and also with Dodrio, they don't have much CC on the side of Revenant. They do have, again, Snorlax with the stomp, and then also the sleep from Darkrai. But again, Dodrio can kind of go as much as he wants, and kind of just chip in with that tri-attack.
That's going to be the case, but that is if he stays alive. That's the big problem about it. There's get a pick up, knock back, knock down, everything just being thrown except for the kitchen sink though. But at the same time, Dodrio wants to try and catch in a few more people. Umbreon gets the first pick on Urshifu, but they'll finally be able to take down the Blissey as well. It took them long enough to do that, but Decidueye will try and just fly away that bird out of the danger. But at the same time, Blaziken is just enjoying his time over towards the top side. So both the lanes being pressured by True Rippers simultaneously.
Yeah, and I don't think Decidueye has any stacks because he's not doing too much damage, and it's really tough to get those stacks in, especially when the tier 1s are both down. So question is, do you actually just go in and try to get some stacks as Decidueye but get KO'd? I feel like you should, but again, it's the other team just is defending just really well, right? So
on, they're both doing a pretty decent job, right? Only a 44-point difference in this entire game, so that's not that very high. But we can clearly see the idea of both the teams in the opposite lanes, though. But there we
nice
go, the
Unite.
Unite coming in from Decidue, trying to shoot the other people down from that long range. Low HP though, up top and front. But Shifu needs to run backwards. Now can he?
Body slam. Oh.
Yeah, LD is also taken down though, so that's going to be a big difficulty for the side of Revenant. But a massive play from True Rippers. Oh my goodness!
Nice arrow.
Yeah, Dodrio being caught. That's the strength of this Decidue. But man, oh man, he needs to survive. Miraidon is just constantly charging up those beams, but it's alright. They're all A-OK as of now.
Yeah, the downside running Decidueye arrow is that you have to charge it up too, right? Like any kind of like armor cannon, snipe shot, right? And again, if you don't have your stacks, you're not doing much damage, you know. But again, still working out, you know. Again, Decidueye is getting their picks, but again, not doing as much damage as I would like them to. And again, it's interesting. Darkrai's doing great. Decidueye's not, right? True Rippers, they got a lot of levels going on, pushing the Lucky top lane as Revenant takes the bottom. It actually does go in. They're going to see who's going to map most. I guess they're going to give it to Dodrio. But again, yeah, this is literally going to come down to the Ray fight. This is definitely a different game than it was from game one.
Very different indeed. Revenant again, they're the ones who are in the lead yet again, playing with their macro. So that's gonna be a big thing. Plus here's the thing. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, that's the Unite from Darkrai where it just literally just gets one person.
True. Takes him away from the entire battlefield. That's the big thing. But at the same time, now you've basically got a Snorlax who's very beefy, very chunky, also running around with a Blissey for the constant heals. So regardless of how many beams Miraidon shoot at him, he's still gonna be there. He's still gonna get that HP back. And Urshifu is also doing such a phenomenal job, constantly trying to jump into the back line. And I haven't really seen Blaziken do a very good play in this entire match. And I think so that's because he's been kept at bay constantly by the Urshifu.
Right. And Urshifu, again, I don't know if you saw that damage on the material, was like 2.3k crit, which is really, really big, right? So we'll just have to see, again, the arrows from the Decidueye at the early of the Ray fight, because it's definitely going to be a long Ray fight for sure. Nice. I don't know if it's going to do a lot of damage, but it will definitely chip down the HPs as we get closer to the Ray fight, because this game's been a lot more chill, but level 14s on the side of Revenant, as they do have some range, actually level 15 maybe by Ray. We're going to have to see if somebody gets picked off, and here it comes for the Ray fight.
Important. Both these teams now, the position's going to matter, and I kind of like the idea for the side of Revenant. They're already in the lead. Yeah, they've also got the message as well, so now you know about it. You've got to be a bit more cheeky. Dodrio is going to be doing his own things now. That's the thing. You want to go and go for a backdoor. Yeah, that's Dodrio helping you out. Good iframes though. He goes into the Unite.
Yeah, he had to Unite.
Oh my god, no way, he tries to still fight it. He's still trying to stay in it. Goes in for a bit more fight. Yeah, that's the Decidue with the Unite, shutting him down as well. So the fight has been broken down though. Dodrio's going to be picked off. At the same time, Decidue getting a 2k streak. Umbreon not surviving that one. Finally, a shutdown, but not before the Blaziken himself is taken off the map. So that's going to be yet again Revenant winning out in that macro, picking 4 people off. With only
now they
just
still
one
have the Decidueye Rip, and they do have the Charge Beam of Miraidon. I think they're just gonna rip this, and yeah, they got the Ray. I mean, again, solid team fight from Revenant. Yeah, I mean, that's Unite. Like again, it wasn't a very flashy fight. They just got one pick after the other. Again, Dodrio coming down for that kind of cheeky score. I thought he could have 1v1'd the Decidueye very, very well, but I guess trying to be a little bit more passive, and that's the tough part when you're playing a best of 3, right? You can't really take that big risk, but as a Dodrio, you see a Decidueye by itself, you have to kind of go in on it, you know?
True. I mean, that was the best possible chance for that Dodrio to try and get those picks, but I think so it's more of a situation where Bora just picked it up to try and deny it to Revenant rather than him being very much comfortable onto this one hero. So that could have been the case. Maybe that's why we did not see all these Mons performing that very good, but at the same time, Revenant yet again mixing up the meta with the comfort. this seems to be the pie that has been working out really well for them.
Yeah, again, like this definitely wasn't a action-packed game like the last one, but it was still a super solid technical Unite game, right? The slow and steady levels, right? Back and forth, back and forth. Again, the cheeky Dodrio back caps. Again, maybe small macro of not taking that aggressive on. If you see Decidueye, you go for it, right? But again, you're down 2 games, and if you get KO'd, it's like you just kind of threw for your team, right? And then again, just one by one, Trevenant just picked off True Rippers one by one, leaving Miraidon by itself again against the whole team of Revenant. And then again, they just secured because they KO'd Miraidon with the CC of Snorlax. So
Absolutely.
Again, that's pretty much it, right? I mean, that's 3-0, right? That's game, right?
That's 3-0. That's
yeah,
going to be the game,
right? Right. Now again, so congrats to all the teams that did this, right? Now again, that game wasn't as like hype as the other one. However, tons of things to take away from that was Darkrai still broken, right? And again, having that position of being down by two games, it's so tough to kind of make that aggressive play. Again, going against that Decidueye, right? Because that's what Dodrio should do, right? It's to KO the Decidueye, right?
Yeah.
But again, solid game all around. Troopers did really well early game, mid game. But again, when there's a Ray, there's a way. But yeah, Scared. Again, it was a great game, very entertaining. Again, what are your kind of thoughts on all this? So.
I mean, I was just having fun. I was having a lot of fun, specifically getting those insights from you. I mean, it was so eye-opening, and at the same time, I think so all of our eyes were open and the jaws were dropped after seeing those triple speedster composition coming in from Revenant X Park. But yes, that was absolutely perfect. Both these teams playing really, really good. But at the end of the day, it was eventually a situation where we saw that Revenant, they brought something out that no one really expected. And after all of that, it was basically a plan out now that has been revealed to the other teams because they've been qualified to the playoffs already. So now people will have a lot of stuff to study against them. But that's the fun of this game, right? You give them something to study about, you try and cook something up. And with the way how Revenant X-Pact has been playing, I think so this is one of the strongest teams in this competition, if not the strongest. But you know what? I guess that's about it for the entire evening. We've been basically taking it up all the way from 3 p.m. my time to now 7 p.m. my time, and all of during that there was some amazing games of Pokemon Unite. We saw so many teams take part in it, and eventually only the best 3 are moving forward from today's stage. But we still have got one more qualification day remaining, ladies and gentlemen. We still have got 3 slots for the playoffs remaining, which you definitely do not want to miss out. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and click on that like button. Also, give us a follow to all of the casters out there: Kaori, Fu, Tajima himself, myself, Scared Yet. Don't miss out on anyone. But thank you so much for everyone who held in the entire production team as well. And also a big thanks to EXA for sponsoring this event and hosting such events for the community. Make sure you participate in the Asia Cup Qualifier Day 3 that's going to take place on 29th of November, and join the Discord for more information. With that being said and done, it's me, Scared Yet, alongside me, Tajima. We'll be signing off for the evening. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.